Yo, very quickly before this video starts, please listen to what I'm about to say. For this 2025 mains tier list, I want to point out that this is not a tier list based off of only damage output. Please listen to the beginning part of the stream where I explain the context of what this tier list is, because you might see a class that is super strong, maybe it's not at the top, or a class that is super weak that maybe isn't at the bottom. So please hear the context for the tier list. When we're talking about mains, damage output is a big factor, but it's not the only factor that comes into play here. So before you skip to whatever class you want to listen to or the end to see what the results are, please understand the context of the tier list and what we said about it. Shout out to Matt, Jay, and Phil for helping this out, and shout out to you guys for watching this video. And also, if this video helps you out, please consider subscribing. It helps me out a ton. You could also pull up to the Twitch chat where you could interact live and help out with these types of tier lists. Shout out to the chat as well for helping us out. So I would really greatly appreciate that. With that all being said though, let's get into the tier list right after this sponsor. Don't be like this guy wasting his time making his own food. You gotta get back to getting gains on MapleStory. If you spend an hour a day making yourself food, you would be missing out on around 4.5 billion messes a week and like 200 fragments. That's why I partnered up with Factor to give you guys fresh, never frozen gourmet meals straight to your door. I've tried it out myself and the food is unironically good and takes only 2 minutes to be ready. My community loves it too. So stop being dumb and wasting all your messos and get Factor using my link below to get 50% off your first box and free shipping. Thank you guys so much for supporting me, and thank you Factor for sponsoring, and enjoy the rest of the video. All right. I'll bring up the topic and everything. All right, everybody. I said that we're doing a big tier list today, and it is going to be a big tier list. I've gathered some of the greatest minds in MapleStory, bro. I gathered some of the greatest minds, bro.
Damn, why am I here then?
No, that's exactly why you're here.
So
This is like the fucking G7 summit of MapleStory, dude.
Is that a good thing? I don't know what that is.
Yes.
Okay. Why Dicky that don't fucking call me Dicky, bro? Shut up. Don't. Nah, it's not that funny, bro.
It's as funny as Joe's voice crack.
Oh yeah, that clip was fun. Pipe up.
I saw that.
That's funny.
Okay,
right.
focus, boys.
Okay,
Focus.
lock in. All right, so I have me, Matt, Jay, and Phil. Some of the greatest minds in this game. We're all finished Eternals too, which means we're better than you at this game. I just want to point that out. That's not what that means. And the tier list that we're doing, who can guess what it is real quick? Let's see if you guys are smart. Who can guess? Breed bro, stop. Legion Champ? Nope. Baddest class? Nope. Bum tiers? No. Mains? Yes. Cave Oven, congratulations, you got it right. We are doing the mains tier list for 2025, which will include Mastery 3 and Mastery 4, and the upcoming future updates, what we think the direction of the game is heading. All of those things will be factored into this tier list. So I wrote down some criteria that I think we should base this tier list off of. So for me, when I'm thinking about mains, these are the things that I think of. I think of endgame viability and / endgame performance. I also think that 0 to 260 is not super relevant because of Hyperburn these days. You can, especially Hyperburn Max in the future, you could hit 260 like super easily. So I know a lot of people will be like, oh, like fucking Blaster's so shit at training to 260, like no one should ever play it. But I don't think that's like a valid analysis of Blaster as a main. So Mastery 3 and Mastery 4, so which is like the future prospects of the class and balancing of it. I also think of future proofing. So like if a class has support, for example, like Bishop, it's still probably always going to be good in any scenario. I also think of if a class is non-KMS or not. So even though Hayato has good damage output and stuff like that, but because it's non-KMS, I personally feel like it's hard to recommend it to people because, for example, like my Susanoo skill was just bugged for 3 months. Like shit like that just happens, or Kannas get banned, like random shit like that. Like it's kind of hard
on
to
Christmas.
Yeah, on Christmas. Like
Yeah, on Christmas.
yeah, like you just don't even know. It's just something new every patch, so it's kind of hard to recommend this shit. I also factor in my own experience on these classes and people I know's experience into where I play something. And then the difficulty of the class isn't really too relevant for me because if you're going to main it, you're probably going to put a lot of time into it. So for example, like Cadena, would I recommend Cadena to people? I would probably say like it's a little hard to play, but if you main it, it's fine. So that's what I think. And then whatever you guys think as well, of course, like feel free to mention whatever you want. The other thing I do with these types of tier lists is I really don't like this SABC like breakdown. I like to actually like word out what they all are. So like, for example, instead of saying like this is an S tier class, I would say this is actually a really, really good class in MapleStory. Or like, if I want to say like F tier, I would just say like, you know, unoptimal, for example. All right, I think I'm gonna put like unethical OP, strong.
Yeah, OP makes sense. Yeah.
Overall good, and then would benefit. Okay, that's true. Yeah, maybe if there's something super egregious, we could put that. But you're right, because when I think of Wild Hunter, that's what I think of. I think of could benefit from buffs. I don't really think of like unplayable, because at the end of the day, you can play whatever you want, and you'll
Definitely
be
needs
fine.
buffs. Yeah.
So it just need buffs, and then it's fine. Like the way the class plays, 2-minute safe burst, great training, like all that is good. So just needs more damage. That's it. Replaced by potion tier. Okay.
I think if there is any class that we place in that category, we should probably talk about like what it could probably use. Like not just like sort of buff the damage, but like also like if we're knowledgeable enough with the class, talk about the things that like the quality of life it could really benefit from. Like something as simple as like unifying the skill cooldowns would be a big quality of life buff.
Yeah, that's huge for
True.
like Kanna or like
Kanna. Yeah.
Sair.
Oh,
Actually,
man.
no, Sair, I think they did it better. Yeah, Kanna's the big one.
Well, is DB still like all around the place or?
Yes.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, if we were to theoretically put DB down there, I don't think I would put DB there though.
Oh, I just meant like because we could say that about a lot of classes in any tier. But I was just saying like if when we do put a class in there, like we should talk about those things. Is what I meant to say.
Okay.
We should just put it there and be like, oh, just give it more damage. Like go in depth as to why it needs more than just damage.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Makes sense.
All right. Phil, you got all that?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's start it off.
All right, we're starting off in order?
rounds.
In order,
Sure.
or are we doing random? Okay. All right, let's do order. All right, Angelic Buster. All right, so who here plays AB? Me and Tommy do.
Yup.
Yeah, I have a C10E AB mule.
Okay. So we have 3 of us that play AB. Okay, that's cool. So for me personally, right off the bat, just thinking about it, I would personally put AB in strong. The only thing that keeps me from putting it in unethical OP is I don't think it has enough damage output to be that crazy broken. I think the class being 2-minute is super good for the future of the game as bosses are heading more towards DPS and consistent damage output. It has a big 2-minute burst and a 1-minute burst. It has a very safe burst as well with Jenny iframe, bind, origin bind, sparkle burst iframe. It has very often super stance with Trinity Fusion and the spinny skill. Very, very easy to train, very easy burst to execute as well, so it's easy for new players. The other thing about AB is it has no support, albeit a lot of supports did get nerfed, but it has nothing at all.
It does.
Party.
It does.
Oh,
It does 20% damage. Yep, from
Yup.
Finale Ribbon.
Oh yeah, you're
Yep.
right. Oh, you're
Yeah.
right. It's because I'm so used to solo bossing. You're right.
Yeah, you don't need to put it on if you're soloing. Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. Actually, 20% isn't even that bad,
Oh, it
all
does
things
too? I
considered today.
thought that's a FD debuff for AB itself.
No, they moved that as a
no.
passive.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. They changed
Yeah.
it.
You don't have to apply it if you're soloing. It's only for the other party members.
Okay.
Yup.
Okay, that's actually pretty good these days. Like, that's just an extra 20 boss on top.
Yeah.
100% uptime too, basically.
Yeah. So for me, I would put it in strong, but I don't know what you guys think.
I agree. I don't think it's unethical or OP or anything like that. I definitely think it's strong. It's a really solid like 2-minute, easy to burst class with a 1-minute mini. I think the only like maybe if you consider this a downside, is that like quadruple ring swaps? Unless you want to just run perma continuous, right? But I don't know if Cont 5 is like what it needs moving forward, right? Like I don't know if it's a perm Cont 5 class or if you're still like, you know, giga ring swapping for like getting your damage out.
I was watching some ABs, Cal solo, bro, literally switching between like 5 different rings. I was like, this is a little too much for me.
That's a good point. I didn't think about the Oz rings. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's still like really strong. So very good choice to play.
I ring swap all the time on my EB right now, especially because I want to try it out so that currently I don't have a continuous 4. I have Con 3, but every other ring I have level 4, so which is like really nice. And I am switching every minute basically. That is pretty annoying to upkeep because you really are just playing menu story at that point. It's even more annoying if you're not liberated yet, because the nice thing about being liberated is that you can save your Jenny iframe for your off burst, and then for your big burst you're gonna have Sparkle Burst, which gives you a 10-second iframe as well, right? So every time you do your Dragon Mascot, which is every minute, you're gonna be iframed, right? Alternatively, you don't have to do that. You could just like double up on the iframes so that your big bursts are much more consistent. Because your mini burst doesn't really matter that much. Like you still have I don't remember which skill it was, but it's a 60-second cooldown. You have AB Link, you have Overdrive.
The one that makes you shit out more balls?
Yeah, I think it's that one. I don't remember what it's called though.
It's the hyper skill, yeah.
So
and Mascot I think gives you damage reduction anyways.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
I think it does.
I didn't even know that.
Super stance too.
Yeah.
The most important thing is that I think you want to make sure that the final hit hits. So I have seen times where people just like tap it just because like they don't think they can get the whole keydown down. Even though the keydown's like
interesting.
I think the keydown's like 2 seconds. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it's super fast.
The final hit spits out a bunch of balls when it hits. Like it's very noticeable if you don't get that off. But the thing that I wanted to highlight the most about AB is that we are talking about its solo capabilities being really good. The thing that you definitely want to have for AB for solo and party is you want to have a cooldown hat. Because the way you play AB is you do your full buff, and then when you do your origin, only after your origin do you use your Sparkle Burst and then your Dragon Mascot. The reason being is because like that buff that gives you the extra balls that spawn, your origin spawns a bunch of them, and also your origin changes your balls to a special one that scales off to the origin's damage, and you want as many of those balls as you can. So having Sparkle Burst and Dragon Mascot after your origin gives you that much more balls. Because of that, it all naturally desyncs your cooldown already, right? So having cooldown hat allows you to resync with your own burst much more nicely. At the same time, though, that is one of the annoying things about playing a CD hat class is
talking about negative 4.
Yeah, so -2, -4. I think -4 is optimal. Actually, I think like -5 and 6 is optimal too. I don't remember exactly. Because it just makes it so that it's easier to line up your own skills. But the annoying thing about playing a CD hat class is if you're partying with people who don't have a CD hat, you're always going to be waiting on them to be ready. So you have to be careful that you don't burst too soon, especially if you like origining too soon, right? Your origin's going to come up before theirs. So that could be a problem if you're not being vocal with your team. Like that was something that I realized more of because of the tournament. I was just playing a lot of people
because of limbo. Yeah. I've realized that too in limbo practice that you're always like ahead and gotta let them know, right? Or they need to tell you, right? Like when they're ready, or 10 seconds, so you can start buffing.
Exactly. I will say though, AB's performance as a soloer is much better than it is in a party. Even though it does provide that 20% damage that we mentioned earlier, it's just that the cooldown hat and also just lining up your bursts with your party can be cumbersome.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that AB like super excels at like in a party setting, but like I mean again like its own abilities is just like super strong, so it still benefits you from you having it in a party, since it does give some support.
Regardless of such, I would still agree that it should be placed in strong. I don't think it's up there in the unethical tier.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's put it there.
One last thing, I do. This is something I've learned recently after playing Shade and a bit of AB, is that these new 60-second classes, it is a lot more stimulating to play and interacting with the game, because
That's a good point.
you're first of all you have like, you know, meaningful DPM that you're constantly doing, and then you always feel like you're doing something every 60 seconds, versus like you're playing a Xenon and somehow when you're charging you die, or like your battery is just overcharged or whatever, and then the last part of your Mega Blaster is not covered by that debuff, then you're saying, oh well, fucked, and then see you again in 3 minutes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
There's much more at stake when you're playing those type of classes.
Yeah.
I just think 2-minute classes is like the future of the game.
Yep.
You know,
Me
like
too.
remember how we
This is going to be a
broke
theme
down
that's-
4-minute
that's,
classes, you know,
Yep.
to like 2-minute.
Yep.
You know, I think we might even break down 3 minutes into 2 minutes in the future.
You think so? Like,
Maybe.
you can see
There are
a
a lot
world
of
where like
classes already
Nightler
doing
goes
that.
2 minute.
Maybe, I mean, like we could just universally become 2 minutes, because just
possible,
people complain about, like, you know, just needing to wait for bursts too long. Like even 3 minutes now is too long.
Honestly,
Yeah, it's crazy to think about.
I agree, because we have the whole balancing of every single class, everyone's damage is a lot more flat now. Like we have completely shifted away from the burst meta. Like burst is still obviously important, but we're at the point where 2-minute classes, not only are they stronger than 3-minute classes, but they're stronger during burst and they're bursting more often.
There's 2-minute Jenny as well. Like they
Yes.
just straight up
Yeah.
did that.
This whole meta like really hurts classes that are like, especially it really hurts classes that are not if they don't have true 3-minute cooldowns. If they're anything like Cannon Master or DB or like even like Kain, like that have like 90-second skills or 30 seconds even, like not being able to have your origin or Genesis iframe every time you do that really sucks.
Mm-hmm. Even the bind cooldown.
Yes, the
That's
100-second
my
bind
timer.
resist timer is so. It's just that these glaring issues just goes to show you that Nexon doesn't really play their game.
Yeah, I mean, every time this is a bit of a side point, but like every time I think of like class balancing or differences in classes, that's the conclusion I reach. It comes from not playing their own game.
Well,
To
I
be
think
honest.
there's just not enough foresight, you know.
That
So-
there's that can also be true.
It's like they do a lot of things, like they react to it, you know.
That's
Yeah.
true. That's
Yeah.
true.
They
They are very reactive.
they are very react, especially as of late, you
true.
know, like past couple of years, like they are very reactive to what the community wants, you know, and then they kind of shift things to be able to, you know, give the players like what they're asking for, like a balance patch, right? They probably weren't going to be doing like a balance patch a while ago, you know, but then everybody kept asking for it, like, oh, we need this, you know, we want this right now, you know, so
It's
Yeah.
very reminiscent of like Riot Games. If you guys have ever played League of Legends, like they are
Yeah.
also a very reactive company.
No, they are. They buff and nerf shit based off of like what people are complaining about. It's true. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, Nexon is very, very reactive. That's so true.
I don't think it's necessarily their fault though, because like it's
No, it's
first
not.
of all, it's a long-standing game. This game has been out for a long ass time. So like the fact that such a niche game still has a big, almost like a cult following of like of players, like I see why they operate the way they do. They just want to try their best to keep everyone happy, even if that's not really feasible at times.
And I think an argument against like the 2-3 minute is that, like, you know, you want to kind of adhere to like multiple different play styles, you know, and if you like universally change everybody to 2 minutes, it's all going to feel the same, right? So maybe that's why they're like a bit hesitant to even want to do that.
Another big issue is, I
Oz
mean,
rings.
maybe not big issue, but similarly to like League of Legends, both games have a huge roster of playable classes. So that makes it just that much more harder to not only one balance, but differentiate classes to be more unique.
Yeah.
It would be interesting to see our region be reactive as well. Like in terms of balancing.
We have seen that though, like not
With
directly
what,
with
like
class
Kanna?
benefits. No, like Inkwell, like realizing that like the blue card thing is like we're gonna allow you to buy more and cost less.
Oh yeah, didn't wait like 6 months for
Oh.
that, right?
The also like boss crystals, like they were pretty quick about that.
No,
like,
I meant towards class balancing.
okay,
Like
yeah.
specifically.
But
that.
we're seeing
Balancing.
glimmers of that in general, though, right? Like it's not.
The reaction, yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
that's
true,
rather just being complacent as like oh, what we give you, you know, is like what you're gonna get, right? For class balancing, I mean, could you say like recently with like Kanna and Lynn, you know, them not nerfing them? I think I don't think that was an accident. You know,
I don't think so
that was,
either.
I think it was
Yeah.
deliberate.
No, I agree. I think I saw a picture. I don't know if it was a fake picture of Potaro saying that they were gonna take like those classes bouncing in their own direction, straight up.
I think I saw that picture, but it was someone asking them if that's what's going to happen. But they just got like the cold shoulder, basically.
Oh, okay.
There was no official comment or response to that. But anyways, I kind of sidetracked this, but
That's fine. It's a good conversation to have. I mean, you got to consider these things if you're picking a main. Like, the thing about... So the other thing that's important to mention is the thing about picking a main on this game is the start of MapleStory, in my opinion, is very similar across the board. Like, you don't really feel like you're playing your class, if that makes sense. You're more like figuring out the game, making your Lynx Legion, figuring out how to make Meso drop gear, figuring out how to one-shot. And then the class, like, disparity and, like, the differences, it really starts to show itself, like, over 260. So, like, so talking about, like, the future of these classes and the game is very important because that's when you're really going to feel that difference. Like, if you're playing a 2-minute or a 3-minute class when you're early game, doesn't really matter that much because at the end of the day, you're just blowing up CRA and shit. Like, who cares?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
But later down the line, you'll feel it a lot. All right. Well, as long as we're good with AB there, I'm good with that. We can move on to Adele. Okay, so who here plays Adele? I've played Adele.
I've Boss Mule.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got it at 200.
Am I wrong to say that I think Adele is unethical and people just don't know how to play correctly?
Really? I think that's a pretty...
I actually don't agree.
I think that's a
Oh.
really hot take.
It might be. It might be.
But
So-
I mean, I'm down to discuss it though because
Okay, let's talk about it.
I mean, there's a lot of management with Adele, right?
Yeah.
A lot of management. I think with skill sequencing coming in the future too, a lot of that just gets wiped away, right? Like classes that like need to like take 15 seconds to set up or whatever, like won't need to anymore. But I just think Adele's damage output is like insane.
okay.
You think so? I feel like I've seen Adele output and it didn't seem too impressive to me, especially for a 3-minute class. Maybe I'm just watching weak ass Adeles or something, or people who don't know what they're doing.
I think the main complaints about Adele is that there is a lot of management and that becoming good at managing that doesn't feel as rewarding as it should be or could be. Right?
I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
I think that they were really reactive, the zinger word, about how they handled Adele because when Adele first came out, it was like 20 years into the future in terms of quality of life. Like it had up jump blink, backstep, iframe, like place down summon, 3-minute cooldowns. Basically, it had everything before any other class. It took like a couple of patches. No, it took a couple of years for everyone to catch up in terms of quality of life, where they finally gave everyone an up jump and whatnot, right?
Yeah, but they axed Adele like pretty quickly, you know, like almost instantly.
I think the removal of the iframe is like one of the biggest blunders that they have ever done. Because
Dude, the iframe was so OP though. It was like 20-second cooldown, 4-second iframe. Like that's insane.
I think
it was a true
nerfing
iframe before.
Yeah,
now it's a parry.
Yeah.
I think that's like a big over nerf.
Yeah, I think they could have made a better balancing decision based on like more targeted at its cooldown, not like the actual functionality of the skill itself.
Definitely an overreaction.
That definitely completely changes how you play that class.
Also, on the reactive side, I have another example. Restless Rush came out to be you have to stack it 3 times. You have to charge at the boss 3 times, and then over time it got changed, reduced to 2, and then just the most recent patch it was finally 1. Like,
wait, was it 3 on release day?
It was.
That makes you wonder why was there a patch in the middle where they went from 3 to 2 instead of just going down to straight 1.
Because I don't think they realized.
It's very, very, very weird.
Yeah.
I don't think they fully understood it. That's why. Like.
No, for sure. Like an even better example of that is that DB got remastered a long ass time ago, right? And one of the things that I was hoping for was Final Cut and Chains of Hell being a skill that you can cast while airborne, because before you had to be grounded to use your iframes, right? At some point, randomly, like maybe like 2.5 patches later, after the remaster, they decided to allow Chains of Hell to be used while airborne. Like, why? If they were going to give this to DB at some point, why not just have given it during the revamp? Like, it's changes like these where it's like, yes, as Matt mentioned before, there is a lot of lack of foresight and a lot of reactive changes.
100%. It's all foresight. You're right. You guys are right. Yeah. That's all it is.
But I definitely trying to like backtracking. Definitely not unethical, but I do think it's OP. We could put it in strong. I think it's at least like very strong, but I would consider the class to be kind of OP. Because like when we're talking about OP, like are we talking about like full rotation, like a BA? Right?
No, I'm not even thinking about damage output in general. I'm thinking about like if you were to start playing this game on an Adele, like what's your experience on that game? Like, are you going to be outputting more than everyone else? Are you going to be having an easier time training? Are you going to be getting into parties easier? It's just like everything about MapleStory. Because I don't really see this as just like an output tier list necessarily.
I think the training is all right. Like you definitely don't have a hard time early on. Like Adele is like when you first started, I
pretty
think
forgiving.
Yeah. Like it's innately strong, right, at a base level.
Yep.
I do think that once you get more and more into it, your average player will find it just really annoying to play because it requires like so much.
This is
so I wouldn't say necessarily like it's a very noob friendly class anymore. I did before recommend it as a noob friendly class, but as time has gone by, like I would say like you have to be a bit more seasoned in the game, like kind of come back several times to like want to potentially pick up Adele.
I think this is a class you definitely would want to watch a video guide on, or a
100%.
guide in general, just because there's so much going on.
Yeah.
Like some classes you can just kind of like figure it out as you're learning the game at the same time. But I feel like for Adele, like you kind of fall behind. Like while you're learning the game, unless I feel like most players don't do this, unless you read your skills really well. Like you don't know what's going on with Adele a lot of the. But back to your point about skill sequence, yes, I think that is going to make a lot of the classes that were a lot harder to manage more, less annoying for sure. But I think not every single class benefits from skill sequence equally. That's for sure.
Yeah, of course.
Some definitely benefit a lot more.
Oh yeah, like
absolutely.
BowMaster, like Night Lord, of course.
Yeah.
Basically a lot of the thieves, but unfortunately, I feel like from what I've been told, like Hoyoung doesn't really benefit from it that much because
Hoyoung's a little different. Yeah.
It's got it's summons, right?
Yeah, the tiger and like the little whirlpool. It's a step in the right direction, but unfortunately, like some classes just benefit way more from it, and others just don't. And that in and of itself creates a gap again.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. But I still think it's better to have it than not have it in general.
I agree.
BowMaster stocks are so crazy this year. Little spoiler alert.
I'm happy about it. Everyone, why are you playing BowMaster, Matt? You'll see.
Yeah, I saw you doing Lucid the other day on it. That shit was so funny, bro. It's just so broken.
Everyone was questioning, everyone was questioning me, like, why fun BowMaster,
One more thing that I think I forgot to mention was something that I heard that a lot of adults complain about is I don't remember what skill it's called, but it's one of the V skills that's like kind of RNG, because like sometimes they don't spawn in the correct spots, so you get less damage.
Shardbreaker?
BowMaster.
Yeah, Shardbreaker.
That's
Shardbreaker is
now.
a hyper. It's a hyper skill.
Oh, it's a hyper skill. Oh,
yeah. So it used to be random, but now when you use I think it's a skills name, so Grave Proclamation or something, to mark the enemy.
Oh yeah.
It'll all of them will land or in the vicinity of it, but there's no longer RNG. That's why. And you boost Shardbreaker, you like that damage is insane, and it's every 60 seconds too.
Oh, interesting.
You also can cheese the damage by getting the XP artifact. If you don't know.
Oh yeah, the extra line.
Yes, the extra mob, whatever. That spawns an extra shard or something for Adele's, I think.
Breaker is amazing. Yep.
Okay, I mean that's good to hear. I mean those are the changes that we need to give to classes. Like that's such a simple change, but it just feels so much better to play.
One of the only things that Adele is missing is like saving swords upon death, right? Like
that's still not a thing.
Needing to like if you don't have any gauge, like once you res, you know, your swords are gone, and it literally like minus 20, you know, like if you die.
Oh. I see.
It's crazy. It's crazy, but that needs to be a thing. That needs to happen.
Isn't it the same with changing rooms too?
Yeah,
or phases.
Changing. Yeah, you just lose everything. Yep.
Does that work in P1 Limbo too? Like going from room to room, you lose it.
No.
No. Just phases.
Okay.
No, that one you're
Yeah.
on the same room.
Yeah, even domain stays.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yes.
That's kind of crazy. Okay, that's good to know. Honestly, I have a different perspective on Adele. Like, I personally would have put it in overall good, but if you want to put it in strong, I'm okay with that.
I don't know enough about Adele. I honestly, just like many classes, I've only usually heard the complaints about it.
Mm-hmm.
But
do the complaints outweigh like, you know, its potential damage output? You know, from being like overall good to strong.
Well, for me, I definitely wouldn't put it at the bottom. Like, that's for sure. Like, I know people complain about it a lot, but I just think they're just complaining just to complain. With like any class group, they all do that shit.
Well, no, I think specifically for Adele, it's valid, right? Like it would just make the class like significantly better. So I think
some comms I agree. Like the sword thing, I think that's ridiculous. I think all of these classes, like I think even like the summons, like IL's Spirit of Snow or like Hayato Susanoo, like that shit shouldn't go away too when you die. But like the Adele one, I think that's a valid complaint. But the thing I hear specifically about Adele is that it does no damage. That's what everyone says. Does no damage. And I'm like, I feel like that's not true.
Well,
like, will it do no damage after skill sequencing? When life becomes like, you know, super easy with one button?
Yeah. No, exactly.
Because right now, like we're considering like everything, right? We're considering that. We're considering M3, M4. You know, their Gather Bloom is getting buffed too. So.
And creation.
Yeah. Like the toggles are getting buffed. You know, their main like low cooldown is getting buffed. So.
Yeah.
I can agree that it's at minimum overall good. I just don't know enough about the class to put it higher.
Yeah, I mean,
okay, sure.
I'm okay with either. Doesn't matter.
I mean, we could always move shit around because we
can always come back to it.
Better picture of what everything looks like. It's fine. All right, let's move on. Let's talk about Aran. So I think Tummy here plays Aran the most out of all of us.
Yep.
I burned it.
Yeah, but Tummy's Aran's like really strong.
Yeah, right now I solo E-Colos on it. I do Ensarin and then I do C10 Luwell, of course. And I think that my perspective on the class is definitely going to be different from people who main it. Because when I made Aran, I just made it because I used to play on Reg server, but also like I just like the class because it's fun. Right? For the people that main it, I can understand why they feel the way they feel because the class just got straight up weaker. Also, a lot of the skill expression on the class got removed and or just like completely like dumbed down, right? It's very basically it's like you went from choosing how much cookie dough you want to use to make how big of a cookie you want to like you're given a cookie cutter now. Like
excellent example.
Because before there was no cooldown adrenaline. The moment you had 1000 combo, you could just pop it right there and then if you wanted to, right? Now you can only pop it every 90 seconds.
So it sounds like I don't know too much about Aran, right? So it sounds like they just gave the class like more limitations to have to kind of like go over instead of just being able to like freely like play the class.
Yeah, they kind of told you that this is how you're supposed to play the class, essentially.
They dumbed it down, no? Wasn't it kind of like
Yeah.
pre-Dawn Warrior and current Dawn Warrior? Like,
Yeah, so I jokingly would say
No,
like it's
Dawn Warrior
Dawn
not
Warrior's
that hard.
cousin, but they're eating different brand Crayola, you know, like the off
oh, I
brand.
see.
But I would still say that I think, despite the fact that it got a lot weaker from what it used to be, because the thing is, a large part of the reason why Aran was so strong in GMS is because their 180-second cooldown skill called Blizzard Tempest, which is now a 90-second skill now, right? It had no hit limitation. And it scaled off of your attack speed on Aran. So as fast as you were attacking was how many times it would proc. Now, after the remaster, there's a set amount of procs you can get.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy.
Okay. Damn.
So it brutally like limited how much damage Aran was getting from attack speed, and just overall, like even in KMS, Aran did just end up being weaker. But because this main tier list is including M3, M4, M3, M4 boosts one of the most important skills for Aran, which is Final Stand and Adrenaline. But more importantly, for Final Stand, without like this is not even hyperbolizing the whole fact about it. It's going to be an origin level skill on a 3-minute cooldown.
Yeah, that's an insane burst.
It does a ridiculous amount of damage.
Crazy.
And on top of that, after the remaster, Aran's mobbing is a lot more forgiving and easier. The Maha's Carnage, which is like the FMA, it's a 10-second base cooldown now. It does go up to 20 when you're in Adrenaline, but that's not really that important. The important part is that it's a 10-second cooldown when you're farming. Not only that, but they got Dark Flare at home now, which is like a little ice popsicle that just does damage as a summon. So you have a summon now, you have an FMA every 10 seconds, and if you pair that with a cooldown hat, you have it every single respawn.
Mm-hmm.
So
Is that been getting a mastery on it?
it's
The
a
summon?
V skill. It's a V skill.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm talking about like the summon.
The Dark Flare?
Yeah.
Frozen. Yes, it is.
For M3 and 4, I think maybe. I don't remember.
Okay. That's good then.
It is.
As of right now, the hitbox is pathetically small.
It
is.
is.
Oh yeah, the
It
hitbox
is.
is the visual is definitely not reflective of what it actually can hit.
Yeah, it has like a whole pole arm, but you realize the hitbox is only the frost coming out of the bottom of the pole arm.
Yes. Yeah. But yeah, I'll say like despite that, I think Aran is at minimum overall good. I don't know if it belongs in strong, just because there's just a lot of classes that outperform it.
I agree. I completely agree. That's what I was thinking as well. Like when I think of Aran, like I've been bossing with my friend Peps for a long time, and we've been like similar gear for a very long time. And our output, like I've been doing almost the same as him, but his gear was better than mine for a very long time. So I feel like just from an output perspective, like a 3-minute versus 2-minute, and I'm able to compete with that, like I feel like I could be a little stronger. I think the class itself has a good kit, like 90-second, 180, very good movement, survivability, all that shit. But if it was just a little bit stronger, I would say it'd be very strong overall, but I think it's just overall good right now.
Same.
Yeah.
I think pre-remaster was strong, for sure.
It looks really visually pleasing.
Yeah, it's cool. It's a cool class. Like literally. Okay, we all good with this?
Yeah,
Yep.
we can move it around afterwards if we feel like it.
All right, let's move on to Arc. So Matt plays Arc the most out of all of us, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's OP.
You think so?
You think it's
That's all-
unethical,
that's
OP?
OP. I don't know about unethical, but it's like, you know, I mean, it's a 2-minute Night Lord, you know, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
But the big downside to Arc is that like the majority of your damage is in like the first 20 seconds, right? And then after that, it like severely falls off a cliff. You still have Infinity going for 30 more seconds, but like after that, like it's because you're like forced to switch to Flora mode. Your damage is like non-existent for I don't know, like a minute. Yeah, but overall, just really OP. You know, it's got a amazing origin. Overall, just a really good burst in general. So, yeah.
Still can't believe they're not mastering Pending Doom.
I mean, they indirectly buffed it percentage points, but like, yeah, not having its own core like definitely hurts the class a lot. So I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking. Yeah, the balls.
I see.
Because like right now we have it boosted. Like our Infinity spell, it boosts impending death, right, during the duration of it, but outside of it, it doesn't.
Oh,
interesting.
So it goes from like a lot of damage to like no damage.
I see.
I think it was one of the biggest and most glaring problem with the new mastery patch that this class did not get its balls boosted.
Yeah, everyone else did, right? Everyone else got their balls, their marks, everything. Their trifling whim. Like everyone got their marks boosted, and then Arc is like, I don't need it.
Well, I mean,
not like it's already its highest damaging skill, you know.
Yeah.
It could mean that there's something in store for Arc. We don't know.
I mean, like possibly second skill could do something, right? Like instead of buffing the damage, it'll just create more.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be a skill. It could just be a passive, right?
Yeah.
A passive with a cooldown. So one of the things I wanted to ask Matt was like what was M3 M4 for Arc, and like what would you say that it accomplished? Because I think this whole patch made a lot of classes damage more flat, with some exceptions. Like Aran just got even sharper when it comes to front loaded burst. But I'm wondering like where does Arc stand on that?
I think with Arc they buffed Vengeful Hate. Trying to find it again, which is really good, right? Especially like if you're gonna be playing manual Arc. The big swords, and they also increased the range of it too, like the hitbox. Because sometimes like you would, depending on like where the boss is and where you are, you would miss your swords like when you recall them, right? But they buffed it by 3,000% range.
Holy.
So it's like basically impossible to miss.
Okay.
So that's really good. And aside from that, I think it was like Bind and like some other miscellaneous stuff. Endless Agony is really good. That is our the
key down,
the,
right?
the key down. Yeah, the key down. And then our main like hold down skill, right? Like that you chained other skills to, right? Endless Nightmare. So that got buffed too. So I mean, like overall, like it's not as much of an increase as other classes, like for M3, M4, but for Arc specifically, considering where it's currently at, I think it's like good enough, right? The biggest thing is just like impending death not getting directly boosted, but everything else, like if you look at Arc's kit, like you were going to assume that these were going to get boosted, right? Like it was just the next thing coming.
So would you say that these mastery cores are leaning towards more like the burstier side of Arc, or did it make its damage more flat then? Because it sounds like it made it more burstier. If
it made it more bursty, 100%, 100%. Because again, like if we had like a longer extension of like Spectre mode, you could take advantage of like the Vengeful Hate boost more, right? Because then you'd be able to create more swords. But because you're basically forced to go out of Spectre mode, you're not creating swords half the time, right? Like because you're just using your regular spell bullets. You're not taking advantage of that core, right? But like Endless Agony getting boosted, Bind getting, because Bind actually does like decent damage too. It's not a lot, but it does damage. And then Endless Nightmare, like the hold down skill, right? In Spectre mode, like all of that is nice, but it doesn't really help the DPM of the class.
Okay. I see.
So my thing about Arc is two things. The first thing is like just from a player experience, I feel like it feels so shit getting off Spectre, like forced to go back to Flora.
Oh no, yeah.
Like,
that's why I want Spectre to be. I want Flora to be boosted. Rather than making like Spectre better, making burst better. Like make the damage kind of like more flat. Like make it more balanced.
Yeah, like it's like you're crazy popping off, and then it's like you're just waiting for it to happen again. You saying 2-minute Night Lord is really like the best way to describe it. That's really what it feels like. But the other thing that's like low key really good about Arc is it offers support.
It does. Insane support.
Yeah. On today's metrics, yeah. It's like really good support for your party. Like that's not something small. That's very very important.
It's like what 35 boss, 20 IED, 20 crit rate, 30 attack, 1 attack speed.
That's a lot.
So it's like it is a lot. Like you said, like in today's Maple too, like post FD nerf, like definitely something you want in the party.
100%. Do we think that there should be another tier between strong and unethical OP, or no?
What are you thinking?
Yeah, so the reason I bring that up is because I don't know if Arc is strong or I don't know if it's unethical OP. Like I don't know which one it would be. I feel like it's.
I think Arc's is strong. I think Arc has really
strong.
Easy.
Well, I mean, I guess I would say I would put it in between. Like I wouldn't say it's unethical, right? But like I would say it's OP. Yeah, the other half.
The other half, yeah.
I would put it at like for now. I think it's probably better than AB because like it just has better party performance. I think compared to AB, and the solo seems fine, right? I think that the Arc has obvious weaknesses, and I think that's what makes it like not entirely just okay. It's OP, but not strong.
That's what I was thinking of. But to me, when I think of like the unethical class, it's like literally nothing bad about this class. There's nothing. Like it's just the most broken shit you could ever imagine. Well,
like you would have to really nitpick to say something about the class is bad.
Yeah. For Arc, I feel like the fact that its damage falls off Spectre, or even just off Infinity Spell, like the first half of Infinity Spell, even if you're still in Spectre, and the fact that Flora feels like shit, like that's what holds it back for me personally.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I think just the player experience, like just from a player experience perspective, Flora mode just docks way too much points for this to be in unethical tier.
I mean, we could
yeah, definitely wouldn't be unethical.
Okay, we think Adele or Aran's better. Let's move things within the tiers too.
Aran.
Yeah, I think Aran.
I agree.
Especially with M3, M4 being included.
Okay, that's fine. All right, let's move on to Battle Mage. Anyone here play this? I don't.
No,
not much.
All right, Phil, you're up. You're the wild card when it comes to these random ass classes.
I actually don't play this.
Oh no,
dude, this is bad.
All right, I'll make the PowerPoint.
All right,
you guys got the research?
Time to fucking tank and make some shit up.
Don't we always though?
So Battle Mage did get buffed, kind of moving into the future a little bit, right? The duration of Dark Lightning got increased, and Abyssal Lightning, which I believe is one of their V skills, hits more now. So it seems like they got more damage. And then in regards to like what they're getting buffed, Dark Lightning is getting buffed. So
I think that's big for them. Like their teleport lightning. I think they've been waiting on that for a long time.
Yeah, and then Dark Genesis, which I mean, I don't think that's too much, but it does leave like a mark behind. So I don't know. All in all, like Battle Mage definitely lost a bit with the FD nerf. Like the support nerf. So
so about that, I heard that despite that, they were still it's a net gain in the end for them. Like despite the fact that they lost the Ela resist reduction for party play, like their own personal damage was still a net gain.
Yeah. Personal damage is a net gain. Yeah, just like in a party setting, it's like before you definitely were considering Battle Mage, but now it's like party shield, I guess. Like I don't know what else Battle Mage kind of gives.
Yeah, honestly, just looking at like output for a Battle Mage, like it's not super high relative to other classes in general. Like it's definitely like towards the bottom third of classes in terms of damage output. Now, again, I want to make it clear that it's like that doesn't mean you can't clear shit on this class. You could still clear everything, but you're not going to be doing like super insane OP amounts of damage probably unless the class gets buffed. And because the support got nerfed, the value is even less. I do think that playing Battle Mage in terms of like the player experience is very fun. Like everyone I know that plays it
It's very easy.
They really like playing it in terms of like the gameplay part of it. They just wish they had more damage or more use in a party, I guess, these days.
I think movement felt way too good on this class to play around with. Like up jump chain with like
TP, the movement on his class is insane. Yeah.
It has a rush.
It has a very good dash, yeah. The dash is so important too. Like that shit is so good.
Having it like a non-cooldown dash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think like if somebody plays this shit, they'll have a good time from enjoying that game mechanics type POV. But if you're somebody who is like sweating damage output, you want to be like the strongest guy and like always have like the highest numbers in your party, this isn't the class for that. Its origin is really good. Like specifically its origin burst is really good, but the 3 minute and the 90 aren't like too crazy. So for me, I mean, I could definitely see it like would benefit from buffs just to get like output, because it's one of those classes that I think like the kit is really good. It just needs higher numbers for it to be like very, very good.
Yeah, I just think
I thinking about this, but I also want to make an argument is like this type of classes, like buffing these type of classes is a very tricky and dangerous thing to do, because like you said, it has a crazy good kit. It has like all the tools it needs to handle all the boss mechanics and it to pull off the highest like damage uptime in a boss fight. At the same time, it still has like around like I think 7%, like 5 to 7% FD, depending on like how much of a diminishing return you're getting on like ID and like boss damage. But I think the weakness aura still has 5 FD, and there are some other miscellaneous other buff on top of it for the party. So it comes down to like 7% or whatever. So giving any more buffs to this class could be like, you know, it's hard to balance at this point, I would say.
Yeah, so I think this is one of those. So commenting on a class like this is one of those classes. He's saying like classes like Phantom and Dark Knight that just have like insane amount uptime. Like any small buffs, like is like a fucking butterfly effect for them, where they will get even better results in solo play.
Yeah, I will say though this is even a more extreme case than Phantom, because the class is a lot easier to execute than Phantom.
I was gonna say like after the their support kind of fell off a little bit, like do we know exactly like how much they got buffed by to be able to compensate for that, or was it not by much, and that's why it would still benefit from buffs?
I don't think it was any more than 10 FD.
From what I've been told. I know that like minus their support, their own personal FD, yeah, it was 10 FD, but 10 FD on bottom DPS still has exactly. So it was 10 FD, but like it made their self damage still higher than previous self damage with the support, but only by a little.
Okay, so I guess we're leaning more towards would benefit from buff still.
Yeah, that's where I would put it, because it's still like at the bottom in terms of output. But that's the only thing wrong with it. Like if you're watching this video and you want to play Battle Mage, like I assure you, like you'll still be able to clear shit, and you probably will get buffs in the future. So like it's not like a dooming situation.
But like watching this video isn't indicative of just like of how the class will perform later on, right? It's just like currently, like current thoughts, and hopefully that it does get better in the future.
Exactly. And like I mentioned earlier, to be honest with you, the class disparity only really shows itself towards the late to end game anyways. Like if you get full 22 standard setup on any class, you'll be able to blow up everything. Like
you'll be able to join parties. Like like don't be afraid of like I'm not going to be able to do certain bosses. Like that's not true. There's a party for everybody.
Yeah, that's not a real thing on this game, straight up. Where like you play a certain class, you're just bricked and like your heart stuck Dark Knell or something. It's just not real.
No offense to anyone whose heart's stuck on Dark Knell, by the way.
just had to call that out.
Yeah, my bad. I'm just projecting, bro. I'm hard stuck dark now. All right, let's continue. Bishop. I mean, I think
the Kobe clip. It's still valid till today, and we'll just skip this class.
I unironically still think this is unethical OP right now in MapleStory.
Yes. Someone pull up the Kobe clip.
Yeah, we keep talking about Bishop. Yeah, he's gonna Korean MapleStory. No, it's true. Like, what does this class lack? Nothing, bro.
Yeah. I mean, even after Benny, like, it's still it didn't really like lose much. You know, it just lost like the damage that it gives to the party members.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything else stayed the same.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
self damage got
how,
increased actually. It like got
I
stronger.
don't understand how this class is self damage like this high. Like I just don't understand.
Mm-hmm. I agree. And because boss parties are like 3-man instead of 6-man, it's not even that egregious like in terms of like the Benny nerf. Like it's not like Benny's giving everybody like 6 FD only. It's still quite a bit of FD to everybody.
True. And now you can also reach like max int bonus and still use a continuous 5. So it's like there's even more damage right there.
Exactly.
Right? You don't have like a dead ring anymore.
Mm-hmm. Also, the class is brain dead to train and easy to one-shot and has higher XP rates. Like, bro, what?
Yeah. And regardless of like, you know, Benediction, like its support is still like top tier. You know, with like Real Fountain, the sippy cups, right? Holy Shell, like you know, like having door, you know, every 10 minutes. Yeah.
I'm still salty about this class's personal damage, but okay.
Me too. No, if a class offers this much, it definitely shouldn't output as high, but like it still outputs a lot. Like if you're blue dotting on a bishop, like it's not because you're a class. Hate to break it to you. Like it ain't the class, bro. You're just weak.
Or your party members are just too strong.
Yeah, that too.
Because like I mean you are boosting them. So like maybe you're just running with Giga Juicers.
Yeah, that's true. It's a good point.
One thing I wanted to point out is that in the limo tournament I was in, there was literally a team comp of like I think it was 1-0 and 2 bishops, and that team won.
Yep.
Bishop personal damage is no joke.
I mean the damage uptime though, like those like 2 bishops and a 0, like that's just like 100% damage uptime.
Do the 0 bind stack with 2 zeros? They have their own separate timers?
No, it's shared. I'm pretty sure it's shared.
Yeah, it's like crypt bind goes on its own exclusive cooldown.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, crypt bind, yes, but then like, I think for the shadow rain, then that's your own thing.
That's different. Yeah, that's different.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Bishop, like, I'm sure people have watched videos over the last year or two on just saying how OP Bishop is. Like, this shit is still OP. Nothing to worry about. Super safe pick. Probably will always be a super safe pick forever. Honestly, worst case scenario, you could swap to IL or FP too.
No, like, Bishop is so OP that I joke about when people ask me what the top 3 classes are. I say Bishop, Ice Lightning, Fire Poison.
Yeah.
They ask me why Ice Lightning, Fire Poison because I tell them you can job change the Bishop.
Yeah, worst case scenario, you could always play Bishop. Like, straight up. That slot's available at all times. Even if you need to get your frags. Frags will just get easier and easier to get. Okay. We can continue. Let's talk about Dual Blade. So, we have the rank 1, 2, 3, and 4 Dual Blade in the VC. I'm not gonna say who's who though. Just know I'm not rank 4 or 3.
Yeah, let me gotta remind Mr. Hamza real quick that
Dual Blade Elite 4, yeah. You know, last time I talked about DB, so I mean someone else can do it.
All right, I'm the DB guy.
Yeah,
you know?
I guess, yeah.
I guess. I think I would say it's in the would benefit from buffs tier.
You're such a fucking liar.
You
bro.
could say that I'm biased.
Oh my god, bro.
You can say that I'm biased.
No,
but let me tell you
such
something.
A fucking liar, bro.
You've never
actually
played
agreed,
DB at the highest level, okay?
Bro, we're not even talking about the highest level though.
Okay, but even the
just
overall
one
experience,
factor.
though.
Bro, the overall experience is this class has crazy IED and is fucking broken as hell, and can one shot any map with like minus 40 sack.
You need cooldown hat to be relevant.
Okay.
You have to Star Force your secondary.
Okay. It's not that hard to
Like
do.
even in GMS specifically, you have to do a whole ass quest line for the.
I don't think cooldown hat should be like a crutch.
That's what I'm
you know,
saying, bro.
When you think about like wanting to play, because like I hear that a lot though, right? It's like, oh, but this needs a cooldown hat. I'm just like, okay, and you need 2-line crit gloves.
Bro, but this
right?
is like
and
a main
you need
tier
to like
list.
three line your WSE, right? Like, I mean, you're gonna spend a lot of meso anyways, so it's like it's one of those items that you're gonna have to spend. Like if you want -4, it's like average 40 bill, but like you'll get there.
Yeah,
right? You can compensate for like -2 in the meantime.
I don't think a 40 bill cost additional on top of like what a trillion mesos you have to spend on your character total
You're
is
gonna spend a
enough.
lot in general.
Yeah, like I don't think that's enough to deter somebody from playing a class. Like it's just like an extra little thing. Also, you get so much value from that -4 too. If you tell somebody if you get this -4 hat, you can brain dead train and never have to think about training ever again, everybody would think it's worth it.
Okay, but if we're going to bring that up as a fact that we have Soul Janus as well, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like even without any cooldown, I would still be folklore and have the easiest time ever as well.
Yeah, which makes it even better, low key. You don't have to prio Janus.
So what you're saying is you don't have to prio cooldown hat.
No, you definitely
don't have to prio that either.
Okay, but like when I say that, I think it would benefit from buffs tier. I'm thinking about it in terms of like what is its damage output and what does it really need more? Because obviously, if you give a class enough damage, it will overshadow the weaknesses that it has, right?
Yeah.
This game is only going to get easier and easier with bosses that come out later and later, right? Obviously, there's a lot of power creep. Like we've got so much stronger with M3, M4, from just mastery cores as well. Like damage is something that will come and go, right? Like that's just the truth of this game. Some classes just will remain strong. I'm not really concerned about DB getting more damage. Like it would be nice, of course, but I would like to be able to play my class more functionally because there are some things about this class that just don't make sense, right? As Matt mentioned early on into this tier list, he asked me like, "Oh, does Dual Blade still have its cooldowns all over the place?" Yes, it does. I mentioned before that unifying your cooldowns in a class helps a lot. It's much more than just giving it damage. It's making the class feel much more like a
Fluid.
well-oiled machine. Like someone actually knew what was going on with this class and just didn't like, yeah, this class could just do this or do that. Like it goes back again to like foresight. It's a very reactive thing with how they decided to balance classes, right? Like for example, Dual Blade's newest mastery cores didn't get IED, right?
Okay.
As you know, Dual Blade does not have an IED passive, right? Instead, their skills themselves have IED loaded into it. So the skills that got boosted didn't have IED loaded into it either. Blade Clone, which is our final attack, doesn't have IED. The only source of IED that Blade Clone gets is from the 40% IED passive, or like level 40, 20% IED passive from the Mastery Core or boost node, and then whatever visual IED that you have, right? There's no IED passive. And on top of that, they boosted Blade Fury, right, which is our mobbing skill. Somehow that skill lost IED. Going from 4th job to 6th job. But that's what I mean by there's a lack of foresight. A lot of the things they do is very reactive. They're not really looking into like, oh yeah, that is kind of... Again, I agree. It doesn't matter, but it's like, why couldn't they just have included it anyways? Right?
This is so nitpicky though.
But I would say like I don't know. I would say DB is like overall good.
Okay.
You know?
Go ahead.
I wouldn't say that it definitely needs its cooldowns to be a bit more unified, but like I wouldn't say that the class is like bad by any means. I think it's a solid pickup.
When I'm thinking of DB, I just think about like somebody logs into this game and they're playing Dual Blade. Like are they really gonna have a hard time doing like anything? Like you throw them at anything, any boss, any map. Are they gonna have a hard time doing those things? I feel like they're not.
No. Yeah, they're not.
Yeah. So like for me, there's no way it's at the bottom. That's how I think of it.
I mean, like we can agree that like it does need buffs in certain places, but not like to the point where, you know, it's like heavily weighing down the class or anything.
I think there's a big illusion when it comes to DBs not having trouble with bosses. Like, yes, you have. Okay, obviously in GMS we don't have this, but in KMS you have a target dummy, so that is a completely different conversation. But yes, you do have 2 iframes available to you, right? You have lifesteal. Okay. Yeah. The biggest complaint I have about this class is that your main breadwinner in terms of damage is your Blade Storm. Your 90-second cooldown, 4-second keydown, right? And sure, when you're doing your big burst at the very start, you have a bind, you have Origin Bind too, but your mini burst afterwards, you have basically almost no protection. You only have protection during your keydown for 3 seconds out of the 4 when you have enough buff duration to use Final Cut every 90 seconds, right? But you're still going to be vulnerable. You don't have a bind to guarantee your mini burst. I'm not saying that you need to have that, but that is something that really sucks about just keydown classes in general that are on that 90-second timer. Especially because like the keydown is 4 seconds. We don't have keydowns as short as Shade or AB, right? Not only that, but those keydowns I mentioned, they have damage reduction and super stance, or like not both of them, but like one of them does, right? This is what I mean by like benefits from buffs. Like you can make this class feel a lot better to play without touching the damage numbers themselves, right? I think we could say that about a lot of classes, but I think this is one of those things that is really holding back DB. The fact that the keydown class and that you have like just you don't have the best tools to play around your own cooldown, your own gameplay.
Okay, how about this? I agree that the 90 seconds sucks. How about we make a new tier? We change this one to would benefit from damage buffs, and we make another one would benefit from functional buffs, or not utility, or what's the word for it? Functional buffs, I guess.
Like quality of life.
Yeah, like needs quality of life. Because if we put it at the bottom, it gives off the perception of this is a weak as fuck class and like nobody should play it, right? But if we put it in a tier that says needs quality of life, people would be more inclined to hear what we're saying about it instead of just looking at the end result of the tier list. You know what I mean? And
Well,
like,
I mean,
okay.
Do that anyways.
I think anything at the bottom would give that off. So
That's true. That's true. I'm just trying to mitigate as much as possible.
yeah.
Because like we all agree that the output is fine. Like the damage output is fine, right? So like if somebody is okay with that, then the class is really good for them. Or if they're okay with like
I feel like if you say like if you make a tier that's called like needs quality of life, then like if you found any one of those like mains that's passionate about their class, they can make a whole argument for you about why their class needs quality of life.
That's true. That's true. You could argue any class needs quality of life. Good, but has a quirk.
But like this is like what we consider like if it's going into the quality of life tier, like it's kind of holding them back, right?
I would say though, I think my final thing to say is that I think it is maximum overall good.
Yeah, I would say that.
W fold. Okay. We'll put it here. It's fine. Everyone okay with that?
I'm more on the needs buff side, but okay. I'm good with it.
Dude, we're actually like split. Okay.
I think I would definitely agree that I have a bias towards it because I main the class. I think that there's a large disconnect because you haven't played the class at that level. I'm not saying you need to play it to understand, but I think there's a lot lost in translation.
No, of course.
Well, I mean, there's definitely a different feeling of like, you know, doing all of the end game bosses on a class to, you know, just doing like C10E. So, like, there will definitely be that disconnect. Because at the highest level, like, you have to really understand how to get the most out of your class.
I'm just gonna put one benefit from damage / quality of life buffs. That's fine. And if people want to know what we're talking about, then they can go to this part of the video. So if you're watching this part of the video and you came here when you looked at the end and were like, why the fuck did they put DB at the bottom? Just know that the damage is good and it's down here because of certain quality of life issues with it. That's why.
Oh,
which matters a lot when you're maining something. If your class doesn't have quality of life, like it feels like shit. That's true.
Yeah. I mean, like, because, you know, we're not saying that the damage is bad. So.
I will say, though, I think one of the things, the way that I look at this game is that what is it that you provide to the party? Because it's not just a solo-based game. Obviously, when you're playing solo, like, tier lists don't really matter that much because it's just you, yourself, and only yourself. You don't have to worry about what other people are doing. So long as you're able to do the content, that's what's important. But when there is a party setting involved, I think in categories of selfish DPS provides nothing for the party.
That's me.
You provide something to the party, but your main goal is like, I mean, every main goal is like you're doing damage, right? But then there's classes like Bishop or like Lynn, even though it's not KMS, where it's like their main focus largely was making everyone else around them stronger. And that if they themselves did damage, that was a nice bonus. Obviously, we have kind of shifted away from that, with the exception of Lynn. Lynn still has the identity of making someone else just giga fucking strong for the next 30 seconds, right? I think that when we look at classes that are just selfish DPS, nothing for the party, you think of a few classes, right? You think of Nightwalker, provides nothing for the party, but when it comes to being a damage dealer, it anchors the party. It covers the party within a damage department, right? Similarly, Dual Blade also provides nothing for the party, but the damage difference between the two, worlds apart. I think for two classes that fulfill the same role in the party, there shouldn't be this big of a gap between them.
No, you're right, 100%.
And you can argue that Nightwalker is an outlier, right? You could say that it's an outlier, or maybe both classes are outliers. But I think that there shouldn't be, just in general, there shouldn't be that big of a disparity based on what it is you provide for the party and your role in the party.
Do you think Dual Blade's damage output is like underpowered?
I would say the biggest thing holding it back is the fact that it's a 3-minute class. If we were to somehow change this conversation to be like, oh, it's a 2-minute class and you're using Tempest every 60 or something, like I think this class would be a completely different demon.
Yeah. No, I'm just reading chat. That's why. Like, some people really believe that like Dual Blade's damage output is underpowered, and I feel like it's not. Like, I feel like for a DPS slot, right? Because DB's filling up the DPS slot, like you more than fill that slot.
Well, I mean, like when you say underpowered, like are you approaching that like with the sense of like comparing it to like Nightwalker, like other classes, or like you yourself just feel like you're doing no damage?
So if we were to
go ahead.
Just remove Nightwalker from the equation, there are still going to be classes that have less resources than me, but are doing more or just as much.
Okay. Yeah, but so how do you feel about your, like specifically for solo bossing? How do you feel about your clear speed, your clear times? Like, do you feel like you're, you know, like it's significantly slower, like you're lacking, or you know it's like about the same, maybe like a 1 or 2 minute difference? If you've like looked at that.
Honestly, I have not compared my solo clear times in a while because I haven't soloed bosses in a while. I'm usually trading at this point. Like for bosses, like for anything below X slot, it just doesn't matter what class I like. You know, I would just blow it up no matter what because those bosses are just too squishy at that point, right? Like the best boss that we can compare in terms of soloing clear times wouldn't really be representative of like this class is strong or weak. It's just the way that the kit is. Like if we look at X-Lot, boss has a lot of uptime for you, so I would say that the DB clear times are probably going to be not that much different from other classes. But if we were to look at the calling, for example, calling is not linear in terms of clear speed and how strong you are.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. I see.
But when X-Lot just came out, though, I think my best clear time would still be like 28 minutes or so. But in other classes, is like it's hard to say like what is a fair comparison for for DB. Like if I'm compared to a Hoyoung, like would that be fair? If we're saying Nightwalker is an outlier, what if we say like Mathwhale? Is he an outlier too? Because I'm also at the top of Dual Blade too. It's not like I'm just like a rinky dink, like, you know, one off the mill Dual Blade, right? Like I'm also min max the fuck out as much as I can.
Damn, calling out the rinky dink Dual Bladers.
That's crazy.
He just said, "I'm him."
Yeah, that's so crazy. That dude in
My
your
fault.
map was right, bro. When he turned on your number one thing, he was right.
Okay, but yeah, like
Yeah. Okay.
I'm down to move on. Like I think
Yeah, that's fine. I'm down. I'm okay with putting it here. I know the tier list looks a little weird because at the end of the day, it's really gonna give off that vibe as like DB is fucking unplayable, but it's not. Look at what the tier is. Listen to what we're saying, and that's it. Also, since there's a lot more people here at this point. I just want to give a reminder. This is not a damage output tier list. This is a overall main tier list for MapleStory. Like your experience playing the class overall, what that looks like. Your damage output is just one part of many things that make your class what your class is. So keep that in mind. All right, let's continue. Let's move on to Blaster. I think this class is
24 minutes
broken
later,
as
yeah.
fuck.
It's getting easier too with M3, M4.
I thought it was getting harder.
I think no, unless the information I was getting was false. But like,
It
I think
was gonna get harder.
Oh,
with
okay.
I
Originally,
think
what they're
the
gonna do,
comboing
they-
is getting easier.
Yeah, but they realized. I mean, I think after the first KMST patch, they
okay.
realized the issue and they went back.
Okay, that's good. I think this class is broken as shit. Like, I don't know what it doesn't have, to be honest with you. I think its output is insane, and its safety is insane. Like, you can burst without getting debuffed, and you can get super stanced, and you have perm shield, which works in bosses that anti-heal you too.
It's
that's
got
crazy.
really really good damage uptime.
Mm-hmm.
That's for sure. But yeah, what does Blaster provide anything? Because like we're gonna go back to we just got off Dual Blade, right? But like is Blaster like that selfish DPS, or does it give something to the party?
It's a selfish DPS. So like if it were to, I really think that if it were to fill a DPS slot, it's one of the best ones to do so. Period in the whole game.
Especially now we're moving towards 2-minute meta. Not
Yep.
moving towards. We're in the 2-minute meta.
It gets over 30 FD from M3 and 4, one of the highest ones out of everybody.
Yeah, it's pretty
Insane.
crazy.
You can make an argument of like in terms of like pure damage output of all 2-minute classes, whether this is the strongest or Demon Avenger is the strongest, but I think it's Blaster.
The thing with Blaster though is like this is very much of a class that like if you know how to play it, you are extremely rewarded for it. Like there is no situation in the game where you can get punished if you know what you're doing. Straight up. DA, you can say like, you need RFS, 29 Frenzy, you have to like, get super, super good and have optimal conditions. But Blaster is one of those like, once you get it down, you are broken and you are pumping. It's not even
Yes.
just the constant DPS too. Like the burst is very good too. The Origin burst and the 2-minute burst are both very strong.
Since we brought up Demon Avenger, I think, yeah, like you said, like 29 Frenzy and Ruin Force Shield. The thing is, like, let's just say, like, even if Demon Avenger was ahead of Blaster in terms of damage output, Blaster has nothing holding it back.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Demon Avenger, you have to play around the fact that you're fucking... Not that you're paper, but you can be paper, right? Because you take extra damage. You do have damage reduction on a... I don't remember what the cooldown is, but you can't leave one-shots if you're playing properly, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you want to do optimal damage, you will be, like, essentially feast or famine mode. Like, you're really playing every second to dodge everything as best as you can and not die. But for Blaster, like, there's no Ruin Force Shield making it so you take extra damage. In fact, like, you're super tanky. You have super stance, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
And the most important thing that I feel like we didn't mention is that you have a lot of uptime, but not only do you have a lot of uptime, you're moving while attacking at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Not many classes can do that. That's like on the level of a Hurricane class, but not being a Hurricane class.
Exactly.
Yeah. And benefiting from
You're
attack
also
speed.
safer when
Yep.
hitting the boss.
Yeah.
I heard attack speed didn't really matter that much.
Is it because you're using like in-game macros or?
I think it's just because of the nature of the class. Like,
Okay.
because when you're comboing on Blaster, you basically get like pseudo attacks that makes your comboing come out sooner, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, they're still popping attack speed buffs regardless.
Yeah, I just think that like just not enough people want to understand how to play Blaster and just write it
100%.
off as like, you know, it just being like bad or, you know,
It's definitely a niche class.
disregard the class. A super niche, yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, that's literally the only thing that I could think of that takes away from Blaster is that it's hard to play. You're gonna have to watch a guide. You're gonna have to practice a lot. But when I think of like a main, it's like that's not too important to me. Like if I see this class visually and I watch videos, this is the way I think. Like when I get into a game, I watch videos of what like certain classes or champions do, and I'm like, yo, this looks sick. I want to play it, and like I want to be like this guy who's a pro, and then I'll do whatever it takes to learn it. So if you have that mindset and like you want to be like, I don't know, Heat Boy or something playing Blaster, then you will 100% be rewarded if you take that path. 100%.
Like if you like actually want to play it, like you'll learn it, right? But like if you come into it, you know, like half-heartedly, like you're not gonna care as much, right? And you're just gonna drop it or write it off.
Yep. For me, I would put it at the top, unethical OP. Even if,
unethical?
Yeah, I think it's that good.
That good?
Even if like the contingency is like you have to learn it, I think because this is a mains tier list, like yeah, you're gonna have to learn fucking everything. You're gonna have to learn every class and how the game works.
I will say there's not that many classes in this game that really. There's like Blaster has unironically training wheels.
It's funny
because you have damage reduction and an overshield. It's like while you're still learning comboing, you're going to get hit and shit, right? You're going to get punished for not being that good, but you have that damage reduction and the overshield to help you move along, right? Like you might not have both of the rails up in a bowling lane. You're still gonna get some gutter balls in there, right? You have one of them up at least.
I actually don't think you'll gutter, bro, ever on Blaster.
Throw the ball hard enough.
You go in a different lane.
Yeah, go in a different lane.
But that like you know what I mean though, right? Like while you're learning the class, like the class gives you a lot of protection so that
there's
you
so
fuck
much
up, but like
forgiveness.
you don't get immediately punished. The punishment is that you're losing out on damage.
Yeah, there's so much forgiveness on this shit, 100%, bro. Nah, this shit is so OP, bro. Like, I ain't even gonna hold you, bro. Like, this shit is insane.
Like when it comes to Blaster though, personally, I know people that play Blaster, whether it's like maybe like a main or like a second main, but I personally haven't seen like a 500 mil CP Blaster in heroic, you know. So like I don't really know like what they can do. Like just purely speaking from damage right now.
I think of it as like, yeah. I don't know any Blaster that's Giga juiced out of their mind, like at the highest level. But I do know some really, really strong Blasters, like 400 mil, 350 plus, and their performance is insane. Like relative to other DPS slots, like I don't know, that shit's wild.
Yeah, because if it is that selfish DPS, like, you know, if we're gonna put it in unethical, then like it's gotta fucking pump.
What do you think, Phil?
I'm with you.
Yep.
I think it's unethical OP for sure.
Okay.
Because like, when we were still at the early beginnings of ushering into the 2-minute meta, like back when we were on H calling, like before we had like the support nurse, right? When there was actually like a lot of H calling parties, like a Blaster that I know, Drop, also a Blaster in Savages, like his burst, mind you, he was also using continuous, right? His burst was able to keep up with the 3-minute classes in his party with like, and he was also the one holding the boss too.
Crazy.
So he wouldn't be getting all the party buffs either, right? So not only was his burst also able to keep up with the 3-minute classes in his party, but like obviously Blaster's got the DPM down too, right? I think I think it's a rare moment where a class's burst is also just as good as its DPM, especially when you compare it to other classes too.
Mm-hmm.
So I think when you have those two things, you are definitely an outlier, right? For example, like when you look at Nightwalker, their burst is also really good, but their spears last 90 seconds after the fact too.
Mm-hmm.
Same with Mercedes' spirits.
Yeah. Okay. This shit broken as hell. All right, next class.
Did we touch on the mobbing though?
Oh, bro, that shit doesn't matter. You have Janice now.
Okay, I'm just okay.
Yeah, I don't really think, like, especially when you come to a consideration for a main, and I tell this like to everybody, right? Because like of hyper burning, you know, and just how quickly Nexon wants you to get into like the new systems. With Janice, like mobbing until then is just like very irrelevant. You know, like if you're gonna struggle for a bit, you're gonna struggle for a bit, but things will just get significantly easier.
No, it's definitely it's a class that the mobbing gets easier and easier as you like level up more and more. Zero's 260, yeah, sucks, no Janice, but you have Hyperburn and your dailies can get you to 260 within 4 weeks. Like,
you don't even need to like grind exactly
to
you don't have to hit 260.
Anything. And then once you get Janice, like, yeah, you're gonna have to get used to it a little bit, but once you do, like, it's easy. And especially once you get like higher level Janice, like level 20, that's it. Like, you're done. You just put your balls down. That's it. All right, let's move on to Blaze Wizard.
Infernal Conduit.
Shit needs to be buffed.
Nah, bro. Blaze Wizard, I can't, bro. Blaze Wizard, I can't.
I think this is also a class that really suffers. I mean, okay, honestly, sometimes I don't know if Nexon does this just to keep the class, like, I don't know, like, unique or whatever. But this class also has a fucking crisis when it comes to, like, cooldown unifying. Like, I remember, like, back in the day when people were recruiting for H-calling, people were considering, like, oh, you know, having a Blaze Wizard in the party for FD stacking. And then I just heard so many different versions of Blaze Wizard being like, oh, no, Blaze Wizard's a 2-minute class. No, it's a 3-minute class. Like, to this day, I still don't know what it is.
It's definitely a 2-minute class, for sure. Its Infernal Sphere has a 2-minute total charge time to get all 10 stacks. That's, like, their entire class, and it's 2-minute. That skill is the whole class. You know what's good about Blaze Wizard, though, is they're very fraggy efficient.
Yeah, but everyone maxes their Hexa eventually.
Yeah, I just want to say something nice. Hayato has higher DPS and output than Blaster, so I'll be waiting patiently to where it tanks. Yeah, me when I make shit up, bro. I didn't even get a second mastery. Anyways, so back to Blaze Wizard. So, okay. I'm going to be honest with you, like, even the Blaze Wizards that I know in terms of strictly a gameplay experience, not even damage or output, I feel like some of them don't even like the way it fucking plays regardless. Because you don't even have, like, you don't have that much movement options other than, like, slight air stall with Inferno Sphere, regular schmegular flash jump, and a TP that puts you back to the same location, but you have to replace the checkpoint marker every single time. You don't have a dash, so you don't have a TP, you don't have, like, any other air stall besides Inferno Sphere or anything like that. You don't have to replace it anymore? Okay. W.
Yeah, so to me, like, it just seems like it's like a Explorer Archer. I mean, it's like a BowMaster / Marksman movement, but without the covering fire.
Yeah, it's like that. Which is, like, honestly, for today's standard, like, that's pretty low on the movement. You know what I mean?
If you give Blaze Wizard, like, a Lynn TP, like that kind of dash skill, the class will just be infinitely better.
Yeah.
It'll feel a lot better to play, too.
It feels so much better. Even a small dash, like the Night Lord one, even something as small as that.
I'll say, I think I mentioned this back when we were doing the Ignition tier list. is that this class is a rework. One of the things that, other than a lot of like rework on all of the old skills, one of the entirely new concept they added was their hyper, the one that makes them fire like 4 or 5 different lines of balls. I think it's called, what's that shit skill called? Like Phoenix Drive or
Phoenix
whatever.
Drive. Phoenix Drive.
I have a big problem with that skill because it shows them that they don't understand what is really the bread and butter of the class. Because it's a 90-second cooldown skill that gives you a buff that makes your main attack. It buffs your main attack. So that part, you can compare to Demon Slayer's Awakening, and they have also this other skill called Demon Bane, right? Back in the days, these two skills had no interaction, and then this was when the class was at its worst spot. Soon as they added in the mechanic where during Awakening, Bang has 90% final damage, the class skyrocketed in terms of like tiers. The fact that it has a 90-second cooldown skill that buffs your main attack that doesn't have any interaction with the bread and butter of your class, which is the Infernal Sphere, is just ridiculous to me when it was even a revamp of the class. Because that skill basically just has no interaction. It's counter interaction with their main burst.
Exactly.
If that skill just got what Demon Awakening got, the class will be fine.
Yes, it would be a lot better. Also, because of the support nerfs too, it's just like it lost so much value too, like that too. Very unfortunate. Honestly, it might be the lowest output out of all the classes, straight up. Like, unironically, I think I might have the lowest output.
Yeah, this class definitely needs some love.
I would put it at the bottom.
I think it desperately needs help because it's like again, I said earlier before, like this game has a lot of classes, and when you have a lot of classes, it's hard to balance all of them. Not only that, but obviously give it the attention it needs. But as much as we want that in a perfect world, it's not a perfect world. Obviously, the driving force of paying attention to classes is, well, one, the motivation to work on that class, but two, the driving force of, does this class sell well? So it's kind of like a negative feedback loop where it's like, okay, you have a wizard with mastery and just fire purely, but the class doesn't really play it like anything that's unique compared to the entire roster. And there's nothing really outstanding about the class either, in my opinion. Right? So because it lacks these things, there's only going to be like a few people who are willing to give it a shot, because it just doesn't really stand out that much outside of the fact that it's it's a fire mage, it's a blaze wizard. I think this is one of those classes that just, despite having a remaster, didn't really get what it needed.
Yes. Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't even know what the fuck the Ignition remaster did. I genuinely don't remember. I think it just changed the hyper and that's it. And added maybe Salamander.
They went more into the fox and the lion theme. And that's all I can remember. And that Phoenix Drive skill being
colors got nicer.
And then fell out of place.
I don't like how they look at Blaze Wizard and they're like, yeah, let's just keep nerfing this class.
True.
It's like of all the classes in the game, they're just like, yeah, this class just needs to keep getting nerfed, but like Nightwalker and Night Lord is just gonna keep getting away with it.
Yep.
I don't see, that's the thing, right? I'm very curious as to what is it that they saw that was like, oh yeah, no, like this is not it.
Yeah, I mean, same.
I
like,
agree.
But that's like the Nexon special when it comes to like nerfing something. Like, there's no rhyme or reason to things. As much as like, even if there's like the developer comments or whatever next to balance patches,
don't make sense.
It really is like, again, lack of foresight, very reactive of how they handle.
What are they seeing that like
What are they
we
reacting
don't?
on? Like straight
Exactly,
up.
because we play the game.
Yeah,
We played the game.
Wizard had that. I can't even think of a single time where Blaze Wizard had that insane performance where it was like this shit needs to be nerfed now.
Got nerfed.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah.
Origin got nerfed too.
Mm-hmm.
Like
That was wild when that happened.
when they leave classes like Xenon and Nightwalker where they are, like, does that mean that Nexon thinks that is how strong they should be? Right? And if they're nerfing Blaze Wizard, does that mean that, oh, no, this class is performing better than what we want it to, or than we would like it to, right?
Keeping them the same? Xenon got crazy buffed with the new M4, M3, M4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially with attack speed and also GMS special. They're gonna spin during their Mega Laser still, like.
Yeah.
But that's what I mean, like, the way they balance classes is just like, it really is just reactive. Like, I don't even think they understand what's really going on with each class.
I agree. I don't know what the fuck they're doing with this shit. I think it legit has the lowest output too out of all the classes, which
One
is
of the
insane.
yeah. I think it's one of the bottom like 5.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Like, I don't get it.
Deadass Wild Hunter didn't even get a remaster, and it's getting more love than Blaze Wizard.
Yeah. Resistance needs to be next. We're not even done with the heroes, but like, we can get into that later.
Yeah. That's true. Okay, let's move on to BowMaster.
Strong.
Strong.
I don't think it's unethical. Definitely not unethical, but it's strong.
Yeah, it's
At this point, yeah.
I have a general problem. Okay. Is this the first archer we talked about?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I have a general problem with archers these days.
Yes. Event buffs.
Yes. And the fact that they're giving out like crit rate like candies just with like all the new system they're adding, like, well, obviously event buffs and like
Artifact.
you know, the artifacts on all that stuff.
Only get stronger.
Legion champion
Mm-hmm.
buff. Probably
Legion
gets
And the
champion.
fact that
into it,
Yep.
and another thing that people tend to forget is that it's easier and easier and easier and easier to get Legion levels.
Yes.
And you're filling out more and more and more and more and more Legion blocks these days.
Mm-hmm. 9K is
And
the
all
new
these
norm.
things combined. One more very big offender to me and to me for in regards to archers is also Shade. When they did the FD nerf, support nerf, they targeted the support that just gave flat huge amount of FD, but they left out classes like Arc and Shade, Spirit Gate, and stuff like all the small things that they just completely did not think about.
Mm-hmm.
And like the archer, so all of a sudden the archer and Shay interaction became one of the most broken shit in the game at this point.
Yeah, but are there enough like shades in the game to really like warrant that?
I don't think that should be
like
something that
like a high level.
that should matter.
No.
I don't think that matters. It's just the way that the game works.
Okay.
I don't think that because the thing is, there's definitely enough shades because it got remastered, and the class got.
Well, maybe now, but I'm talking. I guess I was talking about like a bit like before.
Oh, not even. Also not even just Shade. Also, I mean, this is a combination of a lot of things led to this current meta of the game where like Archer suddenly became like way better than they were before. It's also because of the meta shift from 3-minute to 2-minute. There's also one of the big ones. And also things like even the arc you're talking about, the arc buffs also has crit rate.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because they don't think about these things as important because they're not directly buffs and they probably just
They're
think
not,
in
right,
90 minutes
right.
matter because everyone's max crit rate.
It's only for one specific like branch of classes would be Archer. And I mean, I agree. Archer's got like significantly more stronger over time because like we're just getting so much free crit rate now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's like the opposite spectrum of like mage parties with Evan.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you guys are
Evan,
saying
Kanna.
strong, but I felt like it was unethical OP, which I'm okay with putting in strong. But the reason I felt that way is because not only is it very strong, it's also like completely fucking brain dead and with the skill sequence coming out, like a monkey could output like at a stupid amount of damage on
That's
this class.
true. I think
BowMaster
though
is one of the classes that benefit literally one of the few classes that benefit the most from the skill sequencing. This class press like 12 different buttons before you start holding down Hurricane and just be done with it. Now that 12 button just becomes one. You press one button and just hold down Hurricane.
Yeah,
it does lack a true iframe though.
That's
and then
true.
like they did nerf its healing in favor of more damage, which is fine.
That's true.
But like, you know, it's survivability, don't get me wrong. It's still really fucking good.
It's got the homies.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got the homies. But like when it comes to like unethical, like I could see it, but I think it's like definitely strong at this point.
Yeah, I'm okay with putting it in strong.
It's in the strong category for now.
I think for me, my initial reaction was also like unethical OP because this is gonna be a league reference, but it's like when Garen's fucking OP. Like,
That's exactly what I said the other day. It's the same shit. It's just like when Garen's OP. It's like the brain dead character's OP. So it's like the value in playing this is insane. Anybody could pick it up if you're a new player. We all know how complicated this game is. Like when you're starting out, you don't know anything. You don't have to worry about like learning your class too. Like it's just like you perform at all stages. Even the training is super brain dead too.
Oh yeah, I mean when you guys put it like that, that is true. We have like same being 2 minutes. We have classes like Arc and Blaster that have to work for their damage, and you have like just this BowMaster right here pressing one skill sequence and Hurricane. Like what
upkeep
the
or
fuck is happening?
Yeah, they could upkeep with them or output even more.
With that being said though, like I don't. It is a whole different conversation to say that should damage be kept by the ceiling of the class. Like
I mean, I think so, but that's just a whole different conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a different conversation. I can see a reason why, as like that is one of the reasons why I think BowMaster's unethical OP. Like it's really straightforward. It's one of the most straightforward classes. Has a lot of training wheels too. We mentioned this before.
Yes.
The homies, you have the lifesteal, right? Like your movement's not terrible either, right? You do have to blink to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can blink to a spot that you set down. You have aerosol with covering fire, right? And again, you're also a hurricane class, so if there's any move set from a boss or a pattern or hazard or pattern that requires you to just stop attacking to immediately be prone, like that's what hurricane classes are really good at. Like at a command, bend and snap.
Yeah.
You can also just TP away.
Yes, you can also just TP away. Super OP in X-Lot.
Substitution jutsu.
All right, I mean, I agree. That's fair.
I can see both. Like I see both sides of this. I thought it was at the top.
I mean, it's definitely at least strong.
Yeah,
So-
100%.
I think in terms of its personal performance, I think the class's personal overall performance I will consider strong, but I think the ease of the difficulty of the class is literally unethical for how much damage it's doing.
Because
Like that's
Bishop,
where the word unethical is coming from.
like we have Bishop at unethical tier because not only is it strong itself, but in every other aspect of the game in terms of training and also like it also has training wheels too
And support.
You're always healing. You have teleports a 0-second iframe. You have
True.
self door. You give other people door. You have fountain, the little sippy cups that you mentioned. Like same thing with BowMaster. The only thing that BowMaster doesn't do is just give the whole party like steroids, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Both classes are also very easy to play.
Well,
Although
I
I
mean,
would say
like,
BowMaster is even easier.
I mean, like real sharp eyes, right? Like you do
Yes,
have you
that's
do
true.
have Wild Hunter pot, right? But like
is true.
you know, after that for longer fights, like there is something to be said about having real sharp eyes in the party.
Mm-hmm.
That is true. I forgot
Limbo.
to mention that.
A lot of the boss runs are long runs too. Nobody clears Limbo in like fucking 10 minutes. You know what I mean? Like they're all long runs. Kalos runs are long runs. Kalos runs, Aran runs. These are all long runs that you could benefit from a refresher of a buff. So I'm also thinking of like BowMaster versus Blaster, right? Like they both take up a DPS slot. BowMaster gives a little bit more support. Blaster, I would say, is like safer in the output. Like if you know what you're doing, you won't die as much. But BowMaster is still pretty safe too. So that's why I feel like it's up there because it's similar to Blaster.
I think BowMaster is safer.
Yeah,
think
and personally, if I was like refilling the last slot, if
really?
it's between Blaster and
Oh
BowMaster,
yeah, because you don't have to hands check them basically.
yeah, like
you know what you're getting yourself into. Like it's literally just a more stable choice. Like it's not gonna backfire on you. You can pick a blaster and then pick up a blaster. And
like a blaster,
don't know what they're doing.
A blaster having a bad day versus a BowMaster having a bad day.
Not even a bad day. Like what if they just bought our account like straight up? Like okay. Like I'm not even joking. Like you can't predict these things these days.
There's no way somebody's buying a fucking blaster account.
That is true.
There's legit no way.
But yeah, like
but just in case people do, like even if they bought a BowMaster, you can for sure know they can do a good job.
Yeah, like press 1 to 6. They hold her.
Not even just press one button.
Proof. This is literally bot count proof.
No, that's actually insane comms. This is crazy.
It's like having a fake ID. Like BowMaster just has like a 99% success rate of not getting like kicked out of the club or rejected by the bouncer.
Okay, that's fine. Move it up here. All right, let's.
Again, we can always change it, but
yeah, that's fine. Let's move on. Let's talk about Buccaneer.
At this point, man, overall good.
Overall good. Yes.
Yeah,
I
think so too.
If this tier list was like maybe like a year ago or something, I'd probably say strong, like pre 6 job, right? Yeah. But like at this point, yeah, like it's still very good. You know, it's a solid pick, absolutely.
I think if it was still like a 3-minute meta, like if the majority of players still like on that 3-minute meta mindset, then this is definitely strong.
Yeah, but, I think it's also a bit of a hand check too, right, for Buccaneer. Yeah, to be able to consistently output damage, right, because it's one of those classes that just benefits from being on the boss 100% of the time.
My comment on Buccaneer is that its only weakness is the fact that it's a 3-minute class. You change its cooldowns to be like if you made Howling Fist 1 minute cooldown and you made the freaking energy form 2 minute, like this class would be a freaking monster. Yeah, meltdown. Like this class would be a monster.
Lightning form.
I agree.
Like it's this class is like it's like having this class kind of has like an identity crisis right now, because from what I've been seeing a lot of Bucks and Dark Knights and then many other 3-minute classes that are unironically using Goddess and their Epic Adventure equivalent off cooldown.
Yeah.
Like even though they're a 3-minute class, like they're just using it off cooldown because while their big burst is still going to be really nice to have, if you're using it off cooldown, you're still going to have Goddess and EA for your origin burst. Right? It just makes it so that this class's damage is a lot more flat.
Yep.
I think because of the meta right now, where everything is just like 2-minute favored, and again, like for GMS, it was even more 3-minute favored because we had like Kanna and whatnot, right? But now that Kanna's just kind of like swept over the side by the wayside, and they've just nerfed FD stacking, and 2-minute classes are just like the king of the meta right now. I think Buccaneer is at minimum overall good, but honestly, like for what we can see right now, I think it might be capped at overall good right now.
Yeah.
It really is just being held back by the fact that it's a 3-minute class.
Yeah, that's personal experience. That's how I feel. Like I that exactly captures the state of the class.
Phil has a really strong book.
It's just a 3-minute class.
It does have Pirate Flag, which is honestly like I think it's pretty underrated.
It is, bro. That's the purple Benny.
It's good support.
But also it has very niche support with Time Leap.
That's true.
Like that Time Leap could
reset AB. Yep.
Not even that. Like if there's a 0 in your party, that's another Shadow Rain, isn't it?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure it's another Shadow Rain.
It does.
Essentially, it's like it's a wild card. Like it could be really good for your party, or it could just be like, okay, just AB Link.
Can skip smoke.
I think
I agree. I think it is overall good. I also want to mention about Buck that I think this is also a very noob-friendly class too.
Yes.
You can get the ball rolling on it very easily. Very forgiving with defense form. Has a lot of good base stats with crit rate and IED that can get the ball rolling better. Like if
defensive form.
Like if you're comparing yourself let's say you're like a friend group playing this game. You play Buck, another person plays like FP or something. You're gonna feel like the Buck dude is like getting ahead of you, for sure. But so like if you want to get the ball rolling on a class, this is a good one to pick, for sure. But it is overall good. It's just it's not super strong overall.
The way I would describe Buccaneer is like, it's like you're driving an automatic car in the city versus like driving a manual, like Blaster in the city. Like you're just doing a lot more.
Nah, but the manual car is like fucking way faster and cooler and like has better safety features and like it has nitro and shit.
Yeah, but you're in the city.
Yeah, you're always stopping.
You're not, yeah, exactly. You're stopping every like 30 seconds. You're not upstate, you know.
That's true.
It's a smart car.
Yeah, it's like the city bikes, bro. You just pick it up and go.
Yeah, I think it's very, very easy to pick up, and I think as you play the class more, like you'll develop the hands. Like it's not like it's not a barrier for entry, like by any means.
Yeah, 100%. All right, let's continue. Let's talk about Cadena. So, I think it's strong. I don't think it's unethical.
I think its burst is unethical.
Yeah? No, its output is very high, for sure.
Like, it is like, I mean, like, nah, I think Cadena is unethical. Like, I think there are tiers to Cadenas, but like, but you put the right person on the class, and this class is literally unethical. Like, its origin burst is insane, and its potential damage uptime is like the things it could do in a boss like that I've seen is just insane.
It's like
I agree. I just think that because it's 3 minutes, it's just like sucks a little just because of that. I don't think anything else about it is a bad, though.
I don't even think the fact that it's a 3 minute like it's a down at all.
I see.
Yeah.
The class definitely suffered a little bit because of the support nerfs, because it was really sharp on the burst side. But even though it was sharp on the burst side, like even its uptime and DPM was really good. Like the way I imagine Cadena is like if Blaster is the Flash, running around, zipping around, dealing punches and all that, like Cadena's fucking Spider-Man. Like they're able to also just like duck and dive, dodge all the attacks while maintaining damage uptime too.
Yeah, and for M3, M4, it gets like 15 skills or something.
Yeah, it does.
It gets everything else boosted, and that like does really good damage. So like the damage wise, like it's only getting insanely better.
It gets like 25 FD, one of the highest ones.
Yeah,
stupid amount of damage. This is a class you're gonna have to learn how to play. Probably watch a guide, join the Discord for. Just want to point that out. It's not a pickup and
probably you're gonna have to watch a guide. Yes.
Yep.
Does this class have like a true mini burst? Like not just last resort. Okay, is there any other cooldowns that they pop? Like would they swap to weapon jump after their war, or like do they just perma-cont?
I think they would just perm the cont.
Really?
I'm pretty sure this is a raw class. I'm not gonna lie. I think this is a raw class.
Oh, really? You don't think they just perm the cont? You think their DPS isn't that good?
I had the same question like just a month ago. I asked a few of my friends. They like all of them are saying this is a raw class.
Okay.
But that is now. A lot of people were telling me that this is going to be a cont class after M3, M4.
Okay. That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
That makes sense. I mean like. I will say though, I feel like most classes got their damage more flat, but there's other cases where it's like Aran, who just got even sharper on the burst. I would say Cadena is strong. I don't know where I would put it in.
Well, if we're putting it in strong, I think it would be at the top of strong. I could see the case for unethical though. The only thing holding it back for me personally is just that it's 3 minute, but I guess that doesn't really matter. That's it.
It's an outlier that it's a 3 minute class, but it's also really fucking good.
Yeah, because you would put Nightwalker there too, right? Even though it's a 3 minute. So like
exactly, like it being 3 minutes for certain classes, I don't think it matters as much.
I think its output and its consistent damage is probably
because,
enough.
I mean, there are 3-minute classes that just will have 3-minute parties created around them, basically.
Center of the universe type shit.
Yeah.
That's the sun. 2,000 years ago, comms. Okay, you can put it up here. That's fine. I'm okay with that. If you're watching this and wait, really? I thought we said this.
No, I'm saying strong. I don't think it's unethical.
I'm saying strong.
What the fuck? Okay.
I say unethical.
Let me think.
We are split again.
We are. We are split.
No, I thought it was unethical OP. Because
if we're taking into consideration future stuff, right? Like with M3,
that's the way I think
M4,
about it.
like not just even now, like it is unethical.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's only gonna get better, and I think it's one of the few 3-minute classes that can still be super good in a party, even though it's a 2-minute trajectory for the game, like Nightwalker. Okay. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I honestly, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I mean, my minimum for Cadena is definitely strong. I think the ceiling can go up to unethical OP.
To be honest with you, like, if you're watching this video at some point, like, if you're picking anything strong and above, like, you're playing an OP class, low key. Nothing to worry about.
I was gonna say, like, if you're playing anything overall good, you're fine.
Oh yeah. Anything overall good and above, you're definitely fine. You're probably still fine in these bottom classes, but you're just less fine. All good though.
Yeah, thinking about how it's gonna play some other class, I'm fine with putting Cadena in OP.
Okay. All right, let's move on to Cannon Master. Anyone play this? I play it.
I have friends that play it.
Yeah, friends.
I think with Cannon Master,
I think it's overall good.
I think it needs buffs.
Yeah,
from a pure damage standpoint, there should be no reason why, like, the difference between Cannon Master and Nightwalker is like so vastly like the between the bottom and the top, like it being like 50 or something FD. Like there should be no reason why.
Yeah, I think not even that. I think it's just Buck and Cannon Master. There's some disparity between.
Yeah, you could just compare within the pirates, right? Like CM is clearly the most struggling one.
I think it's the weakest one of the three.
Yep,
right now.
I agree. I think the fact that I really think they should make the bullets a big 3-minute burst or 2-minute or something. I think because the cooldowns are whack on it, like it just feels so awkward.
Well, yes, but like I think like to counter that a little bit, like because it can fit in either a 2 or 3-minute class, I think that's a big advantage.
That's true.
To it, right? Because most classes are 3 minutes though, right? Right now, like you're not really gonna see many pure 2-minute classes for a lot of bosses, a lot of comps. But that in itself, like can be a bit of a positive. But like it not having like a true identity, like being like either 2 or 3 minutes, moving forward can like hinder it a bit.
Yeah.
What I was gonna say,
I would like to remind everyone, this is after this. We're talking about this after Cannon Master recently received a 60% debuff on their cannonballs and 10% FD on their origin.
I was gonna say, I remember seeing some like BA indicating that I think depending on the party comp, 2-minute Cannon Master is better than 3-minute. I don't remember if that was post M3 or M4 though.
I think it will be before because I think Cannon Master's 3-minute did get a lot better after M3.
Yeah, the rolling rainbow, right? The Giga rolling rainbow.
So I think it will be before M3 and.
Honestly, yeah. For me, I think it's capped at overall good. I could definitely see it being in the would benefit from damage recall like buffs tier because it also suffers the same problem as Dual Blade where its main better in it, the cannonballs, like it's yes, you generate like one stack every 20 seconds or something. I don't remember, was it 25? it doesn't really have like a true like big guns. Like just it's kind of like split between everything. It does got a big gun. One thing that we didn't mention though, that it does have like, it's an explorer pirate, so it has flag. It also has the freaking Amazon packages every minute, right? Like,
dude, but that skill is so ass, bro.
I remember watching Attack Cannon's video, and he was doing like Seakal's solo. He was trying Seakal's solo after he finished his 3 Legion Legion champion characters. So like he was like, okay, this is my the most complete form at the time. So he was trying it, and then his pool maker landed on the 2nd floor. When he entered, he was like, fuck this, and then he literally jumped up to the 2nd floor and picked it up.
That's
like,
funny.
It just small things like that. Then when like the drop is not deterministic, then he just gets pissed about it. It just makes me. It's just funny.
No, I agree. It's ass.
That is annoying.
Shit, bro. You need to go out of your way to pick up a box that gives you 35% damage. It's so annoying, bro. It's so annoying. And the buff doesn't even last that long either. You're gonna have to pick up the box multiple times, straight up.
Yeah. And also at the end of that video, he was trying to like show off like his personal achievement, right? And like his entire chat was just feeling bad about him, bad for him, where he spent this much money and then this class is only doing this much.
Yeah. No, that shit definitely sucks. The thing about CM, this is a bit of a little different point about it, but just for anybody who's watching this, if you're looking for a main, I promise you, like, if you train this at low level, it's going to feel like the most dog shit thing you could ever imagine. But once you're 260 plus, I promise it gets better. Like, don't worry. I just want to throw that in there as well. Like, the pool maker procs become way better. The Zuka gets way bigger. Like, so you're good.
What would you want to change about the pool maker to make it more consistent?
I don't know, land on you or something. Like, it literally just lands on you. Yeah. Bro, like that shit. I don't even know how to word it. It's like the Lara veins. Like, they just spawn around you and you have to like. The thing with the Lara veins is like you have a skill that can manually like put a vein on you whenever you want, right? So it helps make it up. But like it's like the Lara veins if you didn't have that skill. Like, imagine you have to go out of your way to put some shit down. Like, that shit's annoying as fuck.
Even just make a bigger detection rate. Okay, first of all, make it so that you don't have to press up on it. Second of all, like you don't have to press up on it. And
yeah, you just jump over it like a combo.
When you are getting to a proximity of the box, it just automatically gets picked and gets triggered. And make that detection range big enough so that it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like it's too out of weight, no matter where it drops.
Like a vac pet.
Yeah.
Imagine the vac pet activates the box.
But anyways, in that regards, it's a quality of life buff that it desperately needs, actually.
Yes, I think it needs. For me, I would have put it at the bottom, and it's just because of the quality of life. To be honest with you, like that's where I would have put this shit. I think it just needs to be tweaked a little.
In many regards too, it's like Nexon needs to figure out whether they want this class to be 2 or 3 minute class and make it like solid on that, and also just. The shit like pool maker.
Well, I get what Matt was saying though. It's same with Blazezard. Like playing 2 minute or 3 minute could be beneficial though. You could slot into any party. Like True. That's nice though.
I think like should that just be a downside of those classes that can do that? Like they're just like they can flex between 2 and 3 minute, but they're not necessarily like they're like a jack of all trades type shit. Like they're not really.
Yeah, like if you're that type of class, that means that you're not gonna be top or any of those categories. And when people make a 2 or 3 minute party, you're never gonna be the first party. It's like, oh, I have one more slot. Like, I guess I can pick you up.
That's true. That's actually a good point. If you're playing on both sides, you're stretched too thin. You know what I mean? Like you're never gonna have the most optimal for either because you're playing on both.
And now that we're switching to like a 3-man
Bishop disagrees.
Meta, and also when we're switching to a 3-man party meta, it's not gonna be like, okay, who would I fill out the 6 slot with? It's more gonna be like our party's full. Sorry.
Yeah.
I think for right now, flexing is okay. Like I said.
Yeah. Right now.
Yeah. But I think moving like forward, like it's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
Yep. So where are we putting it?
I think just like would benefit from damage and quality of life buffs.
Okay.
Yeah.
I agree. Again, I want to make it clear. I'm going to say this probably every single time we put something at the bottom. You can play this. You can have a fulfilling experience. You could clear everything in the game on any of these classes. And it doesn't mean your class is shit. You just need... it just needs a little help in certain ways. That's it. And I keep saying that shit. All right. Next class. Corsair. Phil, you play this shit.
No, I've not played this for a very, very long time.
Okay. Well, Corsair... So here's the thing with Corsairs. I think the output's actually pretty good. But it's very... well, they made the cooldowns better, though. It used to be pretty bad, like DB, but they made them definitely a lot better now. I think another thing about Sarah that's really good is it has, like, super brain-dead training, too. So that's, like, very nice, and it feels good. It's a Hurricane class, so you could, like, move around and... dodge things very easily, like in I don't know, Limbo or BM or something like that. Another thing about Sarah that's very, very important to mention is this is a very micro heavy class. So if you're somebody who like for me personally, I realized that I actually really like micro classes, like playing Hayato, FP, or Lara, where you're just like constantly pressing shit. I get so bored playing like a hold down one button class. So if you're that type of person, Corsair is really good because you have to constantly replace your summons and proc your brain scrambler and stuff like that. But so for some people that's very, very annoying though, but I just wanted to put that out there. This class can play, I believe this class is optimal output. I don't know if it's right now or after M3, M4, is actually 2 minute despite it having a 3-minute cooldown. Which is very interesting.
It's after M3, M4.
Yeah, after
Current
M3,
patch,
M4.
Current patch playing as 2 minute versus 3 minutes about 2 minutes about 66% of the lower than playing at 3 minute.
That's very, very interesting. So like you could slot into both parties, which is good for this class. It's like CM but better.
I will have to mention though, it can play 2 minute for two reasons. First of all, like 2 minutes is the meta right now. And second of all, it's because the 3 minute it only has one 3 minute skill, and that 3 minute skill is kind of weak.
Is this a Kant class?
Yes.
Yeah.
After M3, M4, it definitely will be a Kant class.
Okay.
Which is nice. One ring only.
Okay. I feel like...
I don't know where to put it though. I think I'd probably still put in overall good though.
I mean, this is with M3, M4 though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it'll be overall good.
Really? Okay.
You think it goes up to strong with M3, M4? I mean, M3, M4 is a lot. It's like 20 FD. It's still a lot it gains, but I don't know if it's relative to everybody else, if it's actually going to bump it up that high. I could see that happen because the Brain Scrambler boost is really, really good. But I'm not 100% sure how high it could go.
Actually,
It's the Hurricane class too.
It is, yeah. I was mentioning that.
You got Pirate Flag.
I think
Yeah,
if it was
support.
like a pure 2 minute class, it would be very easy for me to put just straight up just put it in strong.
Well, it definitely
not.
becomes like a 3-minute class though after M3, M4, right? Does it lean harder towards 3 minute after M3, M4?
No, 2 minute, 2 minute.
2
Oh,
minutes.
2 minutes?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
plays 2 minute after M3, M4. It still has its 3 minute like big Nautilus skill, but you would just use Goddess and your cooldowns off cooldown as
Yeah,
2 minute.
I think it's literally you press off your cooldowns off cooldown type beat.
What? Really? Okay.
Yeah. Almost whack-a-mole.
I mean, I would say minimum overall good.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I agree. I just
I
don't
could
know
see it
where
going to strong, though.
specifically though. You could put it on the lower end of strong.
Like, okay, but if we put it on the lower end of strong, then we all have to agree that it's better than what we have in overall good so far. So do we think Corsair is better than Buck?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll just say one thing. Like Buck can, yeah, Bug is a 3-minute class.
I think by the
At the end of
nature
the day.
of Sarah being able to play 2-minute automatically puts it better.
So better than
all those
for
three.
Adele then. All
Yeah.
three will okay.
You can see a trend now. Everything that we're putting overall good are pure 3-minute classes right now.
Yeah.
That is true.
And the things that are strong are 2-minute or they have absurd 3-minute / consistent. Now again, this is not an output tier list, but like the output is very important.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm down to
We
put it
can
at
roll
the
with it for now and then see.
Yeah.
Where
I'm down to put it at the top of overall good, but
Okay. that's
maybe
fine.
maybe there's a
sure.
world where it's bottom of it strong or something.
Okay.
Sure.
You have any thoughts
No.
on this, Matt?
I don't really know much about Corsair to like have an opinion. I've seen some pretty juiced Corsairs like overall, but like when it comes to its like kit, yeah.
Okay.
Wait,
Okay,
I got one question though. I think it's called bullet time or bullet party. That's when like it's like it's almost like a Sura.
yeah,
right?
yeah. It's like a sure, but
So
better.
when you're doing that skill, you can. Is there nothing else you can do? Like you can flash up and whatever, but you're only using that attack when you're doing that, right?
Yeah.
So it's effectively like a key
except,
down.
Except all your summons and crewmates are still going.
Mhm.
Okay.
Which is a huge part of your damage.
Only thing you're missing, the skill was bad back in the days, just because the fact that you have like that headshot or brain scrambler was so strong, you have to use it every 5 seconds. But during a patch, they when they fixed the cooldown on bullet party to 90 seconds, they actually made the duration to be fit in between 2 brain scramblers. So the only thing that you're missing, that you're missing by doing the bullet party is just your hurricane, and it's basically like an enhanced hurricane for that.
So it's like a Sura. Basically, it's like a Sura.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
extended by server lag. It's just
Yeah.
better Ashura.
It used to be extended.
07.
Anyways.
All right, that's fine.
Okay.
All right, let's move on to Dark Knight. What do we think of Dark Knight?
If Dark Knight was a 2-minute class, yeah, never mind.
I don't really know where to put this because Dark Knight solo is insane.
Bro, I want a tier that's called Too Bad This is a 3-minute class.
That's funny.
Maybe probably also like at the top of like overall good. Yeah, I think solo wise, Dark Knight is one of the best classes in the game.
Mm-hmm.
But in a party setting, because I don't think it offers anything. Right? Is it? I think it's a
Beholder
selfish
gives
DPS.
like a 35 attack and magic attack or something.
Yeah, it's an attack buff, yeah.
Okay, attack buff. But for the most part, I guess I would consider it to be like a selfish DPS.
Yes.
And it just doesn't like just from pure damage standpoint, right? I know it's not like all about damage, but it just doesn't like contribute like as much as it should.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, it really is held back by the fact that it's a 3-minute class.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it would just be like a reskin Kaiser, which is funny because the reason why we have Dark Knight is because we have a Kaiser. Kaiser took the dragon
That's
theme
funny.
from it.
True.
I am okay with putting it like I don't think it's necessarily that much better or that much worse than Corsair. Just because the solo capability of Dark Knight is just absurd. But like Corsair's like flexibility kind of like makes up for that fact, right?
Mm-hmm.
Spears over guns. Yeah, what do you bring into a fight? A spear or a gun? I guess that answers the question. You put the spear behind Corsair, dude.
I think that's fine and overall good. I think another thing that's important to mention for the baby Dark Knights watching this is a class that you definitely will take a little bit of time to get the ball rolling. You need a really good inner ability, buff duration, attack speed. You need a bunch of Legion. You need a cooldown hat. All these things are like slight prerequisites to get the full value from the class. So if you feel like you're a Dark Knight and you feel like it's like your prog is shit, like trust me, it gets a lot better when you have those things set up.
Oh yeah, one other thing I want to mention. This is also one of the classes that got like secretly. It's secretly being eaten because of the power creep of more system being added into the game over the years.
Oh yeah,
Legion
more buff
artifacts,
duration and shit.
80% buff duration, and also the fact that we just have more Legion nowadays. Even the fact that like I is much easier to roll than when it was back in the days.
Mm-hmm.
You used to be able to sandwich, get what you want.
The sandwich. Every all-stat line of flame had jump. Or speed.
I know. So dumb. Okay, so where did you want to rep? You find Sarah?
We can.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that we're gonna pull a lot of classes. Like I think by the end of this, we're gonna have a very short list of strong and a very long list of overall good, and we're gonna have to readjust. So let's just
That's
put in
fine.
overall good, and we can see later.
Well, I mean, I think strong like needs to be like not much holding it back,
Mhm.
right? It's because it's not unethical because it has like
A
a
glaring
major
weakness of some
flaw,
sort.
Mhm.
right, exactly. But it's like overall good is still fine, but but the class still needs like something to really elevate it, right? It's missing something to elevate it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
essentially, it's like overall good means that the classes in there, they're not outstanding in what they exist in.
Mhm.
Basically, like for the category that they exist in, they're overall good, but they don't stand out in that category.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like Cadena's a 3-minute class, but Cadena stands out because its 3-minute burst is ridiculous, right?
Mhm.
Yes, and the 6-minute burst is also like way more ridiculous.
Mhm. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Well, the other thing about Cadena, not just about the output, it's also super tanky, right? Like that's also very
Super stance,
important.
overshield,
Mm-hmm.
dark side,
Excellent
but that's
movement.
kind of losing.
I mean, it's losing as its importance. Dark side, like that shit doesn't even do that much anymore these days.
Still nice to have, obviously, for the
Yeah,
legacy
yeah.
bosses.
Of course, bro. Magnus is scary.
Yup.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay, let's continue to Dawn Warrior. I think Matt plays this the most out of all of us.
How the mighty have fallen.
I know, right?
The fallen
Wrath.
warrior. I don't know. I would still put it as overall good. You know, I wouldn't put it in the would benefit from because before 6 Job came out, right, and post Ignition, like Dawn Warrior was on top, right?
Mhm.
It's only like post 6 Job that like its origin is one of the weakest, and it's more DPM, right? But because we're moving towards that, it's overall good, right? Because we're more like less like going away from the burst. Like burst needs to be like good enough. It doesn't need to be necessarily amazing, but like damage over time like really dictates like longer fights.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think I disagree.
Back-ended too.
I think it's
It still offers support. I mean, True Sight is still okay. It's not as good as before,
5%.
but it's still okay.
What is
Right.
the offer now?
5% FD.
5%,
5FD.
and then it's
Something.
10 to the Dawn Warrior itself, so it still keeps that 10 FD.
Mm-hmm.
It's not to the whole party. I think, but yeah, it definitely could benefit from more damage and quality of life improvements, but I wouldn't necessarily put it there. Given like M3, M4 as well, like it's getting a really good boost, in damage uptime or damage overtime rather, right, instead of just burst.
Mm-hmm.
I think one thing about Dawn Warrior I want to mention is that it is kind of unfortunate that its condensed burst skill is on a 90-second cooldown and its lasting burst skill is on a 3-minute cooldown. If they swap that, this class will be... I think this class will be in a much better place. For example, like if the black hole skill currently it's on 90-second cooldown
Eclipse?
for 10-second duration. Yeah, well, no, the black hole
Oh,
thing.
Cosmos.
Yeah, that thing. If that skill had a 3-minute cooldown level of percentage and on a 3-minute cooldown, and swap that with the
Rift.
Yeah, Rift to be 90-second cooldown, like 20-second duration or whatever, this class will be in a much better shape.
I actually agree. I completely agree with that. Yeah. think it'd be more fun
exactly.
to play too.
Dawn Warrior's burst just makes no fucking sense, especially like when you pop Origin.
Yep.
Origin like literally does no damage, but like you have to pop Rift because you're popping like your Roar, but then you're losing like a fourth of Rift, which is your burst, right? Like it's doing nothing. Like you're literally doing fucking nothing. So like, why did you pop it? Right? It's like, oh, I have to because my cooldowns need to be in sync, right? Like I can't just deviate, right? Because then the whole fucking boss fight is, going out the window.
Is exactly why I think it belongs and would benefit from damage or quality life plus. Its own kit is fighting against logic. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
The thing that we didn't mention is that the Origin also gives you FD buff after the fact.
Yeah.
Right? It's just like Fire Poison, except Fire Poison is just doesn't have these issues.
Right.
You would see this trend with a lot of classes where like a lot of these issues that like these class has issues, but a lot of these issues back in the days were just like overshadowed by the fact that like that one thing that this class was super excellent. For in Dawnwar's case, its support was like off the chart.
Damage, like support was off the chart, but also its personal damage it brought along was also nothing to scoff at, right?
Yeah.
Like this is what I mean by like if you give a class enough damage, it will just overshadow its weaknesses that it has.
Yeah.
Right. Like
But
this
now
has
that
always
the
been an
support
issue
gets
about
taken
Dawn
away-
Warrior.
Yeah,
But it's also like
when the-
super easy to pick up though. Like super easy to play.
Yeah.
It's super noob friendly.
Can
You know,
one-shot.
and it's getting a super good like buff for M3, M4, buffing like Cosmos and everything, or Cosmic Burst, sorry. So I don't know, like I do agree with you that I wouldn't mind putting it in, would benefit from damage and quality of life buffs, but I think it's just overall good still. Like it's overall good. Despite it needing a few tweaks.
Yeah, I just don't want to put I also don't want to put a class in the same tier as Blizz Wizard and CM. No offense to Blizz Wizard and CM. I just don't want to put Downward in the same tier as those.
For me, I hear what Tommy's saying and I agree, but I would put it in overall good because if somebody were to start playing this game and they start playing Dawn Warrior, yeah, like that shit's gonna bother them, like the whole Origin and Rift being wasted, similarly to Hero, but they're still gonna have an overall good experience on that game though. That's the way I think about it.
Yeah.
Like, what's your experience gonna be like on the game? You're probably still gonna get into parties. You're probably still gonna, train to get to a high level and be able to solo shit, all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's still gonna be fine. That's
I
the
do
way
see
I think
Tommy's
of it.
perspective though. He really
Yeah.
doesn't want people to walk out of this thinking that these classes don't have any problem with them, which they do.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean,
think-
it's so hard to like just account for everything though. Like something has to get sacrificed. Like that's just the nature of a tier list. So it's a flawed system, straight up.
I think it's quite unfortunate that Dawn Warrior is a roar class, not a con class.
It's a con class post M3, M4. It's
Oh.
con 5, yeah.
Okay.
Like if I'm getting grindstones, I'm not tapping roars. Like I'm tapping continuous. It's looking for the future.
But yeah, like the issue of like it being back ended was even worse before because Ozring affected benediction,
Mhm.
so you just had to like cut your bursts earlier.
Yeah,
so
I
it could
mean,
fit with the team.
but like even when I'm soloing now, like I don't even like backload anymore. Like all Dawn War, like you just front load like everything because you're so used to it doing it in a party, and now you're strong enough to the point where like you don't even need to like backload.
Yeah, I think that's also because your Downward is very, very strong at this point. You
Yeah,
don't need to
it's
worry about
funny.
these details.
You got them internals, brother.
Joe's.
But anyways, yeah. I think it should just be put in overall good.
Okay, that's fine. All right, let's move on to Demon Avenger. Now, when I think of Demon Avenger, yes, its output is really good. We all are aware of this. Super duper strong class. But I really think playing a class that needs an RFS is like the dumbest experience on this game. Straight up.
I think we need to define what you mean by need.
Okay. Maybe need really isn't the correct word for that. But I just think that the feeling of it, of like, I'm trying to get this item that makes me much stronger. And if I don't get it, I'm like nerfed essentially. Like that's annoying as fuck.
You think the RFS is like a crutch to the class, for the demons?
Yeah, I think RFS is a crutch to demons in general. Yes,
but
I think it'd be better if it didn't even
you're
have it.
going to get it eventually though. Like I understand that like until you get this, you're not going to feel like you're doing the most you can, right? But I also just feel like that's just from a damage standpoint, right? And damage is gained over time. So like it sucks that there's no like guaranteed way to get it, right? Like because it's an RNG drop from Damien, but like it's just something that is going to be worked towards.
I just hate that there's this like variance element to your cap. You know what I mean? Like there's a variance element to everybody's cap through pitch and whatever eternal waiting room and all that stuff. But like these demons especially have like this one extra thing that makes them even more worse off if you get unlucky, which I think is just a bad experience. But to be honest with you, like I don't know how much I should factor that into the equation because.
Well, I think for the tier list, like I mean, I think both demons are just unethical.
Oh,
so,
I agree. I agree.
They're both unethical.
I think DS is whatever. We'll talk about it in a bit. Never mind. Let's continue.
Someone's asking how's needing RFS different from needing CD hat. One you can brute force. One you
bro. What are you talking about? How's RFS different from needing a CD hat, bro? CD hat is like just mesos, bro. You will get a CD hat eventually.
You can brute force it. Gated. You can be like 2-3 years of doing hard Damien and no RFS.
Yep, and then some freaking Johnny started 2 weeks ago, killed End Damien, got it.
Bro, I have like 5 RFSs on my account, bro. Straight up.
Yeah.
So dumb.
I mean, like if there was like a way to craft an RFS, right? Like that would be a lot better, right?
Yeah, we just need Extreme Damien, right, guys?
Yeah.
I mean,
I know.
Damien's
well,
a whole
I mean, like Extreme Damien will just drop like an upgraded RFS.
Yeah, that'd be so funny.
No.
You drop the RFS.
Extreme Damien will drop an RFS scroll that you can apply to anyone's secondary.
Ooh,
bro, stop! Your secondary's OP enough. Stop.
Bro, I know for a fact that like before the winter winter KMS announcement, like all of these Demon Slayer and Demon Avenger heads like coping that the Damien is the next one to get the extreme mode after Lotus.
Bro, I think everybody thought that though.
Yeah, I think everyone thought that.
But to be fair though, Damien
has definitely coped the most.
No,
those
I
two
agree.
are 2 peas in a pod.
Bro, but the Lotus revamp wasn't even in the big announcement though. It was after the big patch. It was after true. So like we could still get Damien in the next cycle. Low-key. Who knows though? That's a different conversation. Either way though, I agree. I still think DA is an unethical class regardless. Its output is too crazy. You can play it in 2 different game modes. Like if you're a noob, you can play 30 Frenzy and still have a good time on the game. And then once you want to get better, you could take your training weights off and play 29. Like I think that's crazy to be honest with you. Like you can play and learn the game at 30, and then when you get better, you have like a plus 30 FD amp that you could just use straight up.
Yo, 30 no cast 30 Frenzy and no RFS DA is like the tankiest shit in the world.
Yeah, you can't die in that shit straight up.
Bod on a Demon Avenger is an even different level.
Oh hell no.
Yeah.
Its training is brain dead too. With shield training, like unironically you hold down one button.
Yeah, shield and then like the FMA, like 1,000 something. I don't know.
1,000 swords, cuts. Yeah. It's like Falcon's Honor, same thing.
Level 1 mastery on that skill is +1 shield.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's so
That's
crazy.
a lot. Like it makes the skill functionally better too. Not even just output.
Plus 33 FD instant. What?
Yeah, that's a lot. That's so much. Fraggy efficient class.
Yeah, I don't know what is there more to say about the 2 demons. They're just both unethical.
We could just bundle them together, to be honest.
No. We have to talk about Demon Slayer separately.
Do we?
Yes.
What else? What else is there to say about Demon Slayer specifically?
I want to make a specific point about how OP TP farming is.
Wait. Demon Avenger is like the hard-working like brother, and then Demon Slayer is like the brother with the path of being a drug lord.
Yes, bro, not even a drug lord, bro. Demon Slayer is just like you won the fucking lottery. Like you didn't do anything, and you're the best class in the whole game, bro. Dude, it's so crazy. People just the Demon Slayers in the chat. They always just complain whenever I talk about Demon Slayer, but I don't give a fuck, bro. This shit is the most broken shit.
There's nothing to complain
game.
about Demon Slayer. What's
Dude,
what's one glaring weakness about Demon
Nothing.
Slayer?
There's nothing.
I forgot to turn on my blue blood.
This is the most perfect class you
like,
could ever imagine the whole game. You can
also for
auto
the
train for
longest
20
time,
minutes at a time.
For the longest time, when you accuse them of these like they're like crazy damage output and the fact that they don't even need to train themselves, they always like bring up like Nightwalker as their like covering fire.
Yeah.
They still have to loot themselves. What are you talking about?
Bro, exactly. Oh, what's the difference from
in
bite
comparison,
farming?
dude, in comparison, it makes Nightwalker looks ethical. Like,
Bro, you don't need a
what in
vac
the
pet on
actual
Demon
world?
Slayer. You don't need a vac pet on this shit either. What class do you not need a vac pet on? Like, is that not insane? You don't need a vac pet. What
no,
the fuck?
wait. It's not that you don't need a vac pet. It's that their kill rate is so high now that you need a vac pet.
No, you could get away with not having it still.
No, you cannot.
Bro, what are you talking
No,
about?
after dusk, you cannot.
I mean, you're full map clearing.
Yeah, you're
Dusk,
full clearing
so-
as a Demon Slayer now. You have to have vac pet.
Bro, I get it, but like you can still not get one and still like.
Okay, you
be
can say that
better
about every
off.
class.
No, it's not the same. It's not the same because you're still
It's
auto
not the same because
looting.
you're saying it's not the same.
No, it's not the same because you're still auto looting regardless. Like whether you have the vac pet or not. If you have 3 extended auto move regular pets,
Bro, you
you're
can
still gonna
afford
get
the
crazy
vac pet
value.
anyways because you're not even at your freaking computer.
That's true. That's a good point. That's a good point. Bro, there's no other class that fits with like IRL prog more than Demon Slayer. Straight up. You know how many Demon Slayers I know just watch
players are making more money IRL and in game than you. Like,
I
you
know,
that.
bro. It's fucked. Like it's bad, bro. Bro, the crazy thing about
I
DS,
know one already.
bro, they're watching right now just smiling, bro. Like they're watching right now with the biggest smile.
Yeah, they're
on
in their
face.
fucking jacuzzi. They're on their yacht that has a jacuzzi.
biggest
freaking,
smile
like-
on their face, bro.
Bro, you know these Demon Slayers, they have like 3 monitors. One screen, they're playing like TFT, and second monitor, they're
Yep.
watching this, and on their laptop, they're like fucking like TP farming right now.
Bro,
Like,
not-
no, you know for a fact they're doing that right
Bro,
now.
not
Like,
even
They got a
TFT.
foot pedal too.
They're playing like
Or a controller.
They're playing like competitive League of Legends. Like they're playing a whole different like 100% brain power game too. Like it's like
challenger, ranked match, and all that shit. Like,
yes, exactly. And they're gapping us at the same time. Bro,
like MapleStory's their side game.
yes, bro, this is like the auto farm cookie clicker game for them when you play Demon Slayer. Straight up. No other class can do that. It's completely unethical. Nexon, remove this shit from that game. Put demon fucking put demon I mean
True lock.
Chaos lock. Put chaos
On a
lock
cooldown.
on a cooldown or boss target only. That's it.
No, you know what they need to do? Similar to Kanna's TP, they just need to make it not usable in monster maps,
Yes.
and
exactly.
only in town.
Yes.
You know, and that'll
Yeah.
just kill the majority of. Demon
It'll weed
Slayer
them out
mains.
too. You'll see them TPing
When
around
do you
in
ever
town,
chaos
too.
lock in town?
like, yeah, this is the thing. Like, Kanna is not even a Camus class.
I mean,
and they figure
you
out
will
how
after
to
the
prevent that
change.
shit.
Mm-hmm.
So-
Like, Kanna isn't even a Camus class, and these like overseas devs like
What
figure
the
out a way
fuck?
to counter that.
Yeah. Now this guy's getting angry.
I'm actually angry right now.
No, this is crazy. This class, I actually hate Demon Slayer so much. Every time I make a tier list, this shit's at the top. Whether it's a boss mule, C10E boss mule, a Legion champ, or a main. This shit's like the most broken thing ever, bro. Straight up.
Bro, right now there's one Demon Slayer out there like just unleashing their rule on the map right now, and then laughing and feeding on our anger right now.
I know, they're drinking our tears, bro.
Nah, like Demon Slayers actually just can't play this game normally. Like
No, they literally
Like,
can't either.
right as soon as they announced that you can't have multiple of the same class champion, they quit.
Straight up. Bro, you know
I
what's,
have one friend that quit.
you know what's crazy? Is even if they couldn't TP farm, Demon Cry is like 6-second cooldown. Like they would just hold down one button anyways. Like it's broken ass class. Like it doesn't
Oh
even
yeah,
matter,
that
bro.
shit also that shit has 21%, 20% additional drop rate on that.
And more
Just so you
XP
know.
obtained. Shit doesn't even matter, bro. It's the unstoppable force, bro. Like this shit is crazy. Bro, and their output is high too. Like the class isn't weak. Maybe if the class was like the weakest fucking class in the whole game, but like they're strong as shit too. So like I don't know, bro. Whatever. Fuck this Demon Slayer.
Okay, we need to move on before I get
Yeah.
more aggravated.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I agree. Fuck this class, bro.
I need a therapist after this tier list.
Nah, dead ass, bro. Tom C did nothing wrong, bro. Dead ass. All right, let's continue. Let's talk about Evan. Back to the hard-working classes.
When I think of Evan, I think of Dark Knight, but it's a mage. Except Evan, you're working way harder though. Like it's like the same archetype, both 3-minute classes.
Yeah.
Right? You have insane uptime. Your solo capability is amazing because of Freud's. TP is a 0-second iframe, right?
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. I mean, this is just a hard-working 3-minute burst class. Actually, its DPS isn't bad either.
No, it's not. Definitely not.
Yeah.
I think this is minimum overall good. I would say it's hard to say if it's strong though, because it is once again a 3-minute class.
I mean, it's middle of the pack damage. Like, it's not amazing. It's not weak. It's just like an average damage class.
It excels in a mage party.
Yeah,
that's about it. Like,
yeah, you got that wild card going for it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Dude, the thing is though, like with mage party and stuff, it's like the party comps are getting smaller and smaller. It's like you're just getting less value from all these like niches these days.
That's true.
High effort for mid output. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. Gets 14 FD from M3, M4. It's one of the lower end ones.
The way I think about Evan is like, Evan's like a mage. Like it's a good mage, but they have to like weave out their spells. And then you have classes like Bishop that like can do incantationless spells. Like you don't gotta chant anything.
It's like it's like the fucking hand signs, bro, in Naruto.
Yeah.
Like you have like Bishop that could just like insta shit them out, whereas like Evan's like the slow one. You just gotta like one at a time. Though the thing is, I don't even know what Evan needs. Like, I don't think it necessarily needs more damage necessarily. It would be nice. I think it's just, I don't know. It's just one of like the harder classes to play with a lot of micro. I could definitely see it getting the Aran treatment in the future because they did remaster Heroes, where they just make this class like brain dead. Like they make it super easy to play, and then like the output's good. And I think that would be really good for this class. Probably not. Probably the mains wouldn't like it because like their skill gap would be flatlined across the board. But in terms of the way the class works, it's that I could definitely see them doing that to Evan. Freud's though,
I think that would definitely kill the class. Like okay, so like it would be good for the overall player base for the future players, but anyone who currently mains Evan, I feel like that's like a big turn off. I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
Because the people that main Evan, they kind of had an idea what they were getting into, right? Like you're always weaving spells, like you're a spell weaver, right? You got your homie Mir helping you out with the spells as well.
Mm-hmm.
So like if it gets dumbed down, I feel like more people are gonna be upset rather than happy. Like it's essentially what happened to Aran, right? Like you said, it might get the Aran treatment.
Yeah, I could definitely see that happening. Also, side note, this is all for all the Freud's classes. Your party will be angry at you when you're charging your Freud's and you're making them wait. This will happen at some point. So where do we want to put it?
I think it's either overall strong or sorry, no, overall good or strong. I could definitely see an argument for, you know, putting it in strong.
I don't know if I put it above Dark Knight, but that's where I would generally place Evan, like either be in front of it or behind Dark Knight.
Well, I mean, if we're just talking about like damage output, like I mean, I think it's better than Dark Knight. It's definitely a hard working class, but the return is there with Evan.
Literally.
Yeah.
Also, worst case scenario, like, while Dark Knight provides nothing for the party, at least, like, you know that there's going to be a bishop in your party.
What's that nothing? It's not nothing. 35 attack and weapon attack. Also, like, there's the niche value of hyper body if that matters for your class.
Well,
Kanna.
I'm just saying that, like,
DA.
I'm just saying that, like, at least if you're Evan, you know that the bishop in your party is 10% stronger.
That's true.
That is true.
Or Lynn.
Or both. Just kidding.
I don't know. Like, I think it's 50-50 of it being worse or better than Dark Knight, but I don't think it's really that far. I think they're pretty close.
I mean, I would put it.
I think if both of them are like just top players, then I think Evan is better, stronger.
Yeah, I think
I'm
Evan's
thinking about
better
the
at
overall experience too.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of too. I think Evan at the top end would be better, but I think Dark Knight for the average player, they probably have a better experience on it than Evan.
Because like Dark Knight, you do want perfect IA helps a lot, right? I mean, even Evan, you want perfect IA too, right? Attack. You're on attack speed, Evan, I think, or no? You do, right?
Yeah.
I thought
still
they
on attack speed.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, you run attack speed.
I could have sworn there was like some CD skip hidden meta at one point, but maybe I'm tripping.
Oh no, yeah, it still exists. I don't know.
Okay.
I think it might be like a preference thing for IA.
But considering this is like for mains too, right? Overall, like you're going to have an easier time finding a party as an Evan.
True.
That's true.
I think so as well.
That's true. Yeah, you do offer more. Okay, I'll put it up.
But again, like I don't really think it's like that much further ahead than Dark Knight. Like I think they're very similar.
I mean, it's all very like min-maxy. Like if you're in the tier, you're good. Like it's all relatively the same. Doesn't matter too much. Very nitpicky. Okay. Let's move on to Fire Poison. Phil's about to say this is the best class in the whole game.
No, I'm still on cooldown from the Demon Slayer sector.
What the fuck?
This guy's on a 6-minute cooldown. He origined earlier.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I literally altered earlier.
I'm glad you put Aran overall preparation on Aran. Feels pretty good. Nah, it's because they're stuck on comparing. You know what I mean? On past and current, but I'm just talking about right now and in the future, 6 months from now. So Fire Poison, I have a C10 boss move for FP. I feel like consistent damage is good. One thing that I have to mention about this is, like I mentioned about Corsair, this is a very micro class. So if you are someone who likes playing something that you always have something to do, or you always have buttons to press and debuffs to upkeep, then FP is going to be super good. If you don't want to do that, then this is going to be like the worst class in the world to play. I think FP lacking like a true iframe kind of sucks. You just have E-form. The TP is really good. I think the thing that makes this class annoying for me personally is the way that Poison Nova works. If the boss moves out of the way as your Poison Nova is spreading, like it's just unoptimal. Although you don't need to hit all the balls to get max damage, like most of the balls are, or most of the damage is just from a few of the balls. I just think it's annoying, especially in a boss like Kalos, for example, where you have to put down your poison chain. If Kalos TP somewhere or dives across the map, like you're not gonna have the not poison chain, the creeping toxin when you put that shit down. You're not gonna have that buff amplifying your flame sweeps damage or amplifying your DPS specifically. So I feel like it just has a lot of like annoying things like that, where if a boss moves around, or like Lucid P2, for example, where you'll just lose a lot of damage. If the boss sits still, like in Limbo a lot of the time, or Lucid P1, for example, or Black Mage, like you will output a stupid amount of damage. But if it moves around, you really get punished a lot. So I think this is one of the classes that you really, really have to know what you're doing to get really good value out of it. If you don't, you get punished. Another thing that's important to mention about FP is you need a lot of buff duration. This is true for a lot of classes in the game, but I feel like it's especially true for FP because you need to have your infinity. Mages. Yeah, all the Explorer Mages need it, but I think it's the most with FP because you need to have your infinity up 100% of the time. Since you're like super DPS based, if you don't have it and it's like desynced or whatever, you're gonna suffer more than an Ice Lightning, for example, which is very like 1 or 2 minute burst oriented, where you could just time it for those things. So keep that in mind. If I were to put FP somewhere, I think in the right hands it could be strong because of the DPS meta. Its burst isn't good like at all, to be honest with you. Its origin doesn't feel good. Its 75-second elemental fury doesn't feel good, but its DPS does feel very good though. Like the consistent output does feel really good. But I think for most people playing their class, they're playing this, they'll probably feel like it's overall good. But I think in the right hands, it could be strong though. So I don't know where to put it. The training's very easy. That's another thing to mention. Very easy to one-shot. Very easy FMAs. Low cooldown. You benefit from a mage comp, I guess. That's another thing that helps with this. You always have burst off when somebody asks you when burst is.
From pure like damaging number percent, like output perspective, do you guys think it's better or worse than Nevin? Just talking about amongst the mages.
Well, I think they're about the same. Like their output would probably be similar to each other, but I think FB, because it's consistent damage, is probably higher value than Evan in a party. That's the way I think of it.
I think when I look at fire poison, I think of like, is the effort needed to play the class like, you know, outweigh the like what you're getting out of it, right?
No,
I think a little bit.
Like the amount of effort that you put into the class, like, does that justify what it's capable of doing?
I don't think so personally. No, I think you have to try too hard to not get crazy results.
It's definitely inconvenient in a lot of the early game fights, right? But if we're going to be moving more towards like a DPM meta, it depends on like how the boss rooms like you say, like in Limbo, right? In Limbo and like stuff like Kaling too, right? Like everything's all like flat, so you're able to like really get like the most out of the class. So necessarily the early game, like there might be a bit of a struggle, right? But yeah, like I mean, like if you feel like you're not gonna be able to get a lot out of like, you know, the effort that you're putting in, then I would consider that to be like a glaring weakness.
Yeah, I think even in Kalos is a very relevant boss for a long time. Like you start with easy, normal, chaos. Like it's for 3 whole pieces, right? So like even in like the later game, I think the weaknesses will show themselves for sure. So yeah, I think it's probably just an overall good.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know where to put it though. I'll just put it here for now. It's fine. Okay, let's move on to Hayato. I don't know. I'm torn on this one because on one hand, I recognize that the output is really good in the right hands. You can get a lot of performance from Hayato. But on the other hand, it's a non-KMS class that experiences so many bugs and is so frustrating to play that like the experience is so dog. Like I don't even... Yeah, Hayato had the worst M2 in the whole game. Like straight up. Like we don't even have like a second mastery essentially.
Sorry, what is it?
It's Shinsoku. It's a short cooldown.
Oh, that was the old hurricane.
Yeah, it's the old
right?
hurricane, but it got changed to 15-second cooldown with 3 stats.
Yeah.
Exactly. But in terms of overall FD increase, it was like around 2 FD, maybe a little less from a second mastery. So it was like very minimal. But I don't know. To be honest with you, like I feel like my output is good. Like when I do my bosses, I feel like I'm doing a lot of damage comparing to other people around my spec. Like it feels like I'm very strong. But not only is the effort to do that output like extremely hard. Like I could be biased, but I think Hayato has like the most annoying precise burst combination in the whole game. Like you have to be like so frame perfect with so many things and like second perfect to get optimal output, and it's not worth it. Like you could also go back to BowMaster. You could skill sequence, hold down one button, and probably do more damage. Like straight up. And
I do remember to fully utilize the FD buff from the origin. You have like a super tight window to dump everything.
The window is so it's so tight.
Like,
oh, go ahead.
It's also because of how much sword energy you're generating during that time, and if you want to like, you know, get every single bit of value out of those sword energy
Fenta blades.
filled in, then yeah, the timing becomes pretty tight.
No, you don't have to pop the origin at the start of Roar. No, that's not true. Or you don't have to pop Roar after origin. That's not true. But it's so tight that you have to use the in-game macro Fanta Blade at the end of your origin cutscene to just get all of your energy out within the Roar. Like, it's like so dumb how that works. But to be honest, like,
would it be easier with the TMS Phantom Blade?
Bro, obviously, yes. The TMS and MC Phantom Blade, you could dump all of your energy instantly. Like, there's no delay between the Phantom Blade class. Like, you could go between Phantom Blade casts. You could just go from 1,000 to 0 energy instantly. And it's actually a significant amount of damage, too. It's, like, it's not weak. But to be honest, even if Hayato had a super simple burst where you just press one button, it's so hard to rank this class because can I really sit here and honestly tell someone to play a class that could easily be the weakest class within one patch, or the next patch it becomes one of the strongest and then back to the weakest, or one patch your skill gets you bugged and like you can't even use it anymore, or one time you use one skill you just DC or something? Like, could I really like sit here and like say that? Like, I don't even know. Like, when it's good, it's really good. Like, right now I think Hayato's in a really good state. It has really good output, and it's fun to play. There aren't really many bugs that are game breaking at the moment, but from September to like January, one of our skills didn't even fucking work. So like, you never know with this class. It's so weird.
True. I mean, so like, you definitely think you're at least strong, but like, is there anything does that prevent you from being unethical? The uncertainty of playing a non-KMS class.
Yeah,
objectively speaking.
Yeah, so I think in terms of Hayato's performance, I think it's just off the cusp of becoming unethical. I think the class's kit is insane. Super broken lifesteal, low cooldown iframes, on command super stance. You give the party 20% damage. You have a little bit of support. You have good DPS, very good 2-minute burst as well. But I think because the class is non-KMS and because the class is very back-ended, it's not as bad as it anymore, but it still is back-ended. It just is a little frustrating to play in a party optimally. You're going to have to sometimes sacrifice your optimal burst output because you're back-ended to line up with your party. So if I were to rank it somewhere, I think it would just be strong, but I could also see it being at the bottom just because the class sometimes literally doesn't even work and is very frustrating to play.
Okay, I mean, I would agree with strong then.
I have like a very, very baby Hayato boss meal. And I think one of the most frustrating things is when my Susanoo gives me no energy.
Yes.
And I think the reason is because... Mode. Exactly. You know what's crazy? Not even many people even know about that fact. That's the reason why you don't get energy from Susanoo sometimes.
Yeah, it happens because like if in Lucid and Slime.
Yes, Lucid and Slime. Like that's exactly.
For those who don't know what we're talking about, you have a big summon that's part of your burst, and the summon when it explodes gives you 800 energy, but it only gives you 800 energy when it's targeting boss mobs only. So when you're in something like Slime or Lucid P1, where it's targeting the golems or the little baby slimes, it switches to its mobbing mode, which gives you energy based off of how many monsters it's killed. So it's like significantly worse in certain bosses. Also, so you would drop stacks. Yeah, it needs a toggle.
It needs a toggle.
Also, Phantom Blade could be better. Okay, yeah, those two things. So
crazy.
No, three things. Okay, Phantom Blade, its duration should be a little bit extended. I think it's ridiculous that you lose stacks during Slime test or Kalos test. If you don't know, Phantom Blade is a class Phantom Blade is a skill that gives you 115% final damage. If you lose it, you lose all of your damage. And then you're going to have to use your burst skill to get the energy back up, to get your stacks back up, but then you use your burst skill. So it needs either a skill that could instantly get you back to 1,000 energy, or the stacks go down incrementally like Mihile's Royal Guard. Sengoku Force RNG is annoying as fuck too. The difference from 17% crit damage versus a little bit of damage reduction, that's a big difference in your output. And then the last thing is one of your burst skills, Zonko, is very strong, only if you hit single target. The damage gets split amongst how many targets it hits. So if you're in Lucid P1, just as an example, and you press Zonko and it hits 5 targets, 4 golems and Lucid, the damage is cut by 80% on Lucid.
I remember back in the day, even Royal Guard just loses all stack at once.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, like Royal Guard. Those are like the things that Hayato would need from a quality of life perspective. But to be honest with you, like, I can't even get to that step without talking about like the bugs that class can experience. Like, who cares about the quality of life when sometimes your skills don't even fucking work in the first place? So it's hard. It's really hard to say anything about it. Also, for the people that are talking about like M3, M4, like, guys, I don't know shit about what my M3 or M4 is. Like, I don't know.
Body. Nobody knows.
Shit could be literally nothing, or it could be OP. Who knows? Why don't you know? I don't know because the class doesn't exist in Korea, and because Korea is about 6 months ahead in terms of game updates, every class that exists in Korea can find out information about their class 6 months ahead of the non-Korean classes. So if you're a Hayato main, you're going to learn all of the information about your class about a week or two before the patch actually goes live. So you're going to be in the dark. That's the life of maining a non-KMS classes. You're in the dark. You don't know when shit's getting fixed, and you don't know what updates are coming.
Rip.
Guys, I promise you I'm not a doomer. Like, I'm a Hayato ride or die. These are just objective things about maining a non-KMS class and about the class. I love the class though. I just don't know how honestly I could recommend it to people given all of these issues. I don't gatekeeping. I'm not gatekeeping. I am not gatekeeping, guys. Play it if you want. Just heed my warnings. I'm okay with putting it in strong though.
I think given that the game is shifting towards 2-minute meta, and this is like a strong 2-minute class, when it works, first of all.
Mm-hmm.
I think we can just put it in strong.
Sure. Okay. We're all good with this, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Let's move on to Hero.
Hot take, not OP.
How is that a hot take, bro? This shit is not OP.
I mean, this is gonna be a hot take for chat.
I think it's strong. I think it's still strong. It's definitely not unethical. It's definitely not seen, as highly as it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
But I still think it pumps.
So,
I mean,
especially for a 2-minute class.
This is also one of the classes that just fell off after 6th drop.
it's just the origin that's fucking awful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it
Because
got
like
nerfed.
you have
It
to
was awful
use
to begin with, and it got nerfed.
Mm-hmm.
you have to use your sword illusion with the origin,
Yep.
and then it will,
And instinctual combo.
yes,
And instinctual combo because of 20% FD from the instinctual combo.
exactly.
It's the same as
Or
all
is it
warrior.
called combo
Like the
mixing? I don't
origin
even
just like
remember.
contradicts the way the class works. It's weird. Thing is, the class is very like. The thing about Hero is it's very like easy and straightforward, which I think has a lot of value. Like just because it's easy and straightforward, and it's 2-minute, like that has value. It's just annoying as fuck on the specific origin burst itself.
Also, I just want to say, like, the fact, I mean, okay, never mind. Like, I mean, the fact that, like, by the time you are done with your origin, you have, like, what, 6-7 seconds left on your roar and, like, 10-12 seconds left on your, probably just 10 seconds left on your CI is just fucked. And your entire, like, sword illusion is gone, and it's just like, okay, where's the rest of my burst then?
Yeah.
Yo, even its localization for the origin name got nerfed. It should have been Soul Calibur, but it's Spirit Calibur.
I agree.
That would have given it 5 FD.
I think Heroes doom too much too, by the way. Like, I know these heroes are gonna watch this. But what are you talking about? This is the worst class in the game. No, it's not, bro. I swear to God, it's not.
I mean, it's just.
I don't think so. I think I mean, like, okay, like if its origin burst is like not as good as it could be, but like every other burst is fine, like perfectly fine. So
Yeah. And
Exactly.
you have a really easy time on a hero,
Yep.
Yeah.
right? If you're going to main it, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think it's so devastatingly, garbage, in regards to damage output. So
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not.
Yeah, I agree. It's just not
just
like
that,
top
like-
5 anymore, and like people need to get that.
no,
It's okay.
like it's fallen a bit, right?
Yeah.
But like that doesn't mean that it's not strong.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, simple, strong class.
Is
Yep.
is this
Bad
class
boss.
gonna trend towards like you using CD hat and running con and just
No,
like
it's M3 and more. M4 is actually like one of the few classes that buff the burst.
the beam blade?
Beam blade
That's
is
funny.
like 2 attacks now or something.
Yeah,
Put it on ethical for the bait.
looks kind of
That's
cool.
crazy.
Not gonna lie, the beam blade kind of cool.
It does look cool, but like if you have like super high ping, it doesn't function properly. So
That's crazy.
It,
That
it
is-
reminds me of the old. You remember the old Dawn Warrior where you had like a little, you throw out a little eclipse of the moon or something.
Mhm.
That's what it
Yeah.
reminds me of.
That's actually insane. Imagine being a Malaysian hero or something playing a GMS. You're fucked.
like you're literally ping gapped
Mm-hmm.
for like other people that play your class.
That's
That's actually crazy. Okay, where would we put this?
Strong.
Good
yeah,
job.
it's just strong.
Okay.
Just by nature
Strong.
of 2 minutes.
Yeah. Cookie cutter 2 minute.
All right, let's move on. Let's talk about Hoyoung. So the thing about Hoyoung is back-ended 3-minute burst class with burst setup. They made the burst setup easier though. Obviously, training is really good on Hoyoung. It's a class that's definitely very interactive. If you like playing a class that requires you to like do shit, not just like hold down one button, you're gonna have fun with this. But at the end of the day, because it's a 3-minute class that's back-ended, I feel like that hurts it a lot.
I think it's just another Adele, to be honest.
I think it's worse than Adele.
Also, another thing with this class for me. Is
No,
probably just-
I wouldn't say it's worse than Adele.
It's
Okay.
definitely like a me thing. I just can't get over it. I try to play this class multiple times. I just can't get over the fact that I'm like just grounded when I'm attacking. I just can't.
Oh yeah, that shit's
Yeah.
annoying. That shit's annoying. You're right.
It's polar opposite. It's like when it's not using that attack, it's got the freedom of the fucking skies.
Mm-hmm.
But when you are attacking, it's like your best option is pressing the right arrow key or left arrow key to like teleport afterwards, right? I wish the main attacking skill wasn't grounded. Like you could jump attack with it. That would make the class feel so much more better.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's minimum overall good in my opinion.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it in the strong category, but I would say like top overall good.
Yeah.
Okay,
The-
that's fine.
The difference between this, the argument I will make for this versus Adele is that Adele's this class where it compares its burst to DPM class and compares the DPM to the burst classes.
Can you repeat that?
So basically, Adele is one of those classes that generally has a stronger burst than a
Mhm.
DPM class, and has a stronger DPM than the actual burst classes.
Okay, yeah.
So it has like a little of the identity crisis, whereas Hoyoung, you know for a fact this is just a 3-minute burst class.
Okay, I see.
Do we know anything about M3 and M4? Like, did it make the class more bursty or flatten its damage out to be more DPM focused? Crazy how immediately I asked that, someone in chat answered it. Hoyoung's M3 and M4 really improves their DPM, which is their weak point, and their non-Ori/Ori bursts are pretty solid. All the quality life recently puts them in a good spot, in my opinion.
I see.
Let's see. The gauge skills did
Also,
not
I'm
get
pretty
boosted
sure-
by M3 and
I'm pretty sure the buff sequence is gonna help this class a lot.
I heard the opposite.
Yeah.
Oh, you have
I
to
think
summon yourself?
with Hoyoung it's a lot of summons, and
Yeah, it's the
I don't
summons.
I don't
Oh, you have
think
to
those
build the
are on
summons
the
yourself?
Yes,
Yeah.
summons
Yeah.
don't
Okay,
get.
it's fucked. Okay, it's
it's
actually
just
fucked.
buffs, so
Yeah.
I don't think it helps him
GG
out that
noobs.
much.
Yeah, Hoyoung just by its nature works differently. It's not like a line of skills you press. Even Wrath at Gods, like you have to like press the shit again.
Okay, I'm getting comms from a Hoyoung main that Hoyoung is not back-ended.
Not
Is it
anymore.
joke? Is it joke?
Okay, Wrath of the Gods, yes, it extends past your roar.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just because like every other skill you have is just that much more important to use instead,
Okay.
and that it was never
Yeah,
a
and also
back-ended
it
class.
doesn't. You can like. I'm pretty sure that
Okay.
the end frame, no matter when
It's
you
good to know.
press the end frame, does the same amount of damage. Right?
What?
I don't know.
Like if you like press Wrath of Gods on and off like right away.
Yeah.
I don't think the like you pressing it after 5 seconds or after 15 seconds makes any difference in terms of the damage of the ending part.
Yeah, except for just lose that duration, right?
Yeah, because it has like arms and legs that shoot out while it's
Yeah.
active. Yeah.
Okay, so the reason why you wouldn't end Wrath of Gods early either, like to try to fit in the roar, is because your clones sort of just do more damage during that.
Yeah,
instead
yeah. 100%.
Instead of casting it. So
No, that makes sense. Yeah, you'd want to like try to get cudgel resets and shit, within the roar as much as possible.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, where are you putting it? Top of overall good, you said?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. You want to share with the class, bro?
nothing. The Hoyoung Ming was just like he was about to flip tables, bro. Had to.
All right, say something in chat then. Fuck. Say something then, bro.
It's fine. We got it covered.
Okay. Ice Lightning. Let's move on.
Ice Lightning. I think I have Ice Lightning boss meal, although it only does up to end slime.
I think it pumps.
I think this class has definitely been trending upwards, even though that it has been like this class used to be the most popular class at one point because Ice Age was just so sick.
It's
Because
gotten a lot better. A lot better.
Condensed burst, and then like you could stop your lightning bolt whenever you want now. It's like a shuriken at home.
Shuriken.
Bird's
Yep.
actually buffed now.
And then they made the I don't remember the name of the skill. Is it the hyper? But they made it faster.
Lightning Orb.
Yeah,
Lightning
lightning
orb.
orb.
Yeah. They made it significantly faster. So you're not stuck channeling, for ages.
I think
Like
my
before.
one gripe about Ice Lightning is that Spirit of Snow is so out of place. I think it needs to be like much more
Like
condensed.
faster? Oh, like Snake? Yeah. I agree.
I think it needs to be more condensed.
I completely agree. It needs to be like Snake. Like Demon Slayer Snake only lasts 10 seconds or something. I agree. Or maybe 2 modes, bro. Like, fuck it. Like how the Wind Archer can do like little hurricanes and then the big one. I mean, the twisters or whatever they're called.
That'd be pretty funny. Like you just have like little mini angels that spit out.
Yeah, or like a big one.
I would say at bare minimum, this is an overall good.
I think it's strong.
I think it's strong.
Yeah.
I think I only have like baby experience on it as a boss meal, but I remember when they made the recent changes to it, I did feel like, wow, this is like so much better now. When they made like Lightning Orb faster and shit.
Is
Like
this
I really felt it better.
Is this still like a roar weapon jump class or like?
Yeah. This is a clear. This is a clear burst class.
Okay.
Lightning Orb's on a 1 minute cooldown though. Do you multiple ring swaps like AB or do you just play 2 rings only? Or what do you do?
Oh, it's not a burst class anymore.
You can't the
can't
further
the
you get Hexa. I see.
Oh.
I see. That makes sense.
Wait, isn't M3 M4? Wait, okay. So I remember M2, like the second mastery, just buffed the percentage on Lightning Orb. I think M3 and M4, one of those is actually like boosting
Chain lightning.
lightning orb though, right?
Yes, the first one.
Okay, so even post M3 M4, it's a con class. Interesting.
Yeah, lightning orb gets boosted, and so does what's it called? Sorry, thunder sphere.
Oh
like-
right.
Oh,
The summit?
The
the
summon.
cloud. The cloud
follows you.
Oh,
Well,
okay, okay.
either follows you or you can put it down as a standalone summon, but its damage is
Interesting.
really
okay,
good.
Okay.
That's the BSB.
Yes, 0 CD PSV.
Yeah, it's legit like BSB.
Okay. Yeah, I mean
Interesting,
that's
interesting.
by default strong then.
Mm-hmm.
Good to
Yeah.
know. Good to know. I did not know that before.
Like think about it this
That's
way:
a
if this
con class.
class used to be a roar class and now it's con, that means like
Yeah.
when you swap to roar for your final burst of the boss, like you're just giga pumping, dude.
Yeah.
Holy.
Yeah, I seriously did not know this. I thought it was still like a roar class, clear cut burst class.
I mean, I don't think that's something you would pick up on easily. That's fine. Where would you put it in strong though? Like above Hayato?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it's better than AB, but
Okay.
I think AB is a lot more like straightforward. So
Ice Lightning's pretty straightforward too. It's just like it does require a little bit more resources because it's a buff duration class.
more
And you want-
resources, a bit of a little managing too. Constantly using frozen orb and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like it's not super duper annoying, but just definitely more management than AB.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's that far behind AB either.
Yeah, I think timing infinity also can be a little annoying. It like depends on the person, right? But
I think where we have it is fine. We can always change it later too.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on. We have half the roster to go through still.
All
I
right,
feel like
Illium. Yeah, no, we're actually exactly halfway. There's 25 left.
okay.
Illium.
Is Illium an outlier, guys? Is Illium a 3-minute outlier?
It's not. I don't even think it's like a clear 3-minute class though. It's just like it just plays
Eh,
by.
Doesn't it play 2 minute or play by wins?
it can play 2 minutes if it needs to.
Yeah, it just plays on win cooldown, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
So like,
Very
let me
versatile.
ask then: how much of that flexibility or versatility of the fact that it can be 2 or 3 minute from the fact that it's a GMS class, like GMS perks, or is that how it is in KMS as well? Because I know attack speed helps a lot when it comes to generating your gauge too.
I
GMS
think
perk.
if I remember correctly, I think this class eats the most from GMS attack speed.
Wow.
Like that.
Okay.
It also has like amazing support, for the party wide iframe for 10
9 second
seconds.
iframe.
So I think we can put Illium in unethical.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
I don't-
this class
I
is
don't- I
Phil,
don't
you're
think
right.
so.
Very strong.
You're right, Phil. I think it is the number one.
Like because like
abuser
we're
of
not
attack speed.
just looking at damage, right? Like it's not just like the sole factor here.
You
But,
got the
like-
30-minute pre-quest though at the very start.
That's true. That'll make people quit the class
You know-
right then and there.
So there are some classes like you can clearly feel that you're playing a zero attack speed class specifically for GMS. But the first time I played when I got my alien set up and then I went into Damien and then he went out in the air. I flew up and then just held down my auto attack. I was like, this attack speed literally made me feel like I'm bugging out. Like it literally looked like the character is passing out. Like that's
funny.
how fast it was.
Yeah.
He's playing sandbox mode, dude.
No, he is. He's on creative mode.
It's not on Earth.
He's on Earth. Yeah. No, legit. Illium actually is the number one abuser of attack speed. But even outside of, honestly, even if you just take away its damage output, right? When you just think about the way the class works, insane
Mobility.
mobbing, insane mobility, insane survivability, party iframe, which is really good for like min-cut situations.
Oh.
Benefits from mage buffs. If you happen to have like a mage comp going, right? Like
Yo. Not
What?
only the number one abuser of a zero attack speed, also the number one abuser of backpack. The way that this class loots is so funny, dude. It just flies and then zooms around the map once and everything is sucked up by backpack.
that's funny.
What? How does that work?
Watching, like Erica, like I think she was farming like one of what's that? Luminous maps, and the way that this class loses is just so funny and so fast.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with Illium. I guess the only thing I would say against it is it's like a very specific type of play style. It's different than the other classes, but that's not a bad thing. It's just different.
I think its play style of like charging and moving the orb can be, you know, just like a little off-putting for some people, you know, like that might not like that. But other than that, like it's a class that like really utilizes a lot of its summons.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay. I'm fine with where it's at right now.
Let's move on to Kain.
At least strong.
Yeah.
At least
sure.
like top strong. Is there something that makes Kain unethical, or something that that doesn't? Sorry, not that does, but that doesn't. You know, put it in there.
Can you play Kain on a 2-minute timer with just Vicious Shot or no?
No.
No.
Okay, you can't. Okay. Just
No,
checking.
Kain is it's
soon as
super
we finish-
bursty.
Yeah, as soon as we
Mercy.
had that conversation last time, I asked my friend at Mains Kain, and he was like, he tried it. He tried both ways and tested, and you really don't want to.
Okay. It's good
Yeah,
to know.
Kain. The only thing Kain that's again we keep bringing it up, but the only thing that Kain suffers from is being a 3-minute class,
Yep.
right? Because a 3-minute class with Vicious Shot, I don't know what the fuck they were thinking.
Yeah,
they
yeah, that shit is
They
crazy.
weren't thinking. They weren't thinking. I'm just like everything else about this class is like fine. It's like either 3 minutes, 90 seconds, and then you have Vicious Shot, and I'm just like, it should have been last resort. You know?
Yeah. This class is literally
You
is
don't
a
want it to
thief.
be last resort.
Did
Vicious Shot nowadays is just way better than
That's
last
true.
resort.
Yeah, these days that's true. Okay.
was it? I think
but-
someone said that this class got lifesteal from M3 and 4 or something.
Me, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, like okay. How's that? I think that's one of the most craziest things ever. Where a class that didn't come with a lifesteal already got it later at some point from a
Yeah, they
new
just somehow added
system.
them.
How does that
It's
make
on
sense?
It's on Death Blessings. It's on Death Blessings. Mastery.
That is so like. How does that make sense? Like,
I remember like how we were already saying that like when this class gets in the past, like before M3 M4 like got announced, we were saying like, imagine when this class gets Death Blessing boosted, and now they did. And I was not like, I knew it was gonna be crazy. I did not expect it to be this.
I think this something again, like, because people are like asking and everything, right? Because they don't know the difference between different tiers, right? Between like unethical, OP, and strong, what we're also going by, among other things, is like having like a glaring weakness to the class. You know, so that prevents it from being considered like, yes, I think a lot of people consider Arc to be very unethical, right? 2-minute Night Lord, right? But I think its biggest downside is the severe drop off that it has, and Flora mode basically doing fuck all. Okay.
Word. Yeah. Going back to like the 2-3 minute class talk. I will say though, like, although like 2-minute is the future and it's the meta, if there's still a lot of classes that are 3-minute, and when you make 3-minute part, there are still like classes within the 3-minute category that will make 3-minute party work. That serves as the anchor of the 3-minute category. And obviously like Nightwalker and Xenon are the obvious ones that like if they're starting the party, they will make the party work, right? And I think Kain is like close to that level. If that makes sense.
I could see it being at the top, low-key. I think it could break that. I think I could see it breaking through.
But we want to put Kain in unethical.
I could see that, yeah. I could see it breaking through despite it being 90 and 3-minute. With Vicious Shot
okay,
being weird.
I don't know. I think because
also
vicious
just
shot is a thing.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think because vicious shot is 2 minutes is the reason why it would be strong and not unethical. No.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with either. Whatever you guys want to put, I'm okay with either.
Sure.
But I see the sides for both.
Sure.
It's really good. Like it's definitely one of the top strong ones, regardless.
If we're gonna put it in strong, then just put it like in for like above arc. So, yeah. Because I think like the biggest downside to Kain is vicious shot. Like that's literally it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's move on to Kanna. Oh, where do we even start, bro? This shit is so weird.
I think everything you said about Hayato.
Yeah, it all applies to Kanna too. Probably even
Yes.
worse. Even worse for Kanna.
Yeah, because your origin can just do no damage.
Not even just that. That's just like one of like a million things that could be bugged on Kanna. You know what I mean?
I think Kanna
They literally
can
be
benefit
getting
from
banned.
damage and quality of life buffs.
Mm-hmm.
This class is okay. Like Kanna's might be dooming. It's not bad. It's definitely not bad. And I think it being like if we get the nerfs, for example, domain being a 3-minute cooldown makes zero fucking sense. But at the very least, it's kind of like a true-ish 2-minute class with like extra damage every other burst, right?
That's so funny.
So, that's
So
like
sad.
it's a 2-minute class and get with a bit more damage every other burst. But yeah, like it has way too many like I've watched a lot of Bomba videos too. And I've watched it's too many problems with this class to like just be even considered like overall. It's definitely not overall good, right? Like just smoking if it is. So
Yeah. I think it needs better for damage quality life. I think that's like the perfect way to describe it.
Also, I would like to point out, I know a lot of Kanna players still playing this class off of domain cooldown and playing it at 3 minutes. Stop doing that. If you're not pressing Sakunos off cooldown, you're trolling.
I agree.
I mean,
is so
even currently, like you should be playing Kanna as 2 minutes. So
Yeah. Sakuna, like not pressing Sakunos off cooldown is way too troll.
This class is so stupid, bro. Like, I'm sorry. It's just so dumb.
it just needs a lot of quality. Like this class could be really good, but
Yes.
Yeah.
the way that Nexon approached Kanna was just like, okay, we're either gonna focus on its farming aspect or its bossing aspect, and never both at the same time. So they leaned in too much on farming, and then that got too good. They nerfed it and did like fuck all for the bossing essentially, right? And now it's behind, because it just doesn't work.
Yep. Filter keys. What a weird ass thing you need too. Like, it's just so weird, bro. Yeah. 07 Kannas. All right, let's move on. Let's talk about Kaiser.
At least overall good, even like maybe strong. I think Kaiser is a very solid 2-minute.
I think
class.
Kaiser's actually
I
strong.
I
that
think it's
attack
strong.
cannon video.
I think it's strong for sure.
When I saw that attack cannon video where he did his Kaiser Legion
Yes,
champion,
I saw that.
his Dragon Breath like reset 9 times, I was like, okay, this shit is like funny as shit.
It looks pretty fun.
I think it's straight up
I wanna
just
do
strong,
that.
bro. This is an underrated class. I think it's still a little under the radar for some people.
I think Kaiser is super underrated.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think so as well.
I think it's strong. Like I really like its movement too. Like you have a short dash, you have a TP, and you have flash jump. Like what?
It has everything other than flying.
The 0 CD rope lift.
Yeah, true.
It's got
That's
the OG
OP.
rope lift.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's OP and Gloom. True.
It's all fair. I think but I would still like a remaster. Like at the very least, I would like for them to change the final
Double key?
form. Oh no, the final form, like
I think
the
it needs
visuals.
a visual. Yeah. I think it needs
Yeah,
a visual
like
update,
final
if
form.
anything.
Final form could look so much cleaner, and then like I feel like that alone would make people want to play the class
Also,
more.
the hitbox needs to be not as misleading anymore.
Yeah,
I think
Like, they
the
want it,
tornado
you don't
thing is the
want-
ugliest skill in the whole game.
they
Yeah.
updated it with M3 M4, didn't they?
Oh, did they? Okay.
It still looks
good.
shit. Not gonna lie. It still doesn't look that good.
Okay.
But I will say though, like I understand why they didn't like make the actual like model of the character smaller, because then it just feels bad, right? When you have a miniature version of the Dragon Warrior.
Mm-hmm.
But then like Hitbox is super misleading right now.
I think that's just the sacrifice. That's just an L you have to take. I think you could say that that's a necessary evil to maintain its visual integrity, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Because it does look, the concept of it is cool. You just transform into a fucking humanoid dragon.
Yeah, that tornado still doesn't look that good. I ain't gonna lie.
You're right. Does not look that good.
You gotta look at the before and after. Like, look at where it came from.
I like it. I like it. No, Wingbeat right
Okay,
now
way
is
better than
ass.
today. I'll say that.
Yeah,
I'll give it that.
It's better than
I mean,
today,
like,
for sure.
Bro, put that shit like on like 240 hertz.
True.
You just need more FPS.
Yeah, we have the AI frames in the future,
Dude,
dude.
the 5090, bro. Like, when you're gonna invest now. Yeah, the AI frames will help out. True. Okay, where would we put Kaiser though? I think it's definitely strong for sure.
I think it's straight up strong.
Yeah, it fits
fine.
its slot, like 2 minute, 2 minute DPS classic straight up, and a good one. Okay, let's continue to Khali. I think Khali.
This is one of the other examples. Like, I wish I was 2 minute.
I think Khali just reminds me of Cadena a lot, straight up.
I think I don't know if Khali is unethical, but it's definitely strong.
Yeah. I think it's definitely strong. I don't
agree.
know if it would go as far as unethical. I think it's just maybe like a little bit of a worse Cadena, and that's it.
Like, ever since
the way I think of
the
it.
balance patch, ever since the last balance patch, so not the M3 M4 patch, the balance patch that happened before the winter update. Ever since that balance patch, this class is like actually really strong.
Mm-hmm.
I think this class
deserves
is strong.
to be. Yes, for sure. I think Cadena was the 3 minute.
Super underwhelming.
Yeah, but whatever. Like, it's better now. I think Cadena is like the 3 minute that like managed to reach unethical because of like just sheer output, whereas Khali's just under that I don't think I could put it at unethical. It's also very whack-a-mole like Cadena.
I'd say like it's got the damage profile of Dark Knight, except it has a mini burst.
Yeah.
True.
I think that's like an actual like last resort diff, honestly.
Definitely has a high skill cap. So
100%. Yeah. They made the animation canceling easier too, which is nice to play.
What do they do exactly to make it easier?
The timing is just more forgiving. Like, straight up. Before you had to do like a very precise input at a specific time. Now you literally can just press the buttons together and not even think about it.
So the arcs treatment back in the days.
Well, Arc, you had to get like the ball
Arc's
rolling for the
combo
animations
timing was
to be
way
better.
way more unforgiving than
Yeah,
than
when you
it
had more
was.
attack speed, it was like hard as fuck to
Yeah.
combo. Mm-hmm.
okay. I would probably put it in the beginning of strong. I don't know if it's maybe in between Kain and Arc or just like ahead of Kain.
I think it's ahead of Kain
I think
because
it's ahead of
by
Kain.
nature of the off burst is just infinitely better than Kain's, and infinitely better than Arc's.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Like, I think the off burst makes up for the fact that maybe it's. I don't even think it's a 3 minute burst is even like that far off, honestly. Like, if we're looking at the burst, like how sharp the burst is for Arc and Kain compared to
not.
Khali, I don't think it's that far. But because it's not that far and its off burst is just better than those classes, by default it makes it better than those two.
I don't even think I don't even think the Khali's 3 minute burst is weaker than Kain. It's just that Kain's 6 minute burst is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think it's stronger than Kain. Well, without considering shade, but yeah, we shouldn't think about that.
Okay. Well, I mean, I also feel like we're devolving a little bit too much into just damage.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely
So-
right. Absolutely.
Oh,
right.
that's true.
I was thinking that a bit too. You're right. The thing with Khali is, in terms of your overall like MapleStory experience, this is a class that you're gonna have to learn to get some good output out of, and it's a class that has a lot of micro. So if you're somebody watching this video, again, like I said, that you don't like pressing a lot of buttons in a row, especially because when you get cooldown hat and cooldown skip, you're gonna have to press a lot of shit very, very frequently, and it could be a bit overwhelming to keep up, and you're gonna have to learn it. So if that's not something that you're into, then it's probably gonna feel weird for you to play this class. But if you love that shit, then you will be rewarded for it, because it does a lot of damage for sure. The training is very fun too.
I don't, when I say this, I don't mean to scare people away from playing this class, but I personally think Khali is one of the hardest classes to master.
Crazy glaze.
Like, I'm talking like to master it, like just by nature of the fact that you have to cancel your dashes, because you can do short dashes.
Mm-hmm.
And doing that consistently every time you combo is freaking crazy. I think that's harder to do than just because okay, if we look at the classes that we would just say like that are innately difficult just by nature of like the learning curve, like okay, Blaster, you're learning how to do keys, you're doing repeated keystrokes at different intervals, and that different interval determines if you go left or right. Mm-hmm. Cadena, same thing. You have skills that move you and skills that stop your momentum. You're just weaving in between them so that you stay within a zone, especially if you're doing raw, right? And then we look at like Khali, where every time you use a skill, you want to animation cancel it with a dash, and you don't want to do the short dashes so you don't move around too much either. Like I'm not talking about the act of animation canceling; it's the act of doing your short dashes on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah. I mean, those are all things you're going to need to know. At the end of the day, you're going to have to practice this class to get optimal output. But that's fine, though. Just want to put that out there. I think it definitely is top of strong, though. All right.
It's come a long way from where it began, dude. Like, I feel like Khali was just like such a...
I think upon initial release... Like, because I had, like, a different opinion, right? But I was, like, on initial release where I felt like the effort I was putting in wasn't being rewarded.
Yeah, it was very underwhelming.
But that has, like, you know, from balance patches and whatnot over time, like, that has changed.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Okay. Let's move on to Kinesis.
Kinesis got an insane glow up. This is one of the strongest classes like in the game right now.
Right now,
really,
or in the future?
Well, I mean, even like you know, like right now, but like M3, M4 are like even better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think it's very strong. I don't know if it's unethical though.
Yeah, it gets like 20 FD. M3, M4.
But I think Kinesis has come a long way as well.
Mm-hmm. Didn't they make the icosahedron like easier to like finish all of its damage, like even if a boss is moving around?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's really no. Oh, I must have. I thought I saw that somewhere. Oh. Oh, never mind. I'm confused. I think, yeah, it's M3, M4 gives it a lot of fucking damage. So
I mean,
if you're saying that, yeah, if you're saying that they're really, really good right now, even in the future, yeah, they're probably going to be one of the strongest classes. I haven't played it too much myself, so I can't comment too much on how it feels. $60 can be hard to always hit. I see.
I just can't think of anything off the top of my head, at least, that makes Kinesis like unethical.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because I definitely, you know, with the consideration of you know, M3, M4 as well, like it's definitely going to be. I mean, even right now, but it's definitely strong.
Mm-hmm.
At least.
I think what's good about Kinesis that's also important to mention. I think this is actually an underrated thing about some classes, especially when you're getting the ball rolling on this game, is it's really easy to one-shot with. Like, very, very easy to one-shot with. So as you're building this character, you're not going to have to worry about, like, making super funded training gear or something like that.
It's a pure 3-minute class now, right?
Don't know.
Damn.
60-second and 3-minute. Oh, so it's like Lara. Okay, yeah, 60-second and 3-minute. I mean, I think that's nice to have, to be honest, because you could get your AB like mini burst every minute too. Personally, like from playing Lara, it's the same 60 and 3-minute. It's still pretty interactive to play when you have cooldowns like that. It feels way better than a 90 and a 3-minute or a pure 3-minute. Because you're at least doing something every minute.
Where would we put it though?
Well, so if its output is that high, it's on a 3-minute timer with 1-minute mini bursts. It's very easy to train with. I think it looks sick too. I think it's got to be at least strong then. It's got to be at least strong then, because it has everything going for it. The one thing that's not going for it is it not being 2-minute essentially, or having like super ridiculous output. But I'm trying to think where I would put it within strong though.
I do not know enough about this class.
It's funny.
That's fair.
Goddess off C on Kinesis. Oh, that's good. So I could play like 2-minute-ish as well.
I'm only aware of like the obvious weaknesses where it's like your summons you gotta put down, so the boss TPs away or whatever. You lose a little damage there, or a lot of damage, honestly.
Do we think it's better than Kain?
I don't know enough about Kinesis to say if it's better than Kain or not. So
okay, because I'm comparing to like the other 3 minutes as well. So
I have to trust chat with this one, if anything.
Yep. Yeah, Alex, where would you put this? Between Arc, AB, and IL. I see. Top 3 of strong. I see. Okay, that's fine. Just put it here. No biggie. Duky, can you do the Kinesis origin?
Okay, can you stand up and demonstrate for
There you go, bro.
I remember the first time I discovered the up throw thing on Kinesis. I was like, what the fuck? Like, that's a thing?
Yeah.
Oh, when you hold it. Yeah, that shit's pretty cool. There's the down one too.
There's a down one?
I think it's when you unlock your 5th job.
Oh, okay. Well, I never got
Because
that
like if
far.
you hold down and then it goes like in a straight line in front of you. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I think that's one of the coolest things about Kinesis is that 5th job actually introduced a new main attacking skill for Kinesis.
Mm-hmm.
How many classes is that even true for?
Hayato.
Oh, you have to actually bind the new...
No. I just mean like when you reach Hayato 5th job, you don't even use your basic attack like that. You just use your 5th jobs. Whatever though. Who cares? All right, let's continue to Lara. Anyone else play Lara?
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. I just know Laras have a really easy time river farming. That's about they just go back and forth and back and forth.
They kind of piss me off when they're in my map, dude. It's kind of distracting, low key.
They're like you're like standing in one spot, putting down Janice, and they're just like, oh, hello there.
Any Lara believers? Am I the only one here? All right. Okay, so here's Lara. Lara's a 3-minute burst class, but it's very deceiving because, to be honest with you, most of its damage is from its consistent output, and the 1-minute burst spikes. Like when you do your 3-minute burst on Lara or your origin burst, it feels very, very underwhelming. But you would be surprised on how much output you can get just from consistently hitting the boss, replacing your summons properly, and all that shit. It's definitely not unethical OP. I could see it being in strong because I actually think its damage isn't bad, like just from a consistency point of view, which is really good, because I think that even if it was in a 2-minute output party, it would still be able to perform pretty well. Just because a lot of its damage is in the 1-minute burst and just the consistent damage. So I think that works for it a lot. The other thing about Lara that's good is it's a comp class, so you would only need 1 ring. Another thing about Lara that's really good is the river farming. So if you don't know what river farming is, Lara can basically set up 2 gates from one end to another map to another end, one end of a map to the other end of the map, and press up on that gate, and you can essentially like a sideways elevator. You know those things that they have in the airport that you just stand on and moves you forward? It's like that. It's like that.
It's a flat escalator.
Yeah, a flat escalator where you're just like floating from one side to the other, and you could just hold down one button and full clear the map. It's really, really, really easy to train. Like when I think of, so obviously every single class in the game has easy training because of Janice, but Lara and Demon Slayer are 2 classes that stick out in particular. Demon Slayer, we all know why, and Lara also sticks out in particular because the river farming is just so brain dead. It's super easy. So I think that's a huge thing that goes for it. The things that I really don't like about Lara, though, is that it doesn't have a true iframe. It has damage reduction, but you're standing still. Like you're immobilized when you're damage reduced. And then it has its own self door, but that's not really like technically a real iframe. It has E-form, that's still not technically a real iframe. So I think that's pretty annoying about Lara. The other thing that's pretty annoying about Lara, and it could just me being shit at the class, is if you don't manage your summons properly, you might run out of the skill that lets you put down a summon anywhere you want. But to be honest, I think that's just a skill gap. So if you're learning Lara and you're having trouble, like the boss keeps moving around and you don't know how to put down your summons properly, it's gonna feel like shit. But this gets better with M3, M4 because your M3, M4 boosts your awakening, which is auto heat seeking. Like you could just awaken the vein and the little like shards come out and just go towards the boss. So I don't know what's going to be better, using the summons or awakening, but because the awakening gets boosted, it's definitely going to be more viable to do that. Like let's say if you're doing Lucid or something, Lucid moves around, or Kalos, especially when it moves around a lot. So for me, if I were to put Lara somewhere, I'd definitely put it in strong. I think it's better than the overall good classes. But a couple things that keep it from unethical is just overall output, and no, not your awaken, eruption. That's what I meant, eruption. Whichever one that summons the shards. Yeah, the things that are keeping it from unethical is just overall damage output, not being 2-minute, not having a true iframe. Those things definitely like take away from it. But I think if you play this class, you're definitely gonna have a very good experience, and if you play it right, you could definitely feel pretty strong. Low key.
Okay.
Being 3-minute DPM is kind of annoying. It is. It definitely is, because it's like, it just feels a little weird. Like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like, you're doing 3-minute bursts, and it's like you don't do anything, but then the boss's HP goes down at a pretty good rate over the course of the boss, just because of like your DPS is really good. So it's like strange. It's very strange. Thank you, Augie. Alright, everyone okay with this?
I just don't know enough about the class, honestly.
I trust you on that one, so.
Okay.
Woo! Time to run! Kaboom! Kaboom!
W Gaslight.
Yeah, I just made that shit all up off the dome. Alright, let's talk about Lumi. I'm tagging out on this one. I don't play it like that.
So I think, from what I've been told, Lumi Lumi's basically like Corsair, where everything else is 2 minutes except for one skill being 3 minutes, which is like the orb thing or whatever.
Lib orbs, yeah.
That skill isn't even on the first page of your BA.
That's funny. No, that's Phil's metric. Is on first page of BA.
Actually, let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like your overall experience on Lumi, if you were to main this class, I think it would be more positive than negative. Honestly, like your mobbing is absolutely ridiculous.
Especially after M3, M4. I agree.
They also added the quality of life where even if you don't hit any monsters with your skills, you're still charging your
Yeah, that's huge, actually.
equilibrium.
Mm-hmm. That's huge.
Yeah, you won't be in a situation where the bosses disappear and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah. Or you have to go charge in a mob map before you enter a boss.
Yeah, because that's basically what Illium does. Even if the boss flies away, Illium can still like hit the ball and charge.
What?
Or like during transitions and all that stuff. Like when you're phasing, and that time you can use the charge.
That's pretty big then.
Yeah, that's huge. I think Lumi can play 2 minute, right? Or did you guys say that already?
It's basically a 2 minute class that has one skill that's 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's like Sarah, right?
I think you basically just play it like a 2 minute class.
Yeah. Okay, that's pretty cool then. They use cooldown how, right? Just want to mention that.
I think so for what's that one skill?
Conduit.
Conduit?
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Or the new skill. Okay. Baptism's their V, no? That's their 90-second V?
It's the whatever skill where it's like after like 12 enders you can use it or something.
That's baptism.
Okay. I see. Okay, that's cool. Just wanted to mention that. Back to what you were saying about the training. Yes, like if you're a new player and you're watching this and you think about OP training, Lumi has OP training for sure. If that matters to you, it does. Like it's very OP. Okay, where would you put Lumi then? Like right under AB or something? Or above AB? That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, below AB.
Okay.
Is it better than Ice Lightning?
If we're saying it's going to be as strong as it will, post M3, M4 especially, like
It seems like it, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, sure. All right, let's move on and talk about Lynn. This is a weird one.
Lynn is very weird because we don't know if we're going to be getting the changes or not,
Mm-hmm. This is a very weird
Especially
one.
like that. If it does get nerfed, I mean, it's still a pretty solid support, but it's, one of the purest like DPM classes in the game.
I think the most.
It's not. Yeah, it's not that it doesn't pump, but like you're not going to see your burst and your off burst really be that much different.
Mm-hmm.
I had a funny interaction with a Lynn today. So I 3-man end calling with JP and my friend on his second main, which is a Lynn, and we were going to do the last burst. I purposely left one peril left at 0.6% HP before we were going to do the final burst together, and just like, and then calling has her entire moveset unlocked, right? Once she has all the perils dead. So I was asking the Lynn, oh, is your Lynn going to do 0.6% HP to the last peril? And he said yes. So we started bursting, and as he said yes, but after 5 seconds. That means like the first 5 seconds of Lynn's origin, nothing is even hitting anything.
That's funny.
Yeah, I don't know. I think what Lynn offers though, like her kit overall, could be considered unethical. Clearing status ailments, the hots, like the heals, the shields,
Repositioning.
Yeah, repositioning exactly. Like and even her awaken, like it's good if it does get nerfed. That doesn't mean that it's bad. You know, like 55 FD is still a good fucking chunk to one person, especially on their Ori burst.
And 3-minute comps and
Yeah.
X slot.
Especially that, yeah. So yeah, I mean, you could still consider Lynn to be unethical as a class overall.
Yeah. No,
I mean, because like if you put Bishop up there, you know, like again, like because like you know, I don't want to lean too much into the damage thing, right? But overall as a class, you know, she's still gonna be really good.
It's so hard to say because you never know what's gonna happen with it. Straight up.
Yeah. The uncertainty is
I mean, if that's the case, we just go off
problematic.
Of what it is today.
Yeah, that's fine. We could just go off of what it is today, and if we go off what it is today, it's definitely unethical.
It's 100%.
It's like the class to have.
It can go either way because our Hayato, our Kanna, our Lynn we're the last server to receive any of the changes that every other server has.
It's funny.
Is the thing. But I'm down for whatever. I'm down to look at it as of today because we don't know what M3 M4 is going to do for it. And in that case, I would agree. It's just unethical OP.
Yeah.
It took the strongest and luckiest Demon Slayer, the strongest Bishop, one of the most juiced Zeros, to combine their powers together to clear without a Lynn for hard limbo.
Yeah.
Every other party that's clearing has a fucking Lynn.
Yep.
I agree. Lawrence is the luckiest player I know. All right, let's continue. Marksman.
There's 2 people in this chat have way more 23s than that guy.
I have the same as him.
Not me.
Me and him have the same amount of 23s.
Bro, Phil, you have 23s.
No, I do not.
Didn't you do your slime? Didn't you finish your slime?
No?
Oh, hell nah.
Oh, I guess.
Oh, wait, you're kind of a noob.
Guys, I am.
That's crazy.
Might have to ban a moon after saying that, dude.
That ass, bro. Like, bro,
Like,
what the fuck?
I saw that. I was like, is Phil gonna smite this guy right now?
All right, let's move on to Marksman. This class is sleeper good.
Minimum strong.
Yeah, this is a sleeper good class. I think even just as like a MapleStory experience, like playing it on Marksman is good. Like you're gonna have a really good experience. Straight up.
There is one thing about Marksman is that split shot is a double-edged sword.
What do you mean?
Because it's high uptime, it's great for when you're mobbing.
What is it?
But
72 seconds? 65?
Something like that. But what's annoying about it is that the damage isn't condensed.
Yeah.
Like you it's like Night Lord problem and like Adele problem, you have to be hitting the entire time for the duration of the skill for you to get the value out of it. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but that's just like the double-edged swordness of this class. Like split shot is so nice for when you're mobbing and you're training. But at the same time, like when it comes to like when you're bossing, like you really wish it was more condensed so you can get your damage out sooner. But despite that, this class is just like I've found a new appreciation for it after I invested more in my Marksman. It took a while for me to get used to how, in my opinion, slow the gameplay is because all the other classes I play are a lot more fast-paced.
You're moving around in other classes more too.
But like
I know we're already 0 attack speed, still not enough for this class. That's all.
But
Yeah,
just purely as a, you know, like it's got blink shot, it's a 2-minute class, you know, it's got some pretty decent uptime, you know, when it comes to its cooldowns, and then air illusion too, right? Having the puppet, the dummy, I mean that just makes things, even if it's not gonna be a main, just as a mule, it's a really good mule.
Yep.
Yeah, for the longest time, I thought Arrow Illusion was boosted with M3 and M4. It's not.
that's only for
I thought it would be
Canamaster, I think. Or not, sorry.
Yeah, Canamaster's got Anchor got boosted, but not Arrow Illusion. Unfortunately.
What do you think of the Marksman origin?
Cancel that shit.
It's great for stacking your lethal strike.
Isn't it like the only Ori that can still be canceled?
I think so.
I think
I mean,
so.
Yeah.
Hayato can still do it.
Bro, it's not the
But-
same.
It doesn't do that much though.
What doesn't do
a
that
high-
much?
high on it.
Like the Hayato one, you get like very little value from it.
Okay,
what we're
what
saying.
value do you get then? Like what do you get to do during?
For the
Are you getting
Hayato
Ride Blades
origin,
off?
you get to Ride Blade Flash a few times. Yes, that's it.
Okay, same. What does a few times mean? It's the same thing for Marksman. You get to use your snipe.
But
while you're-
Marksman autos are way stronger. Whatever, bro. It doesn't matter.
This guy's always downplaying like these things for.
Oh,
Hayato,
okay.
bro.
Like if you want to talk about downplaying, you're the one who's saying DB is the worst fucking class in the game, bro.
I did not say that, but also, if that's the case, it was 3 against 1, and you guys still folded. So
Okay, I'm putting it up here.
and now this tier list is invalid.
Okay. Let's stay on task. Where are we putting on Marksman? Where are we putting Marksman?
I think it's better than Kain.
That's ludicrous, bro.
I would say. Oh man. I don't know, like around Ice Lightning.
No, we could compare it to the 2 minutes that are in strong, right? Like, okay, do we think it's better than Lumi? Do we think it's better than AB, right? Like, we just go like that.
It's probably better than AB.
I was gonna say 1 under AB, but I'm okay with that. It's not a big deal. Only reason is because I just value like how guaranteed quick and safe AB's bursts are over Marksman's like super extendo like
That's fair. That's fair.
non-iframe.
Okay, but
you have Jenny iframe, but
you have Jenny. You have I don't know. You also have Puppet. Like
Yeah,
Marksman
that's true.
Marksman is also super safe.
That's true. That is true. It is safe too. Okay, that's fine. I'm okay with that. It's around the same anyways. Around the same area.
Yeah.
No biggie. Alright, let's move on to mechanic.
I'm waiting.
Bro, Phil, we're waiting on you, bro. You're the only one who plays this shit.
No, I'm waiting on Alex. I don't know what you guys waiting.
Oh, okay. You're so dumb, bro. Yo, Nate Doggy, thank you, bro. Oh, so dumb, bro. I outframe most of strong, plus I give 10 FD.
Yeah, I do limbo with a mech.
Okay, so what do you think?
But again, we're leaning. I hate to be a broken record. We're leaning a little bit more towards
You're right. You're right.
damage too much.
You're right.
You know.
Okay,
I think the overall experience for mechanic, I don't think it's bad. I don't necessarily bad. Like it's got like really really easy grinding. You know. It's mostly just summons, and then you just kind of just chill for the most part. Final damage, you know, the final damage that it provides is pretty solid.
it might be one of the worst monster park classes I've ever done.
Bro. Oh yeah, bro. This guy
I agree.
told me drop like 40 build just to do Monster Park faster on his
It
mech.
didn't drop 40 build.
Because that's how much he hated it.
It's also one of those classes you have to get a 250, and most people just do their 250 through dailies and Monster Park. I fucking hated doing that on my mech.
Honestly, the other thing that's annoying about this class is your NX doesn't matter, bro. Only your head matters. It's just
Hey,
annoying
it's
as
double-edged
fuck.
sword. It's double-edged sword.
Well, some people might like that. You could save money playing
No,
mech.
guys, the only NX you ever need is when they release the freaking like the
Royals.
cat and the cat and dog thingy. Like when you transform into like the husky,
Oh, okay. That's funny.
like or like the monkey.
The pets.
Yes,
skins.
the pet ring thing,
Mm-hmm.
illusion ring. Thank you. Like you're just like a little dog, but you're piloting a fucking like war machine. That's the only NX you need.
Okay. That's fine. I think mech has really underrated movement too. I've seen them get out of some really sticky situations.
Also, you can duck and
Shoot
missiles.
missiles, yeah. Broken ass class, low key. You also have a super safe burst, your iframe during your burst.
Yeah, it's got portals, for the whole party too.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, this guy don't unlock his portal all the time. I fucking hate that guy.
Yeah, because
Let
you're gonna
me
use that
the
shit.
fucking portal.
Yeah, you're gonna use that shit. That's why. Also, did you say you duoed
Oh.
what boss with him?
No, I do all the bosses with him.
Oh, okay.
I will say though, with 3-minute not being favored anymore in the meta, Meg is one of the classes that make 3-minute party work.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Why do you say
Isn't-
that?
Meg is the
Isn't-
reason I'm still in business. Low key.
The fuck? Why? We're still in business.
There are like other 3-minute classes still relevant. I think I legit think these like pure 3-minute supporters is like some of the reason that 3-minute party still works.
Wait, but I don't get it. Isn't mech support 100% uptime?
Yeah, but
So why does it
they
matter if it's
themselves
2 minute,
play
3 minute?
though?
Yeah, but like, wouldn't it amplify a 2 minute and a 3 minute the same?
Dude, stop giving them ideas. The fuck?
Bro, nah, you're actually a gaslighter, bro. Bro, everyone kick all the Nihilers from your parties, bro.
Bro, when you stop giving them ideas.
Mac's definitely a lot stronger in 6-man than 3-man.
No, Alex, don't say that. No.
Nah, this guy's gatekeeping mech. What the fuck? This guy's gatekeeping mech. Can anybody tell me about mech's damage profile? More burst heavy, DPS, or what is it? What's it like? It's flat? Okay. That's really good then.
So is it a con class?
I can't.
Has to be, right? There's no way you're swapping between fucking weapon jump and roar when you got a gun.
Can't after M3, M4. Okay, that's good.
I see.
Does that make it a strong contender?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I was gonna say it's definitely strong.
Definitely
I mean,
strong.
10 FD is a lot these
10 FD
days.
is a lot these days. It's true.
It's-
And that stacks with other things too.
That's
still
almost
FD
as much as
stacking.
Bishop in a 3-man.
It does have really good support. Yeah.
It's a 100% uptime too.
Mm-hmm. That is very important. I think it's definitely got to go in strong, straight up.
I'm just trying to gauge like where it's strong.
I mean, if it has
Is
flat
it-
output,
Is it top of strong? Because like
no, I don't think so.
if you let's just say you are the Khali and now you have a bishop in your party. Are you filling up the third slot with a Kain or a mech? And vice versa. If you're the Kain and you have a bishop in your party, are you filling up the third slot with a Khali or a mech? Or Kinesis, like.
I mean, depending on the mech's damage, probably the mech. Honestly, because I would just want, because like it's one of the, like you said, like one of the very few sources of like FD stacking, permanent uptime, 10 FD.
Mm-hmm.
So like that mech can be the difference between like let's say like you're a Kain, the difference between Khali and that. Khali has like a really big damage output, don't get me wrong, but like if the mech also does, right, not to the same level, but does plus 10 FD over the course of an entire fight, I think that's better.
I'm gonna lie, like for any 3-minute classes I'll say this, for any 3-minute classes in the strong category, I would rather have a mech in my party.
I agree.
That's fine.
It's really easy to play. Like there's never a bad day in mech. I think.
So So if you're watching this video and you're hearing this, what you can take from this is you won't have any problem joining a party on a mech, which is good. That's very important on this game. In the MapleStory experience, it's very important to get into parties. So on a mech, you'll have a much easier time.
I think it's worthy of being top of strong. One of the few FD buffs in the game that is at 10%, let alone 100% uptime.
Okay, that's fine. We could put it like right above Kinesis. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Machonic.
Okay, let's move to Mercedes.
Unethical.
Honestly, am I dumb for saying that this class isn't even like as unethical as people make it seem?
I don't know. I think Mercedes' damage output is like insane, right? It also provides a debuff.
It provides buffs
Right?
for the party, yes.
Yeah.
It does. Is
It's
it?
50
But what
IED.
is it? Is it just IED or
No. It's damage percent as well.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull up the values. Hold up. Give me a sec.
damage percent? But it's not even just like her burst. You know, it's just like the damage uptime in general for Mercedes is very good.
It's 30% damage, and then for IED, when you have the 6 job unlocked, it's 55% IED.
Yeah, and Mercedes damage lingers too, right? It's not just like super condensed; it lingers too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Spirits
90
last
seconds.
90.
Mm-hmm. That's true. I didn't think about the support. That's true. It does offer good support for the party too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does it still have untouchable too with
Yes.
Yeah.
lightning edge or whatever it is?
It's the
It's on a different skill.
it's
now.
on the hyper. But you're using the hyper and you're
Oh.
comboing anyways, so it doesn't even matter. Like
Yeah,
always
it's 100%
applied.
uptime basically.
Yeah.
Oh, move to the hyper. Okay.
The other thing about Merc is the 6 job made its training skills hitboxes way better. So like if anybody still thinks that like, oh, Merc training is kind of annoying, like trust me, it's not.
That's also nice for just bossing too. Like you can
Yeah.
you can combo from further away. I don't know how relevant that is because maybe you still want to be close anyways.
Yeah, it
but
probably helps regardless though. Also, if anybody thinks Merc is like a ultra hard class too, I think you can make a really easy training rotation if you have a -2 hat. Or not training rotation, just easy bossing rotation with a -2 hat. As well. Yeah, I'm okay with putting it at the top. Everyone good with that?
Yep.
Okay. All right, let's continue to Mihile.
I'm split between like overall good and strong.
Yeah, so this is one of those classes that Phil mentioned earlier where like you give this class a buff and it would just be like exponential in terms of
Yeah, they did, and then they nerfed it back because it was
Yeah, because
You
this
know,
thing has like 100% uptime.
much.
Like you can't get hit by anything. You know what I mean?
during the revamp, during the Cygnus remaster. They went too overboard on a damage, and then they just nerfed it back
Mm-hmm.
after ignition patch because they
Yeah.
realized.
But
they
I mean,
giving
it's
this class more damage.
like Royal Guard is just fucking insane. Like
Yeah.
that alone, like you know, it being like iframed essentially like 2/3 of the time, like
it's
No-
immortal for a
no-
different reason. Like,
no
it's-
other
it
class has
also-
that, you know.
Yeah. Also, it just ignores way too many boss mechanics. basically.
Yeah. Dude, iframe is like as broken as you could get. Like if like earlier we were talking about how broken like Cadena shield is and whatnot. Like you're literally iframed. There's nothing that can hit you, target you, nothing. Like you can't take strings or fail anything with while you're iframed. Like it's so broken. Gauge proof, yes. Like that alone makes the class by default at least strong. Like just by the nature of the way the class plays is you're good in every single situation in this fight. Also, like, it's brain dead to train too. Like, that skill is a fucking FMA, and you have its own class summon too.
Honestly, the party support it gives is not bad either. Like outside
Dude,
of
the
like, the
shield is
overshield,
Yeah.
it gives you 30 attack all the time, and then it has a conditional 50 attack that it could give.
Mm-hmm.
So
you have like
could
a personal shield to give one person too, right?
No, that's everyone.
Oh, it's everyone. Okay, not the. I'm not talking about the super big shield.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's everyone.
okay.
It's like Lynn.
Okay.
And then for their, so they can give 30 attack all the time, but then give up to 80 in total. And then they have 10% damage debuff for everyone, on top of like the damage reduction shield and like the overshield.
Mm-hmm. That's not
Like,
bad.
That's pretty decent.
These days, yeah, that's not bad.
Like 80 attack, that's the same amount of attack you get from one of the Flora goddesses on a 2-minute cooldown.
That's funny.
80 attack is an apple.
Yeah, it also has the Hero's Echo buff. Like, that could be huge for your early game progression, straight up. Like, if you're like level 255 and you can start doing Dark now, for example. Most people probably can't be doing that, but if you're playing on a side character and you fund your character early, like, you can cheese some stuff. You can start doing BM a little bit earlier than other people if you fund it enough.
The thing is, like
that option is, I think realistically, most people, if they play as their main, they won't get that value. But if you're an experienced player, you could find ways to get value from that.
the Echo thing is kind of like fake, because let's just say you're plugging the Black Mage, people are just gonna see a 265 meal, like, what the fuck is this? But they're not gonna know the Echo like
It's true.
plays a lot into it.
That's true. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, but the fact that it can still do that though is definitely a benefit for the class. You know what I mean? Like,
For
if you're somebody who's experienced, like, you can take advantage of that for sure. The only M3 and M4 isn't bad. It's like 15 FD.
I think this
Standard.
class is definitely minimum overall good. I'm not sure, like, does it go into strong?
I think it's strong for me personally. I think just because of the way that the class plays, I think it's at least strong. A class that is almost perma iframed by nature will always be good, even if its damage is low, because you could have really high uptime. And as we know, that you'll always get more and more damage as patches continue with new shit coming out. I think it's always going to be a good experience playing this class. I think in terms of future proofing as well, it's a safe pick to pick too. Yeah, its damage isn't low, but even if it was, like, it would still be a good functioning class regardless. I think just because of the way the class works, it's always going to be strong.
Do we where are we trying to place it then?
I mean,
Higher than Lara? I feel like
yeah, it could go higher than Lara. That's fine. I mean, I'm okay with putting it anywhere in strong, to be honest.
I think it's definitely higher than Lara. I don't know if it's higher than Hero, just because Hero is like 2-minute as well.
I would say it's higher than Hero, personally.
Mm,
I just hate the Hero 6-minute, to be honest. That shit bugs me. I think Mihile's like more of a complete class.
What do you think, Matt? Where would you place Mihile here?
Without looking at, just overall damage, I probably would put it. I would put it above Hero. Yeah, maybe even above Kaiser.
Okay with that.
For like
just because like Mihile just does something that no other class can.
Mm-hmm.
True.
And I think you have to take that into consideration.
The overall experience of Mihile is probably just better than Kaiser, Hero, Lara too, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, if you're just playing this shit, you're probably gonna have a better time.
Well, if we're talking about like it being like, because like Hamza said that Mihile feels like a really complete class, right?
Mhm.
Then I think that might be arguments for like unethical OP. Because if there's really like no major downside to this class, you could make that argument, right? Because
Yeah.
it's really good not only for itself, but excels extremely well in a party setting. right? Gives buffs to its party members, right? And has extremely good survivability. You know,
Do you know the damage
with
profile on this? Like, do you know if it's flat or if it's like 90 and 3-minute based? Because if it's 90 and 3-minute based, I think that could take it away from being unethical. But
it's
very
90 in 3 minutes, but the 90s is the overshield. Like you just get damage percent or something for yourself.
might be caught, but
bursty with that DPM kit. Yeah, I feel like that could take away from it a little bit then, because everything up there usually has like a really good profile or some absurdly high level amount of damage. So I could just see it being like very high and strong then.
I honestly, I think I agree with Matt though. Like, Mihile is a fucking anomaly.
No, I agree.
To every
it
single
definitely
class.
is. It definitely is. Like, it is very. I'm okay with that. We can move it up.
The way I see Mihile is that obviously in solo play it's a fucking anomaly, and party play it's like a fucking it's like an S&P 500 in your party. Like it's just reliable. Like
Bro.
like
That's crazy.
like that guy will never die out. Hopefully.
Mihile with a bod.
Hopefully.
yeah.
All right. Let's continue to Night Lord. Phil, thoughts?
Bro, just go play Nightwalk.
Play the other night class, he said.
Yeah, I gave up.
Said I give up.
I don't know. I think it's. I don't know. I don't know if I would consider Night Lord to be unethical. I mean, it's unethical in what it's built to do, right? But like looking at it like as an overall, I would definitely say like strong. You know, like top of strong.
I don't even think it's
I'll
top of
say-
strong, bro. I feel like this class is shit. Straight
No,
up.
really.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad.
I'm a Night Lord,
It's in
like-
the-
I think it's
Disbeliever.
top. I can. It's the thing is
I
skill
don't-
sequence helped
don't-
this class a lot. So I think
Right.
it's
That's true.
minimum
That's
overall
true.
good. I could see it be better than Hoyoung just because it's skill sequence difference.
No. I think it's overall good. When I say shit, I'm being hyperbolic. I don't mean it's at the bottom. But I definitely don't think it's anywhere as good as like the other 3-minute classes for sure. I think
the
I think
way-
the experience playing this class is horrible too. Like just funding it. I don't think it really feels good until you get a roar and a fucking liberated weapon. Which will get easier over time, but like
I can definitely attest to the roar. Yeah,
Mhm.
for sure. But like, I don't know. Maybe I
I'll
see
say
things a little bit differently. I don't really think that like it's that bad. Like even just like I mean like yeah, it's a burst off burst like night and day. Don't get me wrong, but like I think its damage uptime is consistent enough.
I think my issue with Night Lord is that this goes back to what we said much earlier, is like the lack of foresight when it comes to this class. For the longest time, Night Lords in the fucking end of like for the beginning of time, Night Lords have been asking for an iframe of some sort, and they kind of got one with Origin, which is kind of fake, and also with Genesis. My problem with Night Lord is that obviously we've moved away from like the whole FD stacking burst meta,
mhm.
right? But obviously this class is still heavily reliant on roar, and I'm not even sure if it's worth swapping to a different Ozwing for your 90.
It's not.
I don't think
Yeah.
so.
So like I feel like it just wasn't given the tools to do what it needs to do today. Like doing your best to stick to the boss. Like yeah, you have like short cooldown dash when you have spread throw up.
Spread throw is kind of lame though. Yeah.
It's
I'll
like
get to that point. So for the longest time, for all the tier lists you've seen before, like pre-6 drop, whatever, Night Roll was only high, not because of it was actually a good class that had a well-rounded kit or
It
anything.
abused
It
FD
was
stacking.
solely carried by the fact that it had damage. That and the meta was just built around like supports creating an environment where for 15 to 20 seconds there was a huge amount of FD stacking, and
Sure.
that meta overshadowed all the problems that this class had.
Mhm. I agree.
Now that taking that all of that away, plus the fact that like after 6 shot, other classes just got way more number increase, so to speak, to their classes. All of a sudden, you're just everything just kind of went away. that worked, everything that worked in favor of this class just kind of went away.
I agree. I think Night Lords, the reason why it was perceived so good for so long is because it abused that like singularity point of Giga FD stacking the best out of everyone else. But now that it's just kind of like raw dogging shit on its own, I don't think it just feels as good anymore. Straight up, I think you could play other 3-minute burst classes and get higher output with better DPS, better survivability, less strict requirements like a liberated weapon and a roar to feel as good too, like Nightwalker.
Yeah, also another thing that this also goes to what I'm about to say also goes to gonna be true for classes like FP and Hero, is that Night Lord is also one of the old money classes. I call it old money class because back in the days a lot of people this is just one of the old classes a lot of people played, and because of the sheer amount of like population player playing this class, you're gonna see a lot of strong player playing this class. That's
true.
why like it just publicly it's perceived better than it should have been, basically.
That's a good point.
Matt brought up a problem about spread being like really shit.
It's bad because like it also depends on the boss, but I feel like even if you're like up in their face, you'll still manage to miss the bottom of spread throw.
Yeah, it's annoying as fuck.
So
which is like, I mean, like
the issue with spread is that first of all, when Matt was talking about Arc, I was thinking about the same issue. Spread and Infinity Spell last the same amount of time, except the difference is that Arc actually has the tools and skill kit to actually, do the damage it's supposed to do within that 50 second, but Night Lord doesn't. Like after the boss is unbound and all of your item is gone, you really don't have any tools other than just RNG of the boss not moving and not doing anything to you to stick to the boss and do the damage.
Yeah.
So,
no, it doesn't feel as complete either. Like that's another way of wording it. It doesn't feel as put together. Yeah, that's why I don't think the Night Lord experience is that good on this game. Like, sure, if you're a really strong Night Lord, you probably could have some good performance. But I feel like if you were to download MapleStory, main Night Lord, go through the regular progression that everybody else goes through, I really feel like you're not going to have as good of an experience as most of the other classes in this game.
It's a Smurf. It's a Smurf champ.
Yeah. It's a Smurf character.
You can pick on the bosses that's like way below your CP level.
Yeah.
Like make some GIF or GIF clips and then show the lower grade kids at school how strong you are, but when you're actually picking on some bosses at your own size, you're just getting fucked.
Yeah, I mean, like it's also a thief, right? So like early experience on a Night Lord, it's just super squishy. Yep. So you're either gonna be like potting every other hit, or just actually dying.
Yeah.
True.
Doesn't it have a passive called like Alchemist or something, and you get extra healing from potions? Or is that gone?
Yes.
Some random bullshit, bro. Like get the ginger ale value.
Used to be good back in the day.
Yeah, it did. You would just run a bunch of mana pots and you would just like lifesteal throw or whatever it was called.
I don't like talking about Night Lord in these tier list videos because there's a lot. There's already enough like people ranting about Night Lord. I just don't want to add to that.
No, I think there's value. I appreciate your input.
So just overall good.
I think it's overall good. I think it could be like
overall fine though, because it's at the end of the day. I'll talk about upsides. Like at the end of the day, very easy to execute, and like as long as you do well in that 10-second buy and 10-second iframe afterwards, you're getting most of the value out of the class.
Yep.
It's just that we're with KMS deleting reboot and balancing bosses not with reboot's power scale in mind. It's just that we're in the era we're gonna need more and more actual damage and damage uptime. This class can fall more and more behind depending on what they do with the new skills and balancing.
No, I agree.
Because it's just that always hitting the boss becomes more and more relevant to actually clearing the boss, because we actually need the damage. Need everyone to be attacking the boss all the time to clear the boss now. And this class doesn't necessarily have the tools to always be hitting the boss. And even if it does, it's not that much damage.
Yeah, Arc doesn't really benefit that much from attack speed. So
Oh yeah.
at least
one
Night
other
Lord
thing-
does.
Sorry. Yeah.
I think I might
One other
change
thing
this
is
to overall
when you talk
good
about spread.
enough.
Also, the spread thing is that spread straight up. Spread is straight up just the worst version of Shadow Illusion. Like they made like these two classes are literally twins, it's just, except for like Nightwalker just has all of the better version of the skills.
Mm-hmm. The dash cooldown is super low, but yeah, I mean it should be 0, but it is very, very low.
Yeah, like I'll give you an example. Like Nightwalker's backstab used to have a cooldown, they just removed it.
Mm-hmm.
Nightwalker is just a fucking anomaly, man.
All right, we want to transition to Nightwalker then.
Yeah.
What's next? So
Yeah, that shit is just.
Is there much to be said about Nightwalker?
I don't
It's just
think there's much
unethical.
to be said.
yeah, no, I agree with you. I do think,
Like it's like Demon Slayer. It's case in point.
yeah, no, I agree. I do think that there's other classes that have been catching up to Nightwalker in terms of like how.
Oh yeah,
good
no,
they
for
are.
sure, for
'Cause
sure.
I think maybe a couple patches ago or something, like it was very clear that Nightwalker was like by far so much ahead of everybody else. But now there's a lot of other picks that are also very, very, very strong in this game, which I think is really, really good. But at the end of the day, Nightwalker is still a top tier, one of the best classes in the entire game by far, in every aspect of the whole game. Early game, mid game, late game, end game. Every aspect, any party, any position you put it in, it will always perform in everything. Not even just talk about output. The kit has everything too. Straight up. I am sure a lot of Nightwalkers will say, oh, but we don't have a real iframe. My answer to that is stop being a pussy, bro. That's my answer.
You guys have a shield and no cooldown backstab, and
Mm-hmm.
Yo, his
And
origin's
Shadow-
back up, dude.
Nah, bro, because these classes make you so frustrated, bro.
And,
That
and
ass.
a self door.
Yes, bro. It has a self door, bro. The
Dark side
die
too.
tech.
It's the fucking Cassante of MapleStory, bro.
also,
like,
Yes, it is.
did you guys know that them wanting to, you know how like they boosted the Omen skill, right, on
Mhm.
Nightwalker, that's M3 and 4,
Mm-hmm.
because of what they wanted to do with that mastery, they added they made a default version of the Omen also has embossing mode and a farming mode. So even before 6 drop now in KMS, like even before 6 drop, the Omen can have 2 forms. Like when you have like Shadow Bats on, it's just like a Dark Flare summon that lasts
Mhm.
60 seconds. And when you have like Ravenous Bats on, it's the bossing mode.
Isn't that crazy? Like, that's crazy. You can tell they put so much more love into it than other classes, bro. It's not fair.
So you can just tell like there are like
That
devs
ass.
who plays that class that's making making these balancing decisions.
That's funny.
No, I'm not saying like they wanted their class to be better. I'm just to be stronger than other people. I just mean that there's people actually who plays that class doing it on the dev team, so they understand what the class needs and how to make the class better. That's all. Like you can tell like when they're making like some of the skills for some of the classes, they have no idea what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, we can continue to Paladin. Tell me you play this shit, right?
mm-hmm.
Paladin,
I think there's
very good.
Mhm.
Unethical OP.
Really?
I think this is unethical.
Okay. State your case.
Even after the nerfs to
Echo?
Divine Echo, it still gives like, was it 15? I don't remember. Was it 15 FD still?
13. After 14 with the combat order. Or 15 with combat order?
I don't remember the number, but that's still really high. Although to be fair, it's 90-second cooldown. You don't use that you don't have 100% uptime on that, like Mech, for example. But just the sheer fact alone that your own personal damage is really good when it comes to being in a party, at least.
It's higher rank hero.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yes.
funny.
Well,
But you-
that's the thing though, right? Like its solo is not like as good as it should be because
Even
you
its
need
solo is not that
somebody.
behind. To be like, it's
Yeah, but
Yes.
but to need somebody like in the party to be able to like maximize your own damage output, like yeah,
I fully believe that at some point in the future they're just gonna make a new skill for Paladin, just like linked to their own like android or something. Like
could be a toggle.
It's funny.
Spiritual dummy.
Yeah.
But yeah, the fact that you can enable someone else to be iframed for up to 30 seconds, you still want to, you would only usually do for 15 seconds because that puts it on like a 2.5 minute cooldown, I think, or close to 3 minutes, so that you would have it every single burst. But there's niche situations where like if you're doing like Xenon or something, for example, where you could just have a super extended iframe like Sacro during sunset, because you're not gonna be bursting during midnight anyways, midnight into dawn. Like you would have it back up by noon, maybe, I think. Like that's super. Just having it as an option is really nice.
Yeah, also, just to mention the three-man boss meta, like everyone's aware that. Okay, everyone's aware that Paladin is literally the best option for 3-man party.
Yes.
3-minute 3-man party, right?
Yeah.
For 3-minute party, being a 3-man boss, Paladin is by far the best option.
It's
Well-
like it's like the best of both worlds. Like it provides a lot of damage, but it does a fuck ton of damage too. And you get iframed.
Yeah. It has chance to just straight up negate damage too, right?
No,
That's not how that
No.
works? Okay.
it just has permanent damage reduction.
Oh, okay.
There's-
That's what
yeah.
it is.
There's no like what's it called, active damage reduction that you have to do.
Okay.
It's just permanent. It's just permanently a passive. And the revive. Well, for what 3-man bosses exist right now, you wouldn't want to be using that on anyone, honestly.
I mean, you don't even be dying in these bosses now.
Yeah, you don't
Like,
want to
straight
party.
up,
Like
you don't even be dying.
don't party with someone that would die.
Yeah, like you literally like don't die. Straight up. Dying is like a so 2024, bro.
Wait, actually, I don't even know what happens if you die in Limbo. Do you guys know?
You just
like,
lose.
what
You get road. That's it.
how much? I don't even know.
I think it's like
You
150
lose.
Like, I
or
straight
something.
up don't know.
I think it's 150. It's like a lot.
I don't know how much. I don't want to call it this person because,
Oh nah.
but
Oh nah.
I had someone in my tournament and they died.
Oh nah.
This is
And
crazy.
the thing is, to die means you also lost door. So it's like,
dude, that's bad.
Yo.
That's bad.
so that means you lost door and then somehow still died. So, it is possible. This is very uncommon though.
All good. All good. No biggie.
They were not a DA.
Not your day, huh?
So we're putting it on ethical.
Yeah, I'm okay with
Yeah.
that.
Same thing. Very similar to Mihile, you know.
Mhm.
But it kind of it does differentiate itself a little bit. I think Paladin leans more into increasing your party members' damage, you know, more than I think Mihile does a better job with the survivability.
Mhm.
The one thing
Uptime,
that
yeah.
is annoying though, and this is more of an issue for when you are doing min clears, is Paladin suffers the same issue as AB, where you want a full buff, origin, and then do your key down afterwards. And because of that, that naturally desyncs your key down for your next 3-unit burst.
Mhm.
And Paladin also does not run a cooldown hat. So the way that you combat that is you unfortunately just have to like you just have to lose FD and you just do your key down first and then you do your origin afterwards. Just so that for the rest of the fight, you and your party are not desynced from each other.
Okay.
Less of an issue if you're not doing min cut clears, but if you're doing min cut, like that will be the reason why you cannot clear.
Mhm.
Still unethical though.
Yeah. Yes, this is based on future patches as well. Mhm. M3, M4. All right, let's continue. Let's talk about Pathfinder. I think Pathfinder is a very solid 2-minute class, straight up. Like offer support,
after
2-minute
M3
class.
M4, it's getting significantly better.
Yeah, I heard like some crazy comms where it's like this class got like 50 FD after M3 M4 because of a new combo or something. Like the same story I heard about Blaster.
No, that's funny.
I do not know that.
33 FD. Okay, like that's still really up there.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Like that's a big increase of damage. The thing about Pathfinder is it's one of those classes that I personally feel is overall good at everything. Like has very, very underrated good movement, air stall, very, very brain dead training, very easy to one shot, very easy to boss with. Like the combinations are not too difficult as well. You offer support too, which is like really good. What happened?
Does it still?
Does
it
what?
still offer support?
Oh yeah. It still offers support. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Barrier.
Mm-hmm. So like,
Is it
to me,
like crit damage?
yeah. So
Okay,
like,
okay.
it's really good at everything overall, which I think is like one of the best experiences you could have on this game because any situation you're in, you're good. Whether it's early, mid game, late game, end game, like you're gonna have a good experience on the game. That's the way I look at it.
I just think that it's unfortunate, and it's since like Pathfinder release, it's just unfortunate that it's a non-hurricane class that doesn't benefit much from attack speed.
Mm-hmm.
Like it still kind of does with its other skills, but it's like its main combo, like you want to use the in-game macro system, and it's a little lame. But overall, like very, very easy to play.
Yeah. I mean, to me personally, like, so if this was like a tier list based off of like, like new player friendly classes or something, I think it would be at the top. But I don't think it is. I think it would just be very solid, strong, to be honest with you.
Oh, they got rid of the. Never mind. They got rid of the barrier
Really?
damage.
Oh, interesting.
Apparently.
I think when there's a class that is reliant
Never
on
mind.
the MapleStory in-game macro, there's something really wrong with that class.
Why though? That could be literally by design though. You don't know that it's not by design. No?
So isn't the I don't know if anyone plays Zero, but doesn't Zero like you just push one button and it just does multiple skills? Like it just does the other skills for you? Or am I wrong on that? It isn't?
Wrong.
I see.
These guys are funny.
Like, I don't know why they couldn't have just made it into like one skill and it just alternates between the two instead of just relying on the macro system. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just the class could definitely benefit specifically in GMS could benefit a lot more if it was able to use zero attack speed. Like I feel like it definitely would be a higher like pick, choice for a class to main if that were to be the case.
Okay. Where do we want to put it? Well, I think it's close to Marksman.
I don't
Hard
think
to
it's
put
better
it
than Marksman though. If we're talking about the overall experience, like I feel like both of their mobbing is pretty similar, but also mobbing is just like not as relevant because of Soul Janus.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of like simplicity and playability of like playing this class at bosses and party play, it's like they're both pretty straightforward. I think Marksman just edges out better just because it's less complicated. Not saying that Pathfinder is complicated, but there's just like less going on with Marksman.
I think it's better than
This is the
Marksman straight
reason
up.
why I asked if it still had party utility, because I was trying to figure out whether I want to put this better than Marksman.
I think it's better than
I think
Marksman.
they
I don't
lost
think
that.
it like what you were saying is like Marksman's easier. That's true, but like I think Pathfinder is still easy though. Like it's not like super complicated. Another thing that's very nice about Pathfinder is it has a stupid amount of status resist. Like that's an underrated good experience to have. When you have very high status resist, you can get hit by like Vihila's blue or something, and then also like just like shrug it off. Like I think that's just an underrated effect on this game.
Wait, can we get a definitive answer whether it still has like party support or what?
Yeah, just less support. I see. It does. Okay, then it has to be above Marksman then.
Okay.
10% crit damage. You just don't see it in the stat window. Okay, funny how that works.
How does that work?
Yeah, like that's funny how that works. Like, okay.
What?
You just don't see it.
I mean,
Oh, it's a
smoke
debuff? I
screen's
see.
crit damage also doesn't show up on your
That's true. It's a debuff,
stat
yeah.
window though. And smoke screen is for the bosses in smoke, not you in smoke.
Okay, we good with this?
Yep.
All right, let's move
Sure.
on. Phantom.
Oh god.
Phantom, I can't.
Unethical OP. No, I'm kidding.
Bro, the crazy thing about this is if it had more damage, it would be, though.
Yep.
Like, that's the one
It's-
thing this class lacks.
It again, a class where if you give it damage, like it will be exponential for its performance.
Yeah, it's
Just
one
like
of
Dark
those.
Knight, just like Mihile.
I agree.
It's just a uptime demon, right? Like
Mhm.
that's,
And
that's just how it is.
hard to balance. I can't see why they're scared of using these classes damage though. You can literally see why they're scared.
Mm-hmm.
I just think more than anything, this class just needs a rework, and they go into the whole cardistry theme. This whole like stealing skills is like
Yeah, I agree.
it's cosmetic and fake because there's only a limited pool of skills you would steal, and like you only use like even smaller limited pool of what you would actually eat.
Just turn it into Twisted Fate, like literally.
It's funny.
Gambit.
I
love a
agree.
good trick.
It needs to like just the whole skill stealing is just very outdated.
Yeah, it's
And unless
super
they open it up to more classes, like even then, I just
That's
think that
crazy.
it needs to just have its own identity.
100%.
I don't think they want to do that because that would be a
Super
balancing
slippery slope.
nightmare for them.
Mm-hmm.
But I think
Don't
that's the
get
only way that
careless.
you kind of like
Yeah, I
change
agree.
the
I agree with
class. You know,
It's menu story too. Like you're
It
like,
is.
this class
You
you
just have that
interact
shit
with the
open.
menu so often. You load your open up your loadout, you swap to the other skill, and then you close it. Like for most people, it's usually just like ring swapping. That's like the most you usually do. But
That's
on
funny.
Phantom, you might be doing both.
Found your weak point.
Phantom needs a remaster.
100%.
Desperately.
Desperately. I agree. Put it at the bottom. Sorry. And like all the other classes I put at the bottom, you could still have a fulfilling experience on this game playing Phantom. If you really want to play it, go ahead and play it. All right, let's talk about Shade, the recently remastered class.
I mean, at least strong.
Yep,
It's
at least strong.
literally AB. You know,
At
but
least
like
strong.
but with better support.
Yep.
I think it's unethical.
You can see. You can
yeah,
see it.
I that's what I'm saying. Like at least strong, but like could make the argument for unethical.
Mm-hmm. I'm
Yeah,
totally
yeah.
okay with that.
Either or.
So
It's
you have,
just like it's yeah. I mean, 2-minute class, consistent damage, 1-minute mini, amazing support, especially for archers. And we go back to archers and stacking crit damage, crit rate, right? Like it's just having that is insane.
Mm-hmm. Very forgiving class to play as well. Very forgiving. Spirit Ward's one of the most broken skills in the whole game. Like straight up. If you don't know what it does, Spirit Ward is a skill that Shade has as it allows it to basically tank a debuff. So like let's say you get hit by a stun, you don't get stunned. You get hit by a something that blinds you, you don't get blinded. All those types of things, you could just tank it, and it has almost 0 cooldown. And it has healing as well. You can full heal with your death mark, I think it's called, where part of the damage you do just heals you as well. Like it's crazy. Very simple burst rotation as well. I think this class will benefit a lot from skill sequence too, for sure.
Yeah, I can
Has
see
his
that.
own door. Yep, that's true.
Also, I found it
Very
funny
nice
that Kanna
backstep.
Lost it. I
Foxfire?
found it funny that Kanna lost the Spirit War Firefox thing.
Mm-hmm. 60-second burst, 2-minute burst. Very, very easy to play. Yeah, you have a nice long iframe, 8-second iframe. It has a 2-minute cooldown, I believe, which is a pretty big cooldown.
Oh, it got changed. That got changed. The less you hold it down, the less.
Oh, really?
Cooldown
It's like Evan's Dragon Master. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really good then. That's really good then. Okay. Could put it up here. No biggie. Okay, let's move on to Shadower.
Gray Benny.
The Gray Benny. Yep. I think this class is getting memed on a lot for a long time, but I think it's a pretty good class overall, to be honest with you.
Oh, yes, the class is getting memed on.
Yeah, it was though. Like it was getting memed on for a long time. Like
Yeah,
remember the
but
days?
that's because of the mismatched fucking patch where like they just brought this
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
the nerfs like the
Well, the Shadower that we got in GMS like never existed in KMS, right?
yes,
Yep.
exactly.
And it was just bad for 4 weeks. So
Yeah, those 4 weeks were fucking living hell for Shadow.
Dude, they were, bro. Those 4 weeks were insane.
definitely an interesting conversation all the time.
Wait, what happened?
Nothing.
Was that living under a rock?
Like their
Yeah,
origin
so-
got nerfed, but they didn't get the second.
Okay. Well,
there was
we
no
got-
second mastery.
we
yet.
got second mastery
Yeah,
later.
they brought those two in 2 different patches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, that was a living hell.
I think Shad's consistent damage is really good though. Like it's like underrated consistent damage. It's
But
burst just like, so.
I don't think I would put it in. I put it at like overall good.
Yeah, I'm okay
You
with
know,
that. I'm okay
I
with
don't know if I'd put Shadower into strong. I think Shadower is solid.
I think moving forward with 3-man cells being the fucking future, like I think there is room for Shadow to be in strong.
What do we think of? So here's
believe that
another
too.
thing that you could consider. There's the 20% Meso passive, but I do think that the 20% Meso passive isn't as strong as it used to be, like relative to how game breaking it is. I still think it's really good, but I don't think it's like super OP for a game progression because you get a lot of mental from bossing.
How good was it? It's M3 M4.
I heard it's
First
like
KMS patch,
14 FD, 14
nightmare.
FD.
After the second test server, it was quite good.
so quite quick being like 15 FD because
It's
that's
like
what
14 to 15, yeah.
Veil, Sudden
It's like
Wake, Cruel
solid.
Stab, Dark Flare. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
yeah I think like Shadower should be in strong.
I think
Like
if it's
most-
strong, it's low
I
strong
think it
though.
should be-
So
That's
Huh?
fine. I think that's fine. Like again, like the 3-man parties, like Smokescreen is a pretty good buff to have.
Mm-hmm.
okay, that's fair.
It is a bit conditional though. Like the boss has to be in it for everyone to benefit from it.
I mean, also at the end of the day, Shadower has cleared every single boss, right? So like, it's not like it can't perform. Like, and
That
if you
guy
want
might
to
be a
talk,
lot liar.
what?
Nothing, no. Don't worry about it.
Okay. All right, we good?
Thunderbreaker.
Yo, chills, bro. Thunderbreaker.
This class has only been trending upwards, although
yeah, for so
for
long
some
now.
reason, like okay, Thunderbreaker is one of those rare KMS classes that are just giga bugged in GMS randomly at times.
It feels perma bugged in GMS.
It does feel like
I know,
that,
right?
It does
like
I
every
don't
other
know why.
patch, the freaking balls just get bugged somehow.
Sea Wave.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like this class was so down bad. Like at one point, one of the Thunderbreaker mains were fucking messaging Nexon CEO on LinkedIn about it. Like,
Yo, W, bro.
Oh nah.
like,
That is crazy.
Dude,
that's
that's
a new
commitment.
level of dedication.
That's commitment. Yeah.
Dice got bugged one patch too. Like, yeah, it's so like it's so random how these bugs come about. Like, Mechanic couldn't use Goddess. Like, Dice was bugged because Jet existed, but after they got rid of that, that's been fixed. Shade was also bugged for a long ass time too, wasn't it? I don't know.
Yes.
I don't remember.
But I think this class is minimum strong, and it is only going to continue to trend upwards.
I agree. I think Thunderbreaker at this point, and with M3, M4, I think it's strong.
Toilet flush.
Something I want to mention about Thunderbreaker is, like a lot of other classes, this one's very spammy. This is a spammy class, so for the people watching this and they have, like, I don't know, wrist issues or something, don't play this. This is a spammy class. Yep, 07 keyboard. It does feel very fun though. You have very high speed movement, which is a good feeling on this game, moving really fast. Spammy but not hard. Yeah. It's not hard, it's just spammy. Like, you just have to press buttons a lot. So if that's something you don't like, then you don't want to play this for the experience of the class. Where would we put it though? It's getting 22 FD from M3, M4. It's a lot. It's going to be one of the stronger classes in terms of just straight up output. 2 minute timer too.
In front of Kaiser?
Yeah, that's fine. Do that. Why not, bro? It's probably better than Hayato too. Low-key.
It feels like a Kaiser that doesn't need to
Probably better than Ice Lightning too.
stack, gauge, and transform.
Okay, you know what? Let's put it right here, because these offer a little support.
Okay.
Okay. I'm okay with
Well,
that.
wouldn't Thunderbreaker at least be lower than Marksman?
Oh, yeah. Sure. Because it has sharp eyes. Sure.
Even Angelic Buster gives 20 damage.
Okay, cool.
Even Hayato gives sudden strike.
That's true. That means Hayato should move up. Nah, Loki, you're right, bro.
Well, even Hero gives the 8% damage to critical rates or whatever. I don't remember what it was.
Dude, Lara gives a damage percent buff too.
Yeah, when you're in the sunlight or whatever the fuck.
Okay, the sunlight box is big.
Woo! Time to run!
Anyways.
All right, Wild Hunter. I
know
will
myself.
stay silent.
I would say he just needs the buffs. Yeah. Just respectfully, as someone who mains Wild Hunter, just needs buffs. Like, listen, it's not bad. It really isn't bad. It's iframe throughout its burst. It can be a little clunky. The Jaguar AI sucks. Bit of piano story. I think skill sequencing will fix that. But like, just in general, I think there's too many problems with Wild Hunter that could be fixed with like very easy quality of life improvements.
Do you still have to do like? Is there still a skill that mounts you and then you have to unmount or something?
Well,
Yeah.
you have to burst.
Yeah.
That is so clunky. Like,
No. You don't. No, it doesn't do that anymore.
okay,
The
they fixed that.
Primal,
Okay, good.
Primal Fury just goes off, and then you're just back to being off Jag. Whatever you were
You don't have
on
to
or off.
manually de-jag anymore?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
That's good.
Yeah.
I remember when I heard
that's
about that. I'm
not
like,
something
no
anymore.
wonder people fucking.
You can
hate this
also
class.
you can white heat rush off Jaguar, so that's like a bit more.
Oh yes, that's a really
mobility.
recent change, right?
Yeah, more mobility like off Jaguar, so that's good. Still it not having like double flash jump kind of sucks, similar to it being on.
You can do the diagonal jump out of Jag now, right?
He
Yes.
just said that.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. I was banning someone. Sorry.
You're good.
Okay, that's good. I think, yeah, you're right. It just needs a little more damage, a little quality of life. That's it. I think this class.
I wouldn't even say it needs damage. It just needs
Really?
quality of life. I
Okay.
think Wild Hunter's damage is fine.
Okay. Yeah, if you say so.
I think it's fine. I think people like over exaggerate a little bit. For a 2-minute class, I think it's okay.
Okay. I think this class has been trending up though. Like, it's been getting better and better patch after patch, no?
Yeah, I mean M3, M4 is overall good. I'm not very thrilled about the skills that were boosted, but it makes sense that they were because we don't really have much left.
What
in
was
the-
boosted? The
in the kit.
machines?
Yeah, hunting unit, drill salvo. I think there was final attack as well.
I see. Damn.
How many
final
skills
attack.
aren't boosted for Hunter?
I think everything
Like-
got boosted.
like
I think
yeah,
everything relevant got boosted. So there wasn't much else like to like really squeeze out of the class damage wise. So yeah, maybe a little bit, right? But I think rather than damage, I think the damage will improve if the quality of life improves in the class.
I see. That makes sense.
I just remember another bite got boosted, and that was the biggest one.
Another bite, yeah. Bro, it would have been better if they like I don't know, changed the visuals of the Jaguars.
Oh yeah. Wait, they didn't know. That I can that we can say like they should have changed how like Evan's dragon looked too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think to be fair, like Mirror looks good enough for today.
Really?
Primal grenade needs to be like auto, you know.
Like it just
Like,
shoots
ju-
out
just-
on its own.
It does shoot out when you're grinding, like on Jaguar, but like even off, like just the skill itself should just be able to be put on auto.
I see.
Wait,
It-
toggle.
I thought.
Yeah,
Wait,
toggle
so
because well, not even toggle, just like like auto. Like if you want a manual too, but like it's such a low percentage of like your overall BA that like, I mean, just even like remembering to use it doesn't even matter.
Yo, you
I
just
just
use it when
remember,
you
like-
see your fatal proc,
Yeah.
or if you run that. I don't know if you probably run lethal strike, right?
I mean, I'm using the boss Mape recently, so
Oh, I mean,
Bob,
before that, I guess.
beside that. Oh no, just fatal. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
I
every
mean, I
time
just
fatal
remember-
procs, you just throw the grenades.
I have another question about the grenade. If you're in P3 BM standing on top of BM, will it just miss BM and go past it, or will it hit it?
On top, it'll miss.
Okay, so you have to
Yeah.
be a little behind it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. You have to be kind of like, a good distance away, and not like completely on top.
What if it's in the
That's fine.
final bubble, like the third bubble?
No, that's fine. That's fine.
So you can still get like the full inside bubble damage and hit the thing.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
Like, I mean, if anything, if you're like in the corner, like it'll just bounce off and come back.
Oh, interesting. What the fuck? Okay.
Yeah.
I remember the grenade shoots automatically with the first master, or is that only on Jag?
That
It's on
again?
Jag. It's on Jag. It's when you're training.
The auto grenade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's only with Hexa Wild Arrow Blast. So like you don't even get that until you hit 6 job.
Okay. That's cool. I learned something new today. Let's move on to Wind Archer. Another 2-minute archer that's brain dead and can't die. And has
Strong.
OP training.
At least it's very strong. I mean, like
At
Song of
least.
Heaven, you got recently changed too to being movable as well. Like,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Exactly.
Gale Barrier,
it's,
really
Gale
really
Barrier
good. For just not taking damage. Also being able to use Risk Taker safely.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty big bonus too, especially for a 2-minute class. Because you're not like perm roar or anything.
Yeah. Really good in limbo for that too.
Yep.
I think it's 60-second just got even better for M3 and 4. It was already kind of playing like a 60-second. And with M3 and 4, it got a new skill that's also on 60-second.
Yep. And it has a dummy too.
Mm-hmm.
The best.
It does have a
in the
dummy.
game.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's the best one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, I guess we could put it in unethical then. I don't know if there's anything really that's bringing Wind Archer down.
Unethical? Damn.
I mean, can you think of something that brings Wind Archer down?
Only thing I could think of is maybe its output might not be that high, like just straight up raw damage output, like relative to other classes. That's the only thing I can think of.
I think Wind Archer is kind of bursty nowadays.
I think the classes kit is super good. Survivability, training, ease of entry, like playing the class is all really good. I think it just needs a little bit more damage to be unethical OP.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't think this class is unethical OP because it's not really outstanding in a category, is it?
Well, it's outstanding in terms of like survivability, I would say, but like I don't think that's enough. For me, like I think it's just strong. It would be maybe better than Kaiser, and like that's it.
okay.
I think it's a wrong Kaiser level.
The only reason I would put it above Kaiser is just because of the kit. I think its kit is better, but I think Kaiser's damage output is much higher though than Wind Archer's though.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely don't think it belongs in unethical OP because like I don't really think there's anything outstanding about the class. Like it has good things about it, but like think about all the other classes that we have in unethical OP that make it outstanding in general.
Yeah, I don't think it has something like that crazy.
That's fair.
That's fine. All right, let's continue. Let's talk about Xenon. Phil's favorite class.
And just gold.
Dude,
Dude, these last two classes, oh my.
I know,
mean,
right? Best for last, huh?
You just put both of them on top.
Yep.
Zero excels with I don't know, everything in its kit, right? Like the crit bind, the shadow reigns, the consistent damage uptime, it being a 2-minute class, right? It's insane survivability, has 2 HP bars, right? Can freeze fucking damage or whatever, you know, like insane. And then Xenon is just like basically right now the competitor to Nightwalker.
let me put it to you this way: Zero is like your fucking like HDMI converter to like fucking DVI.
Bro,
Like,
what are you saying,
This
bro?
class can bridge the connection of 2-minute classes and 3-minute classes to just function
So it's an adapter.
perfectly. Yes.
Okay.
Like this, like Zero will just like doesn't matter if you're 2-minute and 3-minute comp. Like Zero will just
What are
allow you guys
these
to just
analogies?
function. Like
Yeah, I don't
I don't think you understand how crazy that is.
It's a
I don't know where he's getting his
transformer.
analogies from.
It's a transformer, bro. High voltage to low voltage.
Is this way past your bedtime or what?
Bro, this guy's fucking seeing shit, bro.
Zero can link NA and EU together.
Yeah,
Yes, yes. That's how fucking
Zero's
crazy
the
it is.
fucking Avatar, bro. Bridge between the human and the spirit world.
All right, so we're on the same page.
No, I agree. I think Zero. I made a whole video saying Zero is the best class of the whole year. Like, I think it's the #1 best class overall in the game. I agree with you.
I think it needs to be on top of the unethical tier, but okay.
Well, I'll put it under DS.
Well, I mean, at this point, like we haven't really been like sorting
True,
on
true,
ethics.
that's-
Yeah. Honestly, I don't even think the strong matters too much as long as it's like you get the idea.
Yeah.
And
You
then
really
kind of get the
speak too
idea on like how the class excels. You know, that's all that really matters. It doesn't matter where it is.
let's
Yeah.
talk about Xenon real quick. I think we skipped over a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm strongest burst in the game.
This class has
Hey,
Overdrive from Pirate,
Last
Resort from Thief, Dice from Pirate as well.
Dice!
With skill sequence, like it can pop all those things, including Mugong, in like a fucking snap of your finger. Like, yes, there is the caveat, like you gotta charge your laser, and it sucks ass if you somehow die. All this and that, but like despite like these oddities about the class, this thing fucking pumps.
yeah, by far the biggest burst in the game.
Yep. And I think it's outstanding in that way, right? And that's all that really matters.
Yep.
It's the fact that it's both a thief and a pirate, like, and especially at this point in the game, man, like being two different class types is fucking insane. I wish they would make more of these. Honestly.
that'd be sick.
I'd love to see more dual type classes.
Imagine him a mage and a thief.
Yeah.
That'd be crazy. I think
Would be pretty sick.
something to mention about Xenon for any new upcoming players that are Xenon, because I know a lot of people watch these videos and they use them as like, I want to pick my main, I'm going to watch this video and choose. Something to know about Xenon is it does have, similar to Nightlord, like requirements where it's going to start to feel good. So maybe you might not get the ball rolling right away, You'll still be fine, but it gets better and better the further you go. It's not like Buck, for example, where right off the gate you'll feel really good, or like BowMaster or something like that. Xenon, you're definitely gonna want to like fun quite a bit. The potentials on it are a little bit weirder than other classes. You need to get like all stat specifically. The flaming is really good though, so that's a nice.
Well,
thing.
I wouldn't even say the potential is even that bad, especially for like the early part, because like generally speaking, when you roll 2 lines of all stat, you'll roll like a relevant third line unless you like roll int.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, so like it's not even like that bad.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Maybe for min maxing, it's bad.
One thing that I want to say to bring this class down back to earth is that it's possible that it ends up being a cousin of Night Lord. Like we said earlier, when Phil said that Night Lord was just carried by the fact that it just does a fuck ton of damage. Like if we really look under the hood of Xenon, if we look past the fact that it just does a fuck ton of damage, right? Because it is the fact that it does that is overshadowing the weaknesses of this class. Like this class is like, in my opinion, still like looks really clunky to play.
It's a little clunky.
That's fair.
I think its diagonal dash feels weird.
Yes, like your movement options are like not terrible. Like you're thief, so you have double flash jump.
Does it have a real up jump yet?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Does it? I don't actually know.
Like not the skill that you transform into like a up propulsion.
I'm not
Like
sure.
just
honestly.
a up jump. It got it added recently. Okay. Cool.
Okay.
I see. Cool.
But yeah, like that it's like the fact that there's a lot of damage just makes up for the fact that it doesn't play the smoothest. And again, like charging up your laser can be ass.
And you know for a fact the dev that's being responsible for doing the non-stick shot really plays the class. The origin's really good. All the from the first mastery, second mastery to the most recent M3 and M4 are all really, really good. That just transforms the skill to make it better. Like Blade then like what's that beam dance was a skill that wasn't just it was just not used, and it got turned into a skill that can be helpful to your damage.
I thought Camus, or maybe it was Gmus too, but I thought people would like use beam dance to help charge up the 30-second skill fast.
Not really.
Oh, okay. I see.
And triangulation, which was like the second mastery with triangulation and the holograms, that was also really, really good. And even the first mastery, like you had 3 different forms for a main attack, and they realized one of them was just not really used, so they just got rid of that, and then they just made the other 2 better. So yeah, the dev who did this definitely knew how the class worked, unlike some other classes.
Okay.
All right. Do we have any? Okay, one last thing I want to suggest is, do you think we need to split up these tiers or no?
No, I think this is because
I think too many tiers also just gets a little like convoluted.
That's true.
Yeah.
The thing
honest,
that I was thinking
this-
is, do we need to make one specific tier for like the most broken of the most broken, or it's okay like this?
I think
No, I think it's
because
fine.
we explained every time we place them, it's fine.
Okay.
Like we dig it over like why we think it belongs there.
Yeah.
Lynn tier.
I mean, if you didn't talk about Zero enough, did you? I mean, I felt like we talked about it a good amount. I mean, just to reiterate about Zero, about why it's so strong. Not only is its damage output really good, training's very good, unkillable, good iframes, great movement. And it also has something very unique about it, where it has something called crit bind, where you can like, to keep it super simple, you could extend the binds on bosses, which gives you an insane amount of DPS uptime more.
it's an additional bind
Yeah.
that stacks with other. So like you have like your origin bind, you have your normal bind, and then you have crit bind, right? So it's its own category that helps extend damage output.
It's separate from Lucid Earring too, right?
Yes, it is.
Wow, okay. Is there a way to keep a boss perm bound on reg?
No,
Okay.
no perm bound.
I see.
People used to do a thing where like they
It might as well be perm bound.
There was a time that it can be though with the Yorozu bind being,
Oh yeah, with
you can
timely
change it.
Yorozu.
And-
I mean, some of
and
the
you
first BM clears, right? Just like stacked Yorozu.
and domain worked
You
on
have-
P4.
You have everyone have a Yorozu plus a Buck in the party and a Zero in the party and a Kanna in the party. That boss can actually be permabind.
Well, yeah, I guess that
Yeah, the
that could
stuff
make it
thing's the same,
permabindable.
right?
Yeah.
I see. All right, so what do we think of this? What do we think of this tier list, everybody? Good 2025 mains tier list. Again, this is not a DPS output tier list. This video will be uploaded tomorrow on YouTube, so you can hear all the context if you think something is ridiculous. If you guys had to say, what is the most ridiculous? What is the worst placement? What would you guys say? One class that's like, why the fuck is that there? DRK, DS, DB, DRK, Blaster. Nah, the Blaster Copers are crazy. DB, DB, DS. DS, but what the fuck are you talking about, DS? Nah, you're trying to piss me off.
I think maybe we judged Dark Knight a little bit too much on damage, if anything.
It was also early on.
Yeah, it's early.
Yeah,
that's the
it
problem.
was.
Is some of these like you do them early on and you don't have the big picture, so that's why we have to like post
Yeah.
analysis. That's important.
Yeah, because like solo, like Dark Knight, like it excels extremely well. It's just in a party, it kind of falls off a little bit, you know. Whereas like, because I don't think Dark Knight really brings much to the table in regards to like it's a selfish DPS, right? And I mean, if you had the choice between like a Dark Knight and like some other class, you more than likely gonna go with some other class. So I think like at the high end, it can be a bit of a struggle. At least that's what I've been seeing. I don't know about M3, M4.
Nope. If it's a Dark Knight and it's Kobe, I'm picking him up.
Crazy glaze. I mean, I'm okay with moving it up though. If it's that egregious, it's okay. What makes BowMaster higher than Marksman and Wind Archer? Because it's brain dead and shits out a lot of damage.
I think BowMaster just excels in all categories rather than just a few compared to Wind Archer and Marksman. It kind of has what they have, and either like slightly modified or just not like if better. And it's just easier.
What makes Evan worse than Lara? Much harder to play with mid-tier damage. Also, when you ask why is Xenon so low, bro, like it's in the top tier, man. Like don't take this too literally. The top tier isn't really in order. What are you complaining about, bro? Like you want to be the toppest of the top tier? Like you're already broken as fuck. Like what are you complaining about?
Actually, we didn't really water the top tier at all. We just, as they came in, we just throw them there.
Bro, because it's like it doesn't even matter, bro. If you're playing one of the OP classes, like you're OP, like you know what I mean, like
Yeah, like if you're S rank hunter, you're S rank hunter, bro.
yeah, type shit, bro. Yep. Why is Lumion strong? Because it gets a lot better in the future. You can watch the video for full context.
Have fun time
Yeah.
snapping this.
It's not that hard. I actually, because we do so many tier lists, I actually found a good way to timestamp. So whenever we move on to a new class, I specifically go down and shake the icon. So as I'm like skipping around, looking for the timestamps, like I can see when my mouse goes and shakes the icon. You know what I mean?
Very
Damn.
good.
Yep. I've
Those guys
optimized.
system down.
And it's in alphabetical order. And I have a list of the classes I could copy paste in alphabetical order. Yep.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, I want to make something clear before we finish. Any of these classes in the whole game, you can have a very fulfilling experience and clear shit and get far in any class in the entire game. I want to make that absolutely clear. If you really want to stick with anything, like you could go with overall good enough and higher and be perfectly fine. I want to make that very, 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 very clear. Don't see something at the bottom and be like, I'm never playing this shit. I will never even think about it. I don't give a fuck. Fuck everyone who plays it. Don't think that. Yes, even Phantom. Yes. Yes. A lot of you guys having these comms are stuck in Shangri-La. Trust me, bro. Like, don't, like, the game is much further than that, bro. But I want to give a huge, huge thank you to Matt, Jay, and Phil, bro. They sat here for over 5 hours. Crazy. Everybody give them a W, bro.
It's been 5 hours? Damn.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Give them a W. Are you going to go live, Matt, by any chance?
Yeah, I have a couple of things I need to do before that, but yeah, I will.
Okay. Okay, I will stall until you go live then.
Nah, you don't need to. It's fine. I'll probably be like, all right, once we hop off here, maybe like 30 minutes.
Okay.
So.
No biggie. Make sure you check out their channels too. I shouted them both out. Phil doesn't have anything, so I guess you're gonna have to follow me if you want more Phil.
Phil's gonna make like a Twitter or something.
Is that thing called X now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're kind of
Same thing.
No, Phil's just gonna post like Demon Slayer hate threads.
Yo, I'm gonna go on Truth. If anybody know what that is.
Go follow his Reddit account or something.
Yeah. Add him on Discord.
Time to go join Truth Social.
Yeah, and just speak your heart out, bro. Okay, you guys have any last thoughts or no?
No, not really. It was fun. Just talking about like the different classes. I mean, it definitely took a while. I feel like we were like really good in the first half, and then you could really tell that we were getting tired in the second half.
It's very, very hard.
There's so many classes,
and
then when you're talking about like each class maybe for like 2, 3, 4 minutes, you know,
it adds up.
It adds up.
50 classes, each one, even 3 minutes is almost 3 hours. Like,
Yeah.
I like to point out, I spent 24 minutes on DB.
Are you serious?
Yes.
24 minutes on DB. You're lying.
Go back and check right now.
No fucking way. Dude, this guy tell me, bro.
My job here is done.
24 minutes on DB. Oh my god.
Yo, I min cleared this tier list on DB, dude.
Duh, this is actually OD. Tell me you managed to put DB at the bottom. This is the most snake thing he's ever done, bro. Like straight
Once
up.
again, it's 3v1. Like if
It's
like,
the most snake shit he's ever done, bro.
You guys were the deciding votes. I gave my piece.
No, bro, because I know you, bro. You're about to be sad about it, bro.
Bro, okay. Either way, I just don't win. Like I've told you this before. Like I simultaneously make this class look good and bad at the same time. People can't even decide which one is the truth anymore.
Nah, you're glazing too hard. This is OD.
You just can't accept the facts.
You know what you can accept?
I think
that I'm on your
I think
tail.
DB's fine. DB's fine. It just needs cooldown alignment.
I agree.
That's it. It's not a bad class.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got really good survivability.
No, how are we still talking about DB? I'm putting an end to this.
Yup.
I'm putting an end to
That's
this.
like
He almost got me in the
28 minutes
genjutsu.
now.
He almost got me in the genjutsu, bro. He almost got me in the genjutsu. How are we still talking about this shit? All right. No, I'm done, bro. I'm officially ending this. Make sure to check out Matt and Jay linked below. Also, or you can click their names in the title of this video. Again, thank you guys so much. And I look forward to doing more things with you guys as well.
Yep, no problem.
Yes, sir.
Good night, guys.
All
Good
right.
night.
Good night.
Thank you so much to my members, Blazefire, Shooms, Shagad, Ravi Espa, Koga, Piconeer, Skittles, Dante Victory, CK, J, Blunt Poppy, Supreme Oil Backwards, Vampiric X, Fresh and Juicy, Assassin, and Migu. I appreciate you guys so much, and shout out to everyone who submitted fan art. If you always want to submit fan art, it's in the Discord linked below. Thank you guys so much for watching, and have a wonderful day.